don't want to get mixed up with a guy like me. I'm a loner, Daddy. A rebel.
Hey, handsome. How you doing, baby?
Sunrise on the horizon. Sky is blue, no denying. News with Skyjack Morgan. Bright and early new dawn. Every headline, every story. Here's your morning, some glory. Stay informed, stay tuned as the day greets new blue. Good morning headlines with Skyjack Morgan. Start your day just fine. Information for you, darling. With coffee in your cup, used to fill you right up. Cleansing weather on the go. Morning show you need to know. Join us on this daily ride with your morning side by side. Catch the latest, feel the vibe.
Sky will keep you well supplied.
Good morning headlines with Skyjack Morgan.
That should take just fine. Information for you, darling. Everybody dance. It's like the CNC Music Factory in here. I know you love the CNC Music Factory. Hey everybody, welcome to the show. Hey everybody, welcome. My name is Skyjack Morgan. This is the Morning Sky Show. I'm the #1 news reaction show in YouTube history. Thank you so much for being here, beautiful. It looks like Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump are having a spat, and I think this is fun. I think it's very fun to see the kids fighting. You know, I like to see Donald Trump fight. You know, I like to see him. He thinks he could take on the world. He's like, could Elvis take me? Could Elvis take me? Can Benjamin Netanyahu take me? I don't think they could take me. I don't think they could take me. I don't think so. Yesterday, I went out with a friend. Actually, he just came over here. We just hung out. It was pretty fun seeing old friends, talk about old times. An old college friend came by, and it was kind of fun. He was saying that he was up in Tahoe living, and his cousin there was like super Trumpy, and he's just like, how is it? Because my friend's Vietnamese, and he's saying, I don't get it how all these Asians can sit there because they've got in their head communism is bad. So they think that Donald Trump is fighting communism or something. And that's just the lie they've been sold. And so many people, he was telling me that like Chinese people and Vietnamese people, they'll sit there and be like, oh, I love Trump because he fights communism. And of course you're like, well, what about the nationalization of Dell computers and like Intel. Is it Intel or Dell that he took 10% of? I can't remember now. I can't keep up with the corruption. And, they don't want to listen. What about the time when he said that Asian people caused the pandemic and that all these Asian people were getting killed because of it? They don't want to hear that shit. It was kind of, it's kind of a little sad to me. Yeah, Tahoe's a nightmare. He said it was super conservative over there, super Trumpy. Because is it even conservative? Yes. Yeah, I have a new clapboard graphic because I make a run every day. I run downstairs every day, so I have this new one come up that I made for the YouTube. Thank you all for being here. Please hit that like. Please hit the subscribe. Please do all the things. Where the F are they getting the news? China virus. Exactly. I mean, like, how do they not remember that Donald Trump single-handedly... I had a friend from Japan who was going to she was just at the store, and during the pandemic, somebody like spat on her car and was like flipping her off and blaming her for the coronavirus. They shouldn't call it corona. They should call it China virus. China. Do you remember all that? There was a church near my house during all that anti-Asian hate stuff that Donald Trump was starting. There was a church by my house that mostly Thai people go to, and it was shot up. Somebody went over there and shot up the place and killed a couple people. It was really bad, and for some reason, a lot of Asian people, they just don't remember it. They just forget about it. Yeah, they forget about it. What about the plus $35 trillion national debt, no solution offered? Solutions? Are you kidding me? I don't know if you've heard. I've got some fun news today. I've got some really cool aluminum news. I thought that was pretty interesting because I did buy some aluminum yesterday. Aluminum, it's going up again. Your beer is about to get a lot more expensive. Your cars, everything's going to get more expensive. Everything's made out of aluminum. It's the most abundant resource for metals, at least. So, yeah. Well, the national debt just keeps going up. Well, the national debt has to go up because as we don't want to do away with government services. We don't want to stop having a giant military. We don't want to stop having a lot of things that the government, Medicare, Medicaid, blah, 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 interstate highway system, all the stuff that we have satellites, blah, 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 all the stuff that the government has, all that shit costs money, but we hate paying taxes in America. So how can you get the stuff without paying for it? Well, you could put it on credit cards. That's basically what we're doing in America. We're putting the entire government on a credit card because the baby boomers never wanted to pay taxes. They didn't want to pay taxes. Billionaires don't want to pay taxes. Corporations don't want to pay taxes. No one wants to pay taxes, so we'll just keep borrowing and borrowing and borrowing so that my generation and the next will have to pay off that debt. We'll have to service that debt for eternity. $40 trillion is a lot of money. Debt isn't a bad thing. Yeah, it is. Mm-hmm. I would say that $40 trillion is a bad debt. Yes. Debt isn't a bad thing. Yeah, if you use it properly. But if you're literally just living on credit cards, it's a bad thing, which is what America's doing. We're living on credit cards that someone else, the unborn, will have to pay. It's funny, I was talking to some baby boomers on Sunday, and they're like, oh, baby boomers get blamed for everything. And I said, well, yeah, none of you wanted to pay taxes, and you ran up the debt, and all of us are having to pay for it. So, yeah, that's why you're blamed for everything. And they laughed, and they're like, I guess you're right. Like, both of these baby boomers are like, yeah, I guess, yeah, that's pretty true. Yeah, I guess a lot of the blame does fall on our shoulders. I mean, it was what one generation did that, and the next generation has to pay. That's it. Like, they borrowed against our future. There's no argument there. Every baby boomer's like, oh, you guys want to blame us for everything, boo-hoo. Yeah, you fucking assholes, because you made all the rules to benefit yourself and you sold us out. And now we're going to have to pay for it. Yeah. You deserve a lot of shit, baby boomers. God damn it. God damn it. All right. Thank you all for being here. I love you, baby boomers. If you're watching, I still like you. Especially if you're here, because you're probably an anarchist and hate Donald Trump. So I think that's pretty cool. All right, we got a lot to cover today, so we're going to get right in. Strap in, suckers, because it's going to have fun. Debt is okay until you don't have the funds to pay back. Yeah, like, I tell you what. It was great when I had a credit card. When I was making a lot of money, before I started doing YouTube, I was making pretty good money. And I had a credit card, and I would use it for everything. And because of that, I would get all these benefits. I would get like miles and points on Amazon and points over here and points over there. Because I was paying it off every month, I just paid it off every month. I never paid a penny. But then my mom died. Things were happening. My job changed. Everything started getting kind of weird. And now all of a sudden, ooh, that payment was getting harder to make. Oh shit, I'm gonna have to scramble back and not spend so much. I gotta bring in my spending really fast. But before I could adjust, I had thousands of dollars worth of debt, and that debt was very expensive at 25%. So then you're scrambling to try to move that debt and do this, and then you're like, oh, maybe if I just get one more big windfall, I'll be able to do it. So you're constantly trying to rob Peter to pay Paul. Yeah, it's great when everything's cool. But if you use debt, you should have more than that amount in the bank. Right. And also always have it coming back. Right. Always have something filling it up. Like, don't take out debt if you don't have more money coming in reliably. And so, and that's the thing. If you're disrupted, and a lot of Americans are like that. Like they have a good job, they're carrying some debt, like with cars and mortgages and a little bit of credit card, but they've got money coming in, so they're feeling pretty good. But if something disrupts that, they break their arm, they can't go to work, they lose their job. There's AI replaces them or something. All of a sudden, they have to act very quickly and change their entire lifestyle, or else they're going to be servicing debt that is, well, far more expensive than it should be. That's how they get you. They catch you slipping, you see. They catch you slipping. They got time to wait. If you're good, you could use debt very, very wisely for, many, many years. But don't let them catch you slipping. Don't let them catch you slipping, buddy boy. Oh, Jackie Boyle coming at the top of the show with the $9.99. That's like $100 euro. That's like euros. Pounds pet, £9.99. That's like $100. Thank you so much, Crazy Jackdaw. Can I get some green hearts of courage in the chat for Crazy Jackdaw? Let's start this day off with a little jubilation. It's Tuesday, baby. Thank you so much, Crazy Jackdaw. You are a wonderful human being that I love. Thank you. Boomers going into old folks' home soon. Better cancel Medicaid. That's exactly right. That way we'll have to pay for it. Cancel Medicaid so that my generation will have to pay for it. Medicaid's paying for my father in an old folks' home. I can't afford to put him in a place, so he's in a memory ward in Texas, forgetting where he is every day. It sucks, but this is the way it has to work, right? Jackdaw knows what I'm talking about. Crazy Jackdaw knows what I'm talking about. Get some jubilation for Jackdaw, please, please, please. The problem is that people that don't have money are using debt to pay everyday things. Well, Positrite, that's totally true. Right now, in the history of America, we have more people buying groceries on credit cards than ever before, and that's really dangerous because people are buying food on credit. That is no bueno. That ain't good. That is not a good plan. But it's happening more and more and more and more, and people are servicing. So when you buy your groceries and you're paying 25% more, and you can say, well, don't put it on credit then. You don't have a choice because everything's more expensive. You're making less money. It kind of sucks. Man, I just found out, I'm moving to New Mexico, and I was doing math, because I'm stressing about it. And I was doing math about like how much I make on YouTube, how much I make on this, blah, blah, blah. I'm doing money stuff, trying to figure out how I'm going to make ends meet. How am I going to do this? And, they don't tax groceries in New Mexico. I thought that was pretty cool. Don't you think that's cool? They don't tax groceries. That's pretty cool, I think, because here's the thing. In California, it's like, depending on where you live, what county you live in, what city you live in, it's like 8% sales tax. So if you're buying your groceries on credit cards and you've got between 10 and 25% interest rate, and then you've got another 8%, you're spending almost 30% on the high end more than the number you see when you buy groceries. That's a lot. 30% maybe ish. And it's like, I know that 8% doesn't sound a lot, but right now it is. It's like every little piece is starting to add up. Every percentage is starting to add up. I mean, I used to tip 23%. That's what I did. I always tip 23%. Now I'm tipping like 15. Sometimes when I go to coffee shops, I don't tip at all. I'm like, all you did was do me a coffee. I'm sorry. Like, it's just a coffee. You didn't even make me anything. I just get a black coffee. Is that a tip? Is that a tip-worthy action? Not these days, honey. I can't do it. I'm sorry. Make me like if I bought like a soy latte or something, maybe. But like right now, just you filling up a paper cup ain't worth a tip to me right now. Same thing with like one beer. I'm like, is this worth 23% more because you turned around and poured a beer for me? Not these days, honey. You're maybe 15% right now, son. I can't even do it. It used to be 23%. I was a super generous tipper. Not these days, sweetie. You could bet your sweet cheeks. I got to rein that shit in. Yeah, and funny enough, we're not supposed to be paying taxes on food, but now we pay 29% on interest. No taxes on groceries in Massachusetts either. Really? Really? I didn't know that. I never thought about it. Yeah. Served food and taxed in Michigan is taxed in Michigan, but no tax on groceries in Massachusetts, only interest. Yeah, you're still paying for interest though, right? You shouldn't have to pay interest on groceries. If you buy, that should be a thing. Like credit cards should not be allowed to charge you interest on groceries. Yeah, I think that's fair. That's the tax of them having to do business in America. The Visa and MasterCard will be just fine doing that. You're Charlie's assailant? That's interesting. Charlie don't surf. Charlie don't surf, everybody. All right, so I want to talk about Donald Trump is calling Benjamin Netanyahu effing crazy. Maybe it's because he's saying, you're effing crazy. Wait a second. People in Israel have a constitutional right to go to the doctor when they're sick. What are you, effing crazy? I think that's what Donald Trump was talking about when he said that. Let's find out, huh? Let's go.
Some new reporting on that call between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. The president reportedly lashing out at Netanyahu during expletive-laden conversation. That's according to U.S. officials. And a third source briefed on the call. According to one U.S. official,
I think that's haram. It's not that. You know what? Donald Trump cursing at Benjamin Netanyahu is not kosher. That's just all I'm going to say about that. That shit ain't kosher, okay? You can't do that stuff. You've got to turn the cow 30 degrees and slit their throat while they're still breathing and looking you in the eye. That's kosher. But cursing at Netanyahu is not kosher, okay?
Trump told Netanyahu he was effing crazy and that the prime minister would be in prison if it were not for Trump.
Well, to be fair, Donald Trump would also be in prison if it weren't for Bibi Netanyahu. I mean, these guys are peas in a pod. You can't say that. Come on, Donnie. You can't say that it's Benjamin Netanyahu. You kept Benjamin Netanyahu out of jail. He's been dodging the law long before you came along, Donnie.
Likely referring to the Israeli leader's years-long corruption trial. The president adding, quote, everybody hates you now. Everybody hates Israel because of this. That's the president of the United States. A second source briefed on the call said Trump.
She loved me on payday. Yeah, that's exactly right. Over 6 million Americans have died from no access to health care since 1970. That's an American Holocaust. Yeah, 6 million. Well, don't forget how many people are just living in utter despair because they don't have health insurance. Also, Israel, Iraq, and Iran all have it in their constitutions that they get to have health care. In Iran, they have a constitutional right to health care. But not here. We're going to talk a lot about healthcare because healthcare is the reason why we have the lack of healthcare is the reason why we also have the homeless problem that they're talking about in Los Angeles all day, every day right now. Lack of healthcare is causing most of our problems. I would even make an argument that says the lack of healthcare is why we still have people joining the military. I mean, when you join the military, you get the GI Bill, you get the VA benefits to put down payment on a home, you get special loan privileges, you get health care. Yeah, it's really hard to buy a home in America unless you were a vet. It's really hard to get into a health care situation unless you were a vet. I feel like this is Starship Troopers, like military service guarantees citizenship.
Was, quote, pissed and at one point yelled at Netanyahu, quote, what the F are you doing? One of the U.S. officials told Axios that Trump felt in recent days Netanyahu was escalating in a disproportionate way. Another U.S. official said Trump also was concerned by the fact that
Iran has 2.5 million child brides. Our president bought and sold children with Jeffrey Epstein. Like, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. We are the worst on children in America. Don't send your kids here. Look what happened to Look what happened to Justin Bieber. Look what happened to Justin Bieber. Don't send your kids to America, guys. Don't do it. Don't do it. We will force your children to work in slaughterhouses and child sex circles. Rings. We like to call them rings for some reason. Also, the Republicans are trying to lower the age of consent so that we can have more child brides. We're trying to get more child brides in America. I like that you say that. I'm not even going to check it. I'm just going to believe you that Iran has 2.5 million child brides. Seems high for a country that only has 90 million people, but whatever. 90 million people in Iran. You say that 2.5 million of them are child brides. Sure. I think America sees that as a challenge because we want to keep up with that number. I mean, it makes it seem like that's maybe why America is so intent on lowering the age of consent. Is that why? Because we want to compete with the Iranians at their game? It must be. That's the only thing I can think of. Great work. Great work. Let me actually Google that. Someone just told me that Iran has 2.5 million child brides. Is there any truth to that statement? The claim is an exaggeration of the total estimated number of ever married women and girls, around 2.3 million, who were married in childhood, rather than the current number of active child brides. However, child marriage remains a significant and heavily debated human rights issue in that country. The numbers, figure of approximately 2.3 million refers to the historical demographic data pool of women alive today who were first married before their 18th birthday. Okay. Annual registered cases. Official statistics from the Statistical Center of Iran showed that on average, tens of thousands of marriages involving girls under 15 are legally registered each year. Oh, wow. Under 15, 25,000 32,000 annually. Between 25,000 and 32,000 annually. Damn, that still is a lot. Let's find out how that compares to the United States. How do those numbers compare to that in the United States? Let's see. I want to see, how do we compare those to the United States? When comparing child marriage statistics and legal landscapes between Iran and the United States, there's a vast difference in both the scale and practice of the national legal framework, though the issue historically exists in both countries. Historical pool, 2.3 million women who were married before they were children. They're not child bride today. They're grown women. Approximately 315,000 minors in America total married between 2000 and 21. 2021. Those don't seem like they're fair. But 315,000 minors in the last 20 years. Prevalence, 17% of marriages in Iran involve a minor. Only 1% in America. America, I know we're trying to fight it for them, right? Gender demographic. Most of them are young girls. In America, 86% young girls, but the rest are men, actually. Whoa, 14% of our child marriages are men. Are boys, I mean. Weird. Okay, so there you go. The difference is that it varies from state to state because we're a bigger country. And that's the big legal difference. It's federally integrated and incentivized for 13 and 15-year-old boys in Iran. However, girls can legally marry even younger with a father's consent, and a judge has to sign off. Ugh. In United States, there is no federal marriage age. It is determined entirely by individual states. Historically, every state allowed exceptions for minors to marry with parental or judicial consent. So we have the same legal point of view, I guess. Interesting. Isn't that great? We just need to work harder, America. Republicans, you're almost there. It's 1% of marriages are children. 1% of marriages in America involve children, and 17% of marriages in Iran involve children. Now, the populations are different, but I think the percentages are still something to go by. So, Republicans, I know you're trying to get those child bride numbers up, so you've got some hard work to do. We're only at 1%, and they're at 17%. So, I know that the Epstein class wants to get more kids in on this. So keep going. I mean, every day I see someone from the manosphere say that the men should be marrying young women. 18-year-old women, 17-year-old women with their daddy's consent. Ugh. What? But hey, keep up the hard work, Republicans. You'll get there. You'll get there.
Had killed so many civilians in Lebanon and objected to the Israelis knocking down buildings to take out a single Hezbollah commander. Let's bring in one of the authors of that report, White House reporter for Axios, Mark Caputo. Mark, take us inside that call a little deeper, if you would, and perhaps just explain a little of President Trump's frustration that the Israeli prime minister's military campaign, particularly in Lebanon, is threatening and perhaps preventing a negotiation that might bring this war to an end.
Well, leading up to this over the weekend, my colleague Barak Ravid and I had written a story about Trump sending back an addition to a peace deal with Iran, and they were hoping to get an answer in a few days. And in the course of reporting that out, we were told by administration officials, that Netanyahu wanted a component concerning Lebanon in there, and that Trump had rebuffed him, thinking that that was just sort of an added feature that would have sort of bogged down the talks. And then the next day, this massive bombing campaign erupts. And from what we're told, in Trump's mind, they felt that this was Netanyahu sort of saying, well, I'm not going to get my way. I'm sort of going to bomb my way to your attention. And it really, really bothered President Trump, we're told.
Oh, really? He's going to bomb. Benjamin Netanyahu's going to bomb his way into your heart, Donald Trump. Both of these old men trying to stay out of jail. Isn't it cute? These old men, they bond. They bond over, oh my God, they're trying to put you in jail. Yes, Donald, they are trying to put me in jail. Are they trying to put you in jail? Yes, they're trying to put me in jail. I don't know. Do you like him young? How do you feel about Arnold Palmer? Oh my God. It's really kind of scary if you think about it, huh? Yeah, Iran. It's they're going to be arguing, and now they want to argue about bombs. Benjamin Netanyahu's going to bomb his way into your heart, Donald Trump. I love that. You know what? These two, I just can't quit you. Broke back bombers.
Yesterday in the early afternoon, Trump got him on the horn, Prime Minister Netanyahu, and just lit into him and sort of let him know that this is unacceptable in Trump's view. Now, let's be clear. The president keeps thinking that there's going to be a deal with Iran, and it hasn't happened yet. But in the administration, there has long been the sense of, okay, Netanyahu is our partner in this process, but a lot of the things that Netanyahu has said and done haven't been as conducive to getting...
I love it when people do stuff like this. Biden showered with his daughter. I heard she was 12, but I know, that's weird, right? Let's say it's true. Let's say Biden did even worse stuff to his daughter. Let's say Biden did the worst of the worst to his daughter, okay? Let's say that's true. I mean, I hate Joe Biden. Spread all the rumors you want. Does that make it okay? Does that justify the actions of Donald Trump throwing a baby overboard in Lake Michigan so that he can do away with the evidence of illegal sex with minors? Does that make it okay? If Biden did the worst things to his daughter, like the worst your imagination can concoct, then does that make it okay for Donald Trump to buy and sell little girls and sometimes eat them with Jeffrey Epstein? Does that make it okay? If Biden did the worst thing you could think of with his daughter, his own daughter, his flesh and blood, does that make it okay for Donald Trump to force Miss Farmer to do nasty things? To force a 13-year-old woman to jerk him off in front of a crowd of people? If Biden did the worst thing you could think of to his own daughter, would that make it okay for Donald Trump to break into children's dressing rooms and look at their naked bodies in a Miss Teen USA pageant? Would that make it okay? Does it make it okay for him to say that he wants to fuck his own daughter over and over again? He said that about Ivanka. Does that make it okay? If Biden did that, does that justify those actions? Or else why bring it up? Because I'm not a Biden fan, and I don't think anyone here is. So why bring it up? Why bring up any crazy ideas you have about Joe Biden? Let's put him in jail. Put him in jail. I don't give a fuck. But if he's going to jail for it, I think we need to put Donald Trump on trial. This boy belongs on trial. There's only one reason we keep bombing everybody, BB. That's what I like about you, BB. It's all so good. We love bombing folks, don't we? We love bombing folks, don't we, folks? We love it. Yes, Donald. We are going to bomb everybody to stay out of jail. It is the only way we will keep our freedom long enough to die peacefully. Thank you, Benny. BB.
The outcome they desire.
There he is, Benny in the Jets right here. Jesus, can you tell he's got like little horns coming out of the front of his head? Something's weird about this dude's forehead.
In some cases, has managed to
Can you tell? Can you see like the bumps like on right here on his forehead? What the hell is that?
bog the conflict and conflicts down in more conflict.
So, Mark, yesterday Iran said they're going to cease any sort of talks with the U.S., direct or indirect, because of what's happening in Lebanon. So take us inside the administration as best you can with your colleagues' sources. Where does the Trump team now view those negotiations? Where could they go from here? What sort of, not concession per se, but how do they get them back on track? How do they even get Iran to the table?
They claim, and President Trump had said on Truth Social yesterday, and again, it's a claim, we don't have an ability to verify these things, that talks are still going on, that things are still happening. And perhaps one of the reasons they made sure that the story got out there is they wanted to broadcast to Iran that they're serious about the deal. The bigger problem that the United States has in striking this agreement are the details. As I say, the devil's in the details. And bottom line is that Iran wants money. And President Trump doesn't want the appearance of giving Iran money, of paying them money. So we had described in a story a few months ago about
We're giving Iran money already, honey. We're already dropping a bunch of bombs in their country. What do you think's going to happen? We're going to buy all that oil. We're going to pay to rebuild all the shit we bombed. That's always the way it works in America. Hey, thanks for letting us bomb all your shit and kill all your kids. We are now going to pay somebody else to come and clean it all up and build it. BlackRock, you're right here. Thank you. Yeah, come on in. We're going to pay you lots and lots of money. The taxpayer's going to pick up the tab. Just like we did in Iraq. We bombed the shit out of it. And then all of these, my father was in construction. Do you know how many jobs people were like leaving so that they can go to Iraq and get paid 10 times as much to build shit there instead of building it here? Do you know how many tons of people I knew that worked with my father were taking jobs in Iraq to build shit over there because they could go there for like 6 months, swing a hammer. Their wives were cool because they're going to stay out of trouble pretty much because, you know. And so they made a bunch of money and then they came back, but they left their jobs. They left what they were building here in America. So would you, I think, maybe, unless you had kids. Like my father didn't want to leave.
sort of a cash for uranium deal, and the president sort of overrode his advisors who were talking about that at the time to say, well, sort of no money is going to change hands in any way, shape, or form. Now we understand that behind the scenes that is happening. Part of this, therefore, is going to be President Trump deciding at what point does he allow Iran to have access to some sort of money. There are frozen accounts, billions of dollars, to begin this process and to free it up. Until then, though, it looks like we're just in this Cold War cycle of going back on agreements, not.
That's not from the Cold War. We've been going back on agreements since the American Indians, since the early days. America does not honor its agreements. Does it make it okay for the government to fake Elvis's death and put Jimmy Hoffa's body at Elvis's grave, then protect it and cover it up for however many years? I don't know, but I love that story. Is that where Jimmy Hoffa's body is? I didn't know. This whole time I've been looking for Jimmy Hoffa. Every time my mom told me that my room was dirty, she'd be like, "Go clean your room, because you're going to end up finding Jimmy Hoffa under your bed," or some shit. She'd always say some stuff like that. She'd always say something about Jimmy Hoffa when my room was messy. I don't know. She's like, shit, you go in that room, it's so messy, you're going to find Jimmy Hoffa.
Having a true peace deal and having a hot war or conflict occasionally flare up. Because until Iran gets its money, from what we're told, it doesn't really want to make a deal because it wants security and it wants some sort of recompense for the damage. And there was a lot of damage that was inflicted on Iran by the United States.
And the Wall Street Journal editorial page this morning suggesting that Iran is playing Donald Trump here using...
Iran, of course, is playing Donald Trump. Of course. They knew from the beginning. Donald Trump didn't know what the Strait of Hormuz was.
To keep Israel in the war and therefore prevent these negotiations, or at least give them an excuse not to negotiate. Mark, you've been very busy overnight and this morning. Some of you reporting as well on President Trump now planning to scrap.
Thank you for being a member. DS King of Kings, 8-month member. Hell yeah. What a fucking amazing human being you are, DS King of Kings. Maggots can do nothing but slander and whine. They have no policy. They just cry and 2A people, then cry about how they had to do it to people. Yeah, it is quite sad, right? But these 2A'ers, Donald Trump hates the Second Amendment. He hates the whole Constitution.
That $1.776 billion anti-weaponization fund, that's what they're calling it anyway, it was intended to compensate people who claim they were victims of unfair prosecution by the government. That's according to a senior White House official speaking to MS Now. Since its announcement, the fund has received bipartisan backlash, with critics describing it as a scheme.
I love it when he's they put his disappointed face on there. Hold on, listen to Donald Trump's face. This makes more sense if you're watching in horizontal. That face all the time, that face. That stroke face. Why is he's always like... He kind of looks like... Oh, there's something Muppety about his face. It's kind of a Muppet look, right? He's got kind of a Muppet face.
To reward Trump's political allies with public benefits, perhaps including people who attacked police officers on January 6th. Two people familiar with the matter tell the New York Times President Trump had been leaning toward backing off the fund for days. The move comes after the Justice Department stated yesterday it would abide by a federal judge's temporary order not to proceed with any steps to launch that fund until at least June 12th. That is when a hearing on the matter is scheduled. But one issue remains unclear, whether getting rid of the fund will affect another part of the legal settlement in the case, namely if it provides Trump, his family, and his businesses with immunity from current and pending IRS audits. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said Democrats will push a bill this week.
Oh, you know what? The dental issue. I keep on hearing about the dental issue. Do you remember a while back he was like, you're not and I was like, dude, he's clearly on barbiturates. And then all these Trumpsters were saying, no, he's got dentals. He's got dentures, and his dentures are slipping out of his face while he's talking because he's so old. And I said, I don't know. So I looked up. He doesn't wear dentures. He's got veneers. He's got the thing where they file down all your teeth and they stick the fake teeth on. That's what he's got. So they're not dentures, but since he's probably got veneers like all the way back and he eats garbage all day, he probably has major. And then they said that when he went to the hospital, he got a dental exam just recently, just a few days ago. And I didn't know that if you have dental problems, that could cause your heart failure. I had no idea. Man, I got to worry about my teeth more. I mean, I never had a cavity, but I hope that I don't start developing anything. You know what I mean? I didn't know. One more thing to worry about. Got to wash my teeth now 15 times a day in order to not look like Donald Trump. Anyway, I mean, I think this dental thing has got a lot. I think there's a lot of truth to this dental thing that no one's really talking about. Like, it's weird to me that he had to have a dental examination when he went to the hospital. I didn't think that was even a thing to talk about with heart disease or whatever he's got. I mean, he has heart disease.
To ban the fund permanently, arguing Trump's verbal assurances mean nothing. Mark, you reported this yesterday. MS Now Match, you're reporting on the story. This is obviously a deeply unpopular idea, and one of the few times we've seen at least members of the Senate in the Republican Party push back pretty loudly on an idea of President Trump's.
They say in politics when you're explaining you're losing, and it's almost impossible to explain this $1.8 billion fund, just the details of it, which was the president would be able to appoint 5 members, there would be no say from Congress, and how this money is essentially appropriated and expended, and there were no clear details as to what the process was for doling out the money or who qualified. So yeah, it's a very difficult thing. Also, in the administration itself, there's just been a lack of understanding of just how this came about. The president's personal lawyers, including a man named Boris Epstein,
his sex crimes attorneys,
who's a longtime close advisor, and the Attorney General, Todd Blanche's office, it wasn't Blanche himself, have a close relationship. Blanche used to not only be the private attorney for President Trump before President Trump was reelected, but also for Boris himself. So the DOJ and Epstein had come up with this deal and the particulars of it. Some members of the White House and the West Wing said they were included. Others said they weren't. So there were some people saying they were completely blindsided by that. So not only did you have the Congress against the White House, you had portions of the White House just saying we didn't know anything about this, and they weren't able to get any clear answers. Not a great way to get anything done, and the result was finally President Trump, from what we understand, was told, look, I just can't go forward with this anymore. He's got a lot of things on his plate. We just discussed a huge one. And in the end, this just wound up being just a big distraction. Now, let's be clear.
$1.776 billion so he can give it to his friends and January 6 assailants. This is unbelievable. But hey, only Donald Trump. Yeah, you don't try. You miss 1,000% of the shots you don't take. Wayne Gretzky said something like that. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So let's try to get that $2 billion from my friends. Damn, Kirk Wilson says an infection in a tooth can kill you. Gets to your brain quick. I lost a cousin to it. Oh, man, that scares the fuck out of me. I've never had any, I guess, like, because I've never had anything with my teeth, I've chipped a couple little things, but I've never had any work. I've never had any whitenings. I just brush my teeth with the whitening stuff. I try to, like, keep my mouth, I don't eat any sugar, really. And I've never had a cavity. But I swear to God, it scares me more because I'm worried that one day I'm going to have something done and it's going to hurt so bad, because I hear all you motherfuckers always talking about how horrible the dentist is. All you guys always talk about how much pain you're in. But every time I go to the dentist, they're like, hey, nice. Okay, bye. They clean it. And they're like, okay, bye. They clean my mouth. They're like, okay, have a nice day. Floss. Make sure you floss.
Our story, the sources we talked to said that this was dead for.
All right, so they're gonna drop this shit. Makes sense, right?
Welcome back, House.
Suck shit. Oh my God, your teeth suck shit. Oh no, didn't bad teeth kill the pharaohs? I mean, I'm guessing bad teeth kill a lot of animals out there. Like, a lot of wild animals die because of bad teeth. I don't know. My teeth suck shit. If you want to, you can try to get some fluoride toothpaste from your dentist. Oh my goodness.
Senate GOP leaders returned to Capitol Hill today to work on Republicans' party line immigration enforcement bill. Of course, they missed President Trump's June 1st deadline.
You think this woman Maria is a cuck commie Democrat bootlicker? I mean, I know she was really into punk rock when she was younger, but I don't think she's a Democrat at all. I don't think she's a communist. And I don't know. I'm not a communist, a Democrat, or a cuck. So that must be, I guess it's weird that you keep saying that. But hey, it's really weird that you really are into the Democrats, huh? You're a Democrat bootlicker? Weird. I didn't even know the Democrats had bootlickers. Most of the time I hear about people just bitching about Democrats. I never hear about anyone licking any boots over there at the
Inflation was held
Democrats.
up by the planned implementation of the president's $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. Now, however, the DOJ says it will abide by the court rulings made about the fund, including a judge temporarily halting any payments and any work on the fund. Senate Majority Leader John Thune is urging President Trump to scrap the idea altogether to help advance Reconciliation 2.0. Jim now is Texas Congressman Chip Roy. Congressman, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. So what happened?
Well, as usual, Congress gets in the way. And
Congress, those fuckers always doing the will of the people. How dare they? They got in the way of Donald Trump stealing $2 billion. Fucking Congress, get in the way of Donald Trump stealing $2 billion. God damn it.
we've got is a continued problem in the Senate where we're not doing what we said we would do in delivering for the American people. And
Delivering for Donald Trump. What? God, you sons of bitch. God, I hate these stupid maggers. We're not delivering for the American people. What does the $1.776 billion have to do with delivering for the American people? Please explain that. Well, we want to give anyone that Donald Trump thinks was wronged by the federal government billions of dollars. What? What? How does that help the American people? That's my money, asshole. That's my money. And you want to take my money? Oh, Congress is getting in the way. Thank God. Everyone hates Congress, but they're supposed to represent the will of the people, not billionaires, not your party, not the president.
Congress has done its job in the House side, right? We set the
In fact, their job is to fight the president. That's their job, regardless of party.
Save America Act over to the Senate, and the Senate has not moved it. We were ready to move forward to support the administration to figure out how to ensure that the American people who had suffered at the hands of a weaponized government under Joe Biden.
The American people who suffered under a weaponized. The American people did not suffer. The American people did not suffer for that. That we suffer for a lot under Joe Biden, but they did not suffer. I did not suffer from the weaponization of the justice system. Sorry. Nanohydroxyapatite. If you want non-toxic fluoride-like toothbrush, or just ask your dentist for Prevident. Oh my God. DS King of Kings. I don't have a dentist. I'm poor, but thank you for your. I just brushed my teeth. I've never had any. I want a Prevident. Thank you for the. Can I get some jubilation for DS King of Kings, please? I've never had Prevident.
And would have some recourse.
Commie Democrat. What the? Commie Democrats. Which Democrat do you think is communist? Just out of Mario. Sorry, Mario. Hey, Mario! Mario! Let's go! Hey, Mario, do you think, I want to know which ones you think are, just name a name. Which one do you think is a communist? Which Democrat do you think is a communist? I'd love to hear.
Consider people that were persecuted under the FACE Act, right? For simply, and I've held multiple hearings on this, for simply going to abortion clinics, including a 91-year-old survivor of European death camps. And she testified in a hearing that I held. And we're saying that we can't find a way to get.
What's that got to do with me? What's that's got to do with the cost of tea in China, motherfucker? Why do I got to give Donald Trump $1.7 billion for that person to get a payday? We have a system for that. They go to court, they sue the federal government. We already have a system for that. Why do we need a slush fund? Because the American people that don't use my name in vain, you piece of garbage. Chip Roy from Tejas. What is it? Chip Roy, you garbage human.
Hurry path to be made whole for being persecuted by the Biden administration.
AOC's communist? Then why did she include so many private companies in her Green New Deal? It was all private company stuff, trying to build more. Mom Dami is communist? I had no idea. Bernie Sanders is communist? Oh my goodness, I had no idea. What do you think a communist is, Mario? What do you think a communist is, Mario? I want to know what you think a communist is. Just out of curiosity. What's a communist to you? What do you think it is? Because I don't think any of the people you mentioned are communists. They're Democrats, though. And they're not even really Democrats. Bernie's independent, and AOC's she's a Democrat, I guess. Mamdani, he's the mayor of New York City. But I don't know why you guys are always obsessed with Mamdani. He can't do anything more. The most he'll ever be is governor of New York, maybe. Senator of New York. That's the best he'll ever do. He can never be president. He can never be vice president. Just chill. Mom Donnie, stop being so afraid of him. I know he's got brown skin. It makes you worry. But don't worry so much. What do you think is a communist?
But here we are. The Senate looks like they've kind of won the day. The administration is saying, look, go do your job, get ICE and Border Patrol funded. So we'll go do that. But are we going to not deliver on the other things too, like the Save America Act? Are we going to actually codify any of the stuff that the president's been doing on the border? For example, the HR 2 provisions we did last Congress, where we dealt with parole, dealt with asylum, dealt with catch and release policies, because heaven forbid we have a Democrat president again. We haven't made.
Okay, so she asked him, now he's talking about the border. You always hear them do this, right? This is propaganda. Hey, they stopped you guys from giving Donald Trump $1.776 billion for funsies. What do you have to say about it? The border! What about the border? He doesn't want to talk about the fact that Donald Trump just tried to steal a bunch of money from you. He wants to talk about the border again because he knows it's going to get your panties all up your butthole.
Any of these things permanent. We campaigned on doing the things that the administration is doing. It's time for the House and the Senate to deliver in full if we expect to have it back.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. The MAGA wants your taxes in their wallet. I mean, they're grifters. MAGAs, that's what they want. They want they want their hand. They have their hand out to the government, and they're sucking off the government teat all day long. And they're like, anybody who wants any government help is a communist. Meanwhile, they are all day long, all day long, all day long. Every red state is on the teat of California. This take a little ASMR for you this morning. That's what they're doing every day. That's MAGAs off the teat of California. Thank you, DS King of Kings.
We're doing a lot of great things as a country because the administration is doing what it said it would do. Congress needs to step to the plate and do what we said we would do.
Well, you're right. There's a lot of codifying that needs to happen as the president has used executive orders for so much of this agenda. But of course, Senate negotiators.
Yeah. Turns out that most of those were illegal, Maria. So, yeah, you better codify it quick, but you ain't got the votes. But you ain't got the votes because you don't want to be, because you are with your baby. You can't talk to Democrats. That's the thing. You know, I hate Democrats and Republicans, but Republicans are real stupid if they think they're going to get anything passed without the Democrats. They've got 50% almost of both chambers. Sorry, you're not going to get anything done if you don't play nice. Executive orders do not work. Barack Obama tried the same shit. They don't work for long because once the wheels of justice turn, they crush your guy. Like Donald Trump using an executive order to change the name of the Kennedy Center and close the thing. He cheated, he lied, he stole, and he broke the law. And now they're tearing off his name and they're reopening it because he fucking did it without congressional approval because he didn't have the votes and he won't play nice because he's a fucking child. At least Barack Obama, God rest his soul, he was trying to play nice, especially that first term. He was just trying to play nice, and then he tried to use executive orders. Anyway, I don't want to get off Barack Obama.
Now, reportedly close to finalizing FISA legislation extending 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, or FISA.
Don't forget to like and subscribe. She talked about FISA. You know what? I was just talking about Barack Obama. FISA, man. Barack Obama, he made sure that we were going to be spied on by the American government forever. So if you hate Donald Trump spying on you and looking through your dirty laundry and reading your emails, well, it's sort of Barack Obama's fault.
Months of unsuccessful efforts there to reach a long-term agreement. This short-term extension is set to expire June 12th. Congressman, what can you say about it? The president previously urged lawmakers to advance the Save America Act either through a bipartisan housing bill or through FISA legislation. Is that an option? I know the House's version already passed, and now we're waiting again on the Senate.
Well, these are all the right questions that the White House and that the president is asking. The Save America Act, we need to attach it to something or make sure we find some way to press the Senate to get it delivered. It's the president's top priority. As you know, I'm the lead author of that bill to ensure that only American citizens
Of course you are.
vote in American elections. On FISA, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, look, we fought.
Dude, I want to, you see how can you see how his name is on his jacket? It says Chip Roy. I just noticed his name tag. He doesn't have a name tag. He just has it embroidered on his vest, and he's got his little Congress pin right here. Man, should I do that? I kind of want to get a vest that says Skyjack Morgan, and everywhere I go, I've just got my name on it. And I think it's got like it's got a little star on it. That's so cute. Chip Roy, little star. Oh my gosh. Chip Roy logo on his vest. Let me see if I can get an image of this. is frequently seen a custom embroidered vest, which is a staple of his political attire. The logo embroidered on his vest is typically the emblem of his political campaign, featuring Chip Roy alongside a prominent stylized Lone Star for Texas. Oh my God, that's so cute. Why can't I get an image of it? Oh, it says Texas here. This is it. Hold on. I want to show you this. This is so cute. He puts that. Well, now this is when he was running for Attorney General, but he still has the same logo. Look, it's still on his vest. You see how now it doesn't say. Now it just says Chip Roy instead of for Attorney General. Oh my God, what a cutie, Chip Roy. Chip Roy, you're such a little cutie with the little logo right here. Oh, I need that. It said, can you see it says TEXAS in like the armpits of the star points? I don't know what you call it. Like you have the star points, and then I call these the armpits. Like, and so in each armpit of the star point, it's TEXAS. Oh my gosh. Get it? Because there's 5 points in the Lone Star and the letters look like little shiny things. I don't think that's... Yes, he has it in here too. It looks like I thought the star was just shining bright. Because, that's how it is in Texas. Deep in the heart of Texas. Skyjack sounds like a good just put Skyjack right here. Just Skyjack on my clothes. I can get a vest. It just says Skyjack. And maybe my little rabbit logo that you see in the upper left-hand side of your screen. I'm into it. I'm doing it.
2 years ago for significant reforms, and we got some good reforms. You reported on, and we well know the abuses under FISA, targeting the American people with warrantless surveillance. The American people don't want to have their government spying on them. By the way, we should kill the kill switch, which puts surveillance in automobiles of the American people and make them more expensive. We should end a central bank digital currency, which will have the government be able to tell you what you can buy, when you can buy it, and cut off your ability to have freedom. These are things we're fighting for, and we'll...
Yeah, right. FISA is not going away, folks. We're going to be spying on American citizens. You're going to get spied on for the rest of your life. Putting kill switches in cars. What do you think that you're going to be driving and they could just put a button and your car's done. Your car's done. You think with the star? No, the star's for Texas. I can't do it for governor. No, I'm not going to. Skyjack for governor of New Mexico. I don't want to be governor. I would love state legislature or House, like Congress, like this guy. I feel like if this guy could be a congressman, anybody could be a congressman. Chip Roy he does have a law degree, but he's not a smart man. He's not a bright man, but he does know what love is. I'm not a bright man. I'm not very smart, but I do know what love is.
See what happens. We've made some progress.
And I love Donald Trump. People call me Donald Trump. People say we go together like peas and carrots. We go together like peas and carrots, Melania and me. We never go nowhere without peas and carrots. People call me, my name's Donald Trump. People call me Donald Trump.
Don't expect Democrats to let up now. They're taking their fight to Dirty Jersey, Newark's Delaney Hall ICE facility, to be exact.
Where the state had to impose a curfew this weekend after rioters...
The state had to impose a curfew in order to make sure that people couldn't practice their freedom of speech. They had to. It was, nothing else could be done.
...went berserk, breaking apart the protest safe zone. Democrats may go soft on these hooligans, but this administration isn't letting them off easy.
Hooligan.
The DOJ now...
Listen how they fucking talk. The state might go easy on these hooligans. But the state is going to crack down on these hooligans. Anyone who speaks their mind against the government right now is a hooligan. You always have to watch out for stuff like that with these Nazis. These fascist bastards, anytime they call one of your neighbors a hooligan because they have the nerve to stand up for what they think is right and question the government, well, rest assured, you are in a fascist dictatorship. Welcome to the fascist dystopia. We're in it. Congratulations. They're also calling it Dirty Jersey, which I don't know, seems weird that people on the news are calling it Dirty Jersey because some protesters are upset about a concentration camp being in New Jersey.
announcing a man from Brooklyn has now been arrested and charged for making this threat.
Arson is burning a flag arson? Is burning a chair arson? Is that arson? Maybe you don't know what arson is. Robin Scott Williams, should we look up arson? What's the definition of arson? The sun so bright, the stars at night, deep in the heart of Texas. Merriam-Webster, in America, burning a property such as buildings, especially with criminal or fraudulent intent. Yeah, usually people do it for insurance fraud and stuff like that. That's what arson usually is. Thank you so much for playing. You are an illiterate magger. Congratulations. One more illiterate magger. Thank you for joining. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Your face, you're dead. And the White House warning, quote, ICE operations will not be deterred, riot, obstruct, or assault an officer, and you will be arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
What? If you assault an officer, you will be That's brand new news. If you assault an officer, you'll be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Thank you for the warning. We didn't know that. I thought it was totally okay to assault officers. What? Is that tough talk? Is that what tough talk is? That's what passes for tough talk in MAGAverse now. Tough talk. We're going to prosecute you if you touch an officer, if you assault one of our guys. You're literally shooting people in the face. Did that person face any criminal charges? Huh? Lots of ICE agents who were there say that Alex Preddy was executed. Did anybody face any kind of, I don't know, trial? Were they prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law? No. Assaulting women is okay in America if you're wearing a badge. Oh, it's always okay in America? Hold on. This just in. It's always been okay to assault women in America, and you probably won't go to jail for it or have it be pursued or be prosecuted at all. That assaulting women in America is perfectly okay. Okay, cool. I didn't know that. Sorry, everybody. Let's get back to the news.
Games, win stupid prizes. Our next guest went to Delaney Hall himself today to see what all the racket is about. New Jersey Congressman Jeff Van Drew joins us now. Is the situation under control? And just to highlight, it's the people, the criminals, the murderers, the rapists, and the child molesters who are illegal aliens inside that facility who the Democrats are really standing up for, Congressman.
It is bizarre. They never care about the victims, the people that have been hurt, but they always care about the criminals.
That's right. They never care about the victims, the people who have been hurt, like Renee Good, Alex Preddy, Miramar. They never do. They never care about the people who have been hurt, the people in the concentration camps wallowing away who can't see their families, haven't been charged with anything. All the people on the other side of that wall that have not been charged with anything, nobody cares about those people, right?
I don't get it. It's so weird and perverse. However, I also took a look at the hall. I went in there, really spent some time, really dug in. Let me tell you, it was much nicer than I even expected. I thought it would be okay.
This concentration camp was nicer than I expected after they cleaned it up and let me in. I love concentration camps. If it's a nice concentration camp, it's okay, right? If it's nice, what's the problem?
Got full medical care. A lot of these people
They have full medical care. What are you complaining about? Why are you complaining about concentration camps? They got doctors.
I mean, they've got high blood pressure, cardiac disease. They've got diabetes, other problems. And they have a full-time physician there that is taking care of them.
Oh, then why do we keep on losing people? Why do all these detainees keep losing their lives? So weird that the bloodiest year in ICE history was 2025. It's so strange that the bloodiest year was just last year. It's almost like they didn't have doctors and didn't have latrines and didn't have cleanliness. It's almost like disease ran through those places. Like when you take a bunch of people from lots of different places and you put them all in one place, disease spreads. It's one of the problems with bees in California. They take bees from all over the country, and 96% of them end up in California at the same time. And so if one of them had some kind of parasite or some kind of disease, now all of them got it. You see how that works? You can't do it, man. It's not good for America.
Nurses, they're recreational areas. They have, people don't know this, they have soccer fields in the back where they play soccer, and they have a huge gym area that is nicer than anything I use when I work out every morning. Not making it up. Their food.
You're not making up the fact that you work out every morning? I don't think this guy works out every morning. They have food. guys. They have food. They're allowed to talk and they can breathe. They're breathing.
Square meals a day, good hot meals, chicken, turkey, all the meals are hot. And if you're Jewish, they have kosher. If you're Islamic, they have halal. If you have high blood pressure and are restricted because of all.
This guy's really interested in the high blood pressure thing. This is fucking propaganda. We're treating our Jews very, very well, okay? We're giving them kosher food in Auschwitz. What's the problem? What is the problem? Dachau has a chef on duty. Okay? Bergen-Belsen, they have a soccer field. What are you complaining about? Huh? Auschwitz-Birkenau, they've got all sorts of activities. I don't know why you're complaining.
Things, low salt, low sugar, no allergy food, the whole bit. I mean, I wish that all our seniors in America, American citizens, were treated as well as these people are being treated there.
They say this. MAGA would say, "Thank you, King of Kings." MAGA would say genetic inferiority or something. That's what they say all the time. All the time they say genetic inferiority. They think that blacks are inferior to whites. MAGAs are always saying that shit, constantly. They believe in this. Constant. MAGAs support concentration camps. And child sex, sex rings, and, Jeffrey Epstein, and they support so many other things. But concentration camps, they love concentration camps. It's always been their favorite thing. They've been talking about it since I was little. Concentration camps in America. These people, proto-maggers, they've always wanted to become this world where we can take the minorities or people that we just don't like the asozial, as they did in Germany, and put them in warehouses. That's what they're doing. And they're making money off of it. That's a private company, by the way. Federal prisoners who have not faced any charges or had any due process whatsoever in a private prison so that they can make money and their stocks going through the roof. Business is booming, baby. Thank you for the donation.
I am disgusted with the left and the other side, Senator Booker and Senator Kim coming there and just not telling the truth.
Congressman, can I just ask you, this is sort of mystifying to me. You're giving us this fairly detailed rundown of the conditions at the place. You've got your colleagues on the other side of the aisle out there talking about the conditions of this place being like some internment camp or something.
It is by definition not an internment camp because we are not at war. An internment camp is where you put people because you're afraid that they might be secret bad guys. So you put them in an internment camp where the promise is that once the war is over, you will be let go. You aren't prisoners, but we're going to suspend habeas corpus and suspend all of your human rights because we think that you might be an enemy. That's an internment camp. So those aren't internment camps. This is a concentration camp because these people have committed no crime other than they are a part of a group that the state doesn't like. That is a concentration camp. It's not a prison because they haven't faced any charges or gotten convicted. Prison is where you send someone after they've been convicted. A jail is where someone stands accused of a crime and is awaiting trial. Sometimes people can stay in jails for up to a couple years while trials are going on and stuff. But jails are not prisons. Prisons are not internment camps, and internment camps are not concentration camps. This is a concentration camp. They'll call it a detention center because the people are being detained. But when you're being detained, it's while they're investigating. But no investigations are taking place. So what is it? It's a concentration camp. Never forget that the concentration camps of Germany were done so they can separate people between laborers and deportees. That's what the original concentration camp system in Germany was built for. It turned out a little different towards the end. They like to tell me I don't know what they're talking about. No, their culture is their excuse now. I was a dumb maggot 7 years ago. I know you all. Oh, Deus King of Kings, thank you for no longer being part of that cult. I would say that's a victory. I would say, welcome back. Welcome out of the Matrix. Welcome back to Earth, Neo. Thank you so much, DS King of Kings, for supporting this channel. You're right. They'll say, oh, it's their culture. Yeah, I know. I've seen that all the time. Oh, it's their culture. It's their culture. Yeah, it's their culture. They're racist. They want to say it's their culture, and therefore they're undesirable, and therefore they belong in concentration camps. And then they'll argue about, they want the argument to be about the conditions within the concentration camp, not about the fact that they are suspending human rights in order to put people into concentration camps. They want you to be like, yeah, but it's nice. They got nice toilets. They got nice doctors. We treat them very well. We've only had 3 suicides this week. They want to pretend as if the conversation is about the treatment of the prisoners. But they're not. That's not what the conversation's about. The conversation and the reason why the protesters are there is because having concentration camps in America is antithetical to our idea of freedom, liberty, all that good stuff that we like when we see the red, white, and blue. You know what I'm saying? That's what that is.
Like 2 wildly different realities. Are there any of your colleagues on the other side of the aisle?
Don't forget to like and subscribe. This is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube, everybody. Morning Sky Show, the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you.
Who have seen this place with their own eyes. Are they willing to come out and say, look, here's the real deal? Because right now it's like you just have 2 people telling completely different stories, 2 sides.
Well, they're just trying to create chaos. They're not telling the real.
If you're ex-MAGA, I love you. You know what? I don't blame people who voted for Donald Trump. Everyone can get bamboozled. That ain't the end of the world, man. Everyone can be tricked. Everyone's fallen for a con. There's no shame in that. But the problem is if it's June 2nd, 2026, if you're still supporting Donald Trump, you are an accomplice to the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein because you are involved in the cover-up. Thank you so much for being here. If you're wearing one of those red hats, you're a chomo.
Deal. I went there. I'm telling you how it is. And if anybody wants to go on a lie detector, I'll go on it with them. You can go through the process. I am telling you the truth. I know it's almost counterintuitive. It's hard to believe. It's so different from what they're saying. They're looking at it and just not reporting anything accurate back. But I mean, it's, whether it's the food or the medical care or the recreation or the cleanliness or any of it. And I talked to some of the people there. Are you okay? How you doing? Some of the people that are the detainees. I mean, this is nonsense. They want to release all these people. Some of them are drug czars. Some of them have domestic.
Oh, they're drug czars now, are they? All these people in the concentration camps are drugs. Some of these are drug czars. They're drug czars. Really? Is that really? I'll tell you what. Keep the drug czars. Let all the abuelas out. Let all the abuelas and children out. You fucking hypocrite. You piece of garbage. Trump's COVID handling broke me immediately. I mean, I knew a lot of people that on January 6th left the MAGA cult. I knew a lot of people that were MAGAs and they didn't want to do that. Yes, poor horses. Absolutely. They are militarized animals. Thank you so much, DS King of Kings. Can I get some jubilation for DS King of Kings? He's supporting this channel in this hour today. Thank you so much.
Like abusers, felons, illegal guns. We don't want them back on the street. And in fact, she should go a step further in New Jersey, the governor, cooperate with ICE because we should empty out any of them that are in our prisons, our state facility, so the New Jersey taxpayer isn't taking the hit and they should be detained.
What do you mean? Why should those are our prisoners. Why should they're paying their debt to New Jersey, not to the federal government. Meanwhile, if you have a drug czar, put him on trial. Put him on trial, Van Drew, Jeff Van Drew. He is a U.S. congressman from New Jersey, 2nd Congressional District. Why would you? This guy serves his party in the federal government. These poor horses, yeah, they've been militarized for this. And horses are mostly peaceful animals.
And deported to their country of origin. And the last thing I'll say, if they don't like it, if they don't like the conditions, the U.S. government will help them and to self-deport, give them what they need to self-deport and get out and go back. They don't want to go back. They're living better than they ever have.
They're living better than they ever have in these concentration camps. This is exactly what Hitler said, that the concentration camps are actually good for the Jew because they're going to be living better than they ever have. We're going to deport them to Eastern Europe where they belong, and they'll live better lives because they won't be part of the German life anymore. They won't be part of a place that wants to kill them. They'll be someplace else. Get them out of the pogroms. It's good for everybody. It's better for everybody if we just get them out of here. That's what Hitler said about the Jews. And then he made the argument that they're living better than they ever have. It's better for everybody. Why would you bring in a child? Why would you bring a Jewish or black child into the world if they're just going to suffer? This is what they said. This was their argument for the Holocaust. Well, what would become the Holocaust? Jeff Van Drew is Oh my God, look how short this guy is. Look at the picture. Oh my God, this guy's like 4 feet tall.
Oh, with the news that the Justice Department.
Dude, that's got to be embarrassing. Oh no, I just realized he's in this little car and he's just a tiny little man. Jeff Van Drew, you're such a tiny little guy.
And has kind of temporarily halted work on this anti-weaponization fund.
Yeah, Dems will be living there better too because Dems were living in dirty, horrible cities. They're going to be living better in the concentration camps. That's what they said. They took all the Jews and they put them in ghettos, and the ghettos were not looking good. Then they took all the people and they put them in camps. And it was better than the ghettos. It's better than the ghettos. The Democrats will look better they'll be better in the camps. They'll be better off in the camps. They'll be better off for everybody if we just put them into camps.
And it could be the first step toward the Trump administration dropping it. The Senate could move ahead with this $70 billion immigration enforcement package. How do you see it moving in the House if it gets out of the Senate?
I very much believe it will pass the House. I mean, we work on these ridiculously thin razor margins, I know. And of course, again, the other side going to say things that aren't true, that we don't need it, that they're, that ICE are sadists. They're not. They're just good people doing a good job. The whole thing isn't true. But nevertheless, I believe we will stick together on this, and I believe we will get it done. And I believe the Senate will get it done now. We owe the American people no less. These are not only illegals, they're illegal criminals that we're
are they?
Trying to get the hell out of this country.
Put them on trial then, dumb shit. Easy. If they're criminals, put them on trial. No, you don't want to put them on trial. Why not? Put them on trial. That's how we do it in America. They're criminals? Because you say so? Because you say so, they're criminals. Well, I think you're a criminal. You're a fucking criminal. We should string you up. Should we? Or should we put you on trial first to see if I'm telling the truth? Maybe we should put you on trial first. It's not going to be much of a trial, though. It's just going to be me with a gavel. Clack, clack, string him up. Clack, clack, wood chipper. Those autistics, too, they'd be better. Man, seriously, that's exactly the type of shit. I did look up arson. I just read the definition, dumb shit. Those autistics, too, they'll be better off. Yeah, that's why when RFK Jr., he won't shut the fuck up about autistic people, and he wants to make a list of all the autistics. Yeah, put all the artists in there. All the artists that are autistic, put them in the camps. Anyone who questions the state, they must be autistic. I guess you guys have never seen Justice at Nuremberg. You go to watch Justice at Nuremberg with Montgomery Clift and Spencer Tracy, Judy Garland. You should watch it. It's a fantastic film. It's a wonderful film. You should definitely watch it. Oh, man, finally some good comedy. Let's all relax. Take a deep breath, everybody. It's Gutfeld. He's going to make some funnies about all the guys dying in concentration camps. It's going to be great. Or what do you think? Is he going to attack the people in the concentration camp, or is he going to attack the people protesting the fact that we have concentration camps in America?
All right. One of you is getting lucky tonight. Good evening, everyone. So in her new memoir, Jill Biden says that when Joe was in the White House...
Oh, I like this. I like this. Thank you, Diaz, King of Kings. RFK wants to put me on the list for being born. I'm already on many lists. I'm on all the lists. That's okay. Don't worry. I'll be on that list right next to you. When they black bag me and put me in the camp, remember, I was a person. Remember that I was a person who tried to stand up for the little guy.
He watched Fox News. I know. And he would often turn to her and say, wow, I'm glad I'm not Joe Biden. Isn't that amazing? Dr. Jill also claims...
It's not that amazing. I mean, Donald Trump can't stop watching CNN.
...demanded Joe endorse her 20 minutes after he decided to step down. In her defense, she was trying to beat the icy grip of death.
So, didn't he throw a conniption fit when... Didn't he throw a conniption fit when Jimmy Kimmel told the joke about about Melania being having that almost widow glow, I think expectant widow glow, I think is what he said, and it was like, how dare you joke about how old Donald Trump is? God damn you, Jimmy Kimmel! But now it's okay for the same guy who complained about Jimmy Kimmel do it is telling jokes about Joe Biden dying, and hey, I'm here for it. I think it's funny to tell jokes about old people dying. That's fine. That's fine. I think it's great. Tell Joe, why have 80-year-old presidents if you can't joke about them dying any minute? I mean, we should all be taking bets on what day he'll die. That would make it more fun. As long as we're going to keep electing 80-year-olds, the best thing we could all do is have a national lottery system where we all pick the day and times when he's going to die, and whoever wins gets a big payday. That would be fun. But no, we all just have to watch them slowly deteriorate on the news while they can't string sentences together and they forget who's alive and who's dead. And Donald Trump doesn't know that Frederick Douglass died in like the 19th century and that that the Declaration of Independence was written before the Constitution and before the Civil War. Like the fact that our president doesn't know that or has forgotten that is, well, that's not as fun as betting on when they're going to die. I'm totally into joking about when these guys are going to die. They're over 80. If I met an 80-year-old this Sunday, and she was joking about herself dying. It's okay to joke about 80-year-olds dying. Okay, it happens to all of us. When you hit 80, those jokes gotta come.
Dr. Jill also says she was shocked when Kamala lost the election to Trump. Meanwhile, Joe Biden said he was shocked when he jammed his tongue into an electric socket.
What?
According to reports, Graham Plattner, the main Senate candidate with a Nazi tattoo, exchanged sexual texts with several women while he was married. Worse, he met them on the app OK Hitler.
I think they're really offended by the fact that he had a Hitler tattoo because they're like, only our guys have Hitler tattoos. That's our thing. I feel like that's why MAGA hates Graham Plattner so much, is because he used to be one of them. He used to have the Hitler tattoo, which is totally like a Pete Hegseth thing, man. Like, I don't like Graham Plattner, but I know a lot of people watching probably like him. But I think the reason why MAGA hates him is because he's a defector. It's kind of like when the Soviet Union, when you left the Soviet Union, and you defected to the United States, you were persona non grata. They hated you. Same thing with Cuba. If you left Cuba and went to the United States, you were called a gusano, which means worm.
For the mayoral primary election in L.A., Spencer Pratt's name is first on the ballot. Yeah. All right. Which helps, since most voters are in a rush because they're on fire. Barack Obama's Instagram was hacked. It was a pretty easy account to crack. They simply guessed his password was "I'm Kenyan." A man was arrested for exposing himself outside a Florida Taco Bell. Other than that, I had a great weekend in Miami. Thank you.
That's actually kind of funny. That's kind of funny that he exposed himself at a Taco Bell.
Thank you. Hillary Clinton recently...
Thank you for laughing. Thank you. Oh, my God. He got a laugh. Gutfeld got a real laugh.
...complained about all the White House construction for the upcoming UFC event. I guess she's really sensitive about homewreckers. Finally. Thank you.
A Lewinsky joke, man. We're going deep tonight. We're going way... This is not very topical. Does anybody even remember who Monica Lewinsky was?
And finally, the NYPD is investigating footage that showed several men coming out of a manhole at 2 a.m.
This is so weird. Have you heard about this?
Or as the cops call it, pulling a reverse Don Lemon.
Oh, dude, you had to make it a gay joke. I was thinking about the Ninja Turtles, and he has to tell a gay joke about Don Lemon every night. I think that's in his contract. Is it funny to you that he's gay? Is it funny to you, Maggers, that Don Lemon's gay? Is that really gets your dick hard, makes you laugh real hard? Don Lemon, ha 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 ha! Manhole. When I thought about manhole, I thought about Don Lemon. That's a weird thing to think about. I was thinking about the Ninja Turtles. I think a Ninja Turtles joke would have been funnier than a gay joke.
I don't know what that means. All right. So for 3 weeks, violent nutbags clashed with police at an ICE facility in Newark, New Jersey. Just last night, 20 were arrested. Other lunatics were cuffed for kicking, punching, and one guy, Brendan...
You can love... that's my favorite about the nutbags and lunatics. Violent nutbags and lunatics. You mean peaceful protesters that the police escalated when they brought tear gas and guns and horses? That?
Geyer bit an ICE agent. Others, like this overgrown chia pet, threatened to kill agents and their families.
Family's dead. Come on, children, your wife, I'm all dead. My boy, I have your face, mother. You're dead. Dead.
He's now hosting a show on MS Now.
I mean, people get upset when you beat them and throw gas in their faces.
So he was arrested. He's facing federal felonies. But that's their idea of a peaceful protest, threatening not just an officer, but his entire family. New Jersey.
Yeah, that's still peaceful. Did he do it? I mean, don't tell me you love... America likes to pretend that they like peaceful protests, but they don't. If you stand anywhere long enough, they'll come and beat the living shit out of you. They arrested Martin Luther King Jr. 30 times, and then they murdered him when he wouldn't stop doing what they didn't like. And he was super peaceful. They killed him. The FBI killed him. They sent letters to his house to try to get him to kill himself, and then they killed him when he didn't do that. That's how it works. They don't like peaceful protests. They like this. So they could take clips out of it and pretend that you were the one who was violent because you said, please stop putting people into concentration camps. How dare you tell us to stop putting people in concentration camps, you violent nutbag lunatic?
Governor Mikey Sorrell blames the violence on outside agitators. It's the people from outside her state creating the chaos, and she wants them gone.
Yeah, they were actually just standing there. They were just standing there, and then the cops showed up with tear gas and rubber bullets and horses, and they started beating them. We saw it. They set up little yellow things. They sat down in the street, and they were sitting there, and then the cops escalated, and they always do. I've been in tons of protest situations. It's always the cops that strike first. Every time. Every time. Think about it. The peaceful protesters, they're standing there with no armor. They don't have helmets. You're lucky if they even have goggles. They're standing there with nothing except maybe a phone. Who's going to be violent? I have a phone. You have a club. Who's the violent one? I have a phone. I have a megaphone. You have a gun. Who's the violent one? Words are violence. If we don't agree. Yeah, if you don't agree with if MAGA doesn't agree with you, words are violence. Exactly. It's so funny because it used to be people on the these woke where they'd say, oh, words can be violence, and MAGA would be like, how dare you say that words can never be violence? What's the definition of violence? Well, I said the same thing. I don't think words are violent. I don't think words are violence. But they do. The pearl clutchers do.
But hold on there, lady. Are you now saying that outsiders aren't welcome? What happened to your concept of sanctuary? Because now you've just adopted the same logic that you condemn when we deal with illegal felons. Oh, they're not from around here, so we should send them back. But what if they're just dreamers? They're just here to assault the people. We aren't.
You're not a felon until you've been convicted of a crime. Like Donald Trump is a felon because he's convicted of a crime. Luigi Mangione is not a felon because he has not been convicted of anything. You see? You understand how that works? Luigi Mangione is presumed innocent until proven guilty. Donald Trump is a felon because he's been proven guilty. You see how that works? You can't just call people felons because they're brown. Well, you can, but you'd have to be a racist piece of shit like Greg Gutfeld. Hey, MAGA have been hypnotized, lobotomized by a multi-layered propaganda, living in an inverted reality. Scary because they're in denial, almost allergic to logic. Thank you for the donation. You're absolutely right. I mean, how can you argue with this? If they've been hypnotized by this Svengali like Donald Trump, this is just like Hitler. Like it's hard to believe that they looked at that little weird guy with the weird little mustache and they're like, "That's our guy. He makes me feel German again. He said Germany first," which he did. Deutschland über alles is just Germany first, and it made people feel like they're German again. Oh, and German has a. Also, you have to look a certain way to be German. And also, anyone whose parents aren't from here, they're not real Germans. Does it sound familiar? Does that sound familiar? Because that's what MAGA says. You're not American if you're not born here. And if your parents weren't born here, you're not a real American. That's what MAGA says. Yeah. I don't get it. I mean, I don't understand why they're so hard for this guy. Left protests are violence, but J6 was peaceful. Yeah, J6 was peaceful. Yeah, and we need to get a $2 billion slush fund to pay J6ers because they were so mishandled. Yeah, that's really funny. That's a good point. Good point, DS King of Kings. I almost forgot about January 6th.
Willing to assault. But Mikey's response, ship him out. Suddenly her sanctuary logic has gone faster than a boner at the View's annual bikini car wash. It's been a while, I know. Every year.
They were literally, Mark Lewis, sitting down, blocking traffic. That's all they were doing. Blocking traffic into the concentration camp. That's what they were doing. Yeah, Sitting. That's what they did. And they got beaten and burned and shot at. Maggots don't feel American without Trump. Good point. Yeah, this whole thing. Maggots only feel American when they have Donald Trump saying that they're better, that they're somehow superior to someone else. It's white supremacy. That's all it is.
Once it gets warmer. But I get it. These aren't your protesters of old.
They were abused, jailed for years without a trial. Some of them were jailed for a year waiting for trial. That's common in America. I mean, that's just the way America is. I'm against that, by the way. But that's just part of, and then they were convicted. And a lot of them admitted it. They said, yeah, I beat the shit out of that cop. And those people are out. So you're okay with that, beating the shit out of police, as long as you're doing it for Donald Trump. Rad.
Morphed over the past 6 years from going mopey to mentally ill. Because it seems the left's activism has become so extreme and unappealing that most normies have bailed. And then the politicians, media, and podcasters show up, and they outnumbered the psychopath.
Kirk Wilson, you might be a Republican, but MAGAs are not Republican. They are the Nazi party that ate the Republican Party. Almost every Republican that in my lifetime said something about immigration being that's a very important component of the American experience, and we need to have some way of handling people when they get here, somehow of integrating people into society, somehow of filtering out the bad ones. It's always been that way. Not until now. Until now, it's take anyone who's brown and put them in a concentration camp.
Yet they pretend this is organic when it's manufactured, but manufactured with bad parts, like when I bought that used heart valve from Ecuador. So the Dems are drawing their cannon fodder from unstable people with literally nowhere else to go. It's pure exploitation. Remember
pure exploitation.
MK Ultra, that secret government plan to use drugs to recruit and brainwash people into covert government ops?
Well, yeah, remember when the government did that? But now you trust the government. Great point. The government literally gave people LSD trying to learn about brainwashing so that they can turn people against. Yes, MK Ultra was a real thing where they used LSD and other brainwashing tactics to try to brainwash people into doing what they want and serving the state. And you trust them. You think the states are the good guys and that you could trust them to only put the right people into concentration camps. Way to go. MK Ultra is a wonderful example of why you shouldn't be doing what the state tells you to do. You shouldn't be just accepting what their narrative is ever. Because of things like MK Ultra and COINTELPRO and all sorts of fucking JFK assassination.
Well, the Dems, they got it easy. Their recruits are already brainwashed and high. Now you just point them in a direction, like an ICE facility, and hope that one or two
they're
guys,
high now
that's the
too.
goal. People with nothing to live for, no friends, family, or future, become martyrs for mayhem. Meanwhile, the rioters have
martyrs for mayhem. Yeah. I thought first it was that they were paid protesters. Now that never caught on because they're not paid protesters. Now they're not paid protesters. Now they're just crazy high. They're all high and have nothing to live for. It's just like when the government did MK Ultra. So wait a second. The government did MK Ultra, but you think the people protesting are the ones brainwashed? Make that make sense. The government did MK Ultra. But rather than thinking that the ICE agents are the ones that are brainwashed by the government, it's the people protesting for the freedom and liberty of the people in concentration camps. They're the brainwashed ones. Okay. Not the people working at the concentration camp. Those guys, the people working at the concentration camp are the free thinkers. Yes, boss. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Those aren't brainwashed. Those guys are not brainwashed. It's the people protesting.
more cash thrown at them than a Somali Learning Center. Where's that coming from? Who's standing in the shadows weaponizing this sad carnival? Big-time left-wing money, the same donors who funded the old bats at No Kings. They're like a national touring theater group with paid actors. Instead of doing Shakespeare in the Park, they're creating...
they're paid as well. They're paid actors, and they're also crazy and brainwashed. Got it.
A cuckoo's nest in the dark, giving rioters helmets, knee guards, military-grade goggles, welding gloves.
Everyone who disagrees with me, Donald Trump as a nutcase or a paid actor, I've made the government trustworthy and believable now. That's the thing. The government's trustworthy and believable. They believe the government. The yes, sir men. Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Concentration camp, sir! Those guys aren't brainwashed. And by the way, those guys are also paid. They're paid and they're brainwashed. But Greg Gutfeld and the other propagandists will have you believe that the person outside saying, no concentration camps, resist, Those guys are the brainwashed paid actors. Ding dong. Thank you for the donation.
Respirators. It's the Battle of Midway for those picked last in dodgeball. These aren't grassroots protests. And lucky for the party, when you lose one protester, another steps in, because in that angry, sad world, there's no shortage of disenchanted souls. Recent data found adults that identify as libs are more likely to be depressed than conservatives. Liberal women were 3 times less likely to be happy than Republicans, so they're there for the picking. A party that's becoming more extreme and their antics more insane scours.
They're upset at the world because they've been cheated. Now, what about the people taking... I'd love to hear about what you think about all the people taking $50,000 bullshit signing bonuses. By the way, they don't get $50,000 like that unless they stay for 5 years. But $50,000 bonuses in order to join ICE. Tell me about them. How come there's so many of those people? Are those patriots?
The unstable for shock troops to their cause. It's basically a war between our republic and an insane asylum. Guess which side the Dems are on. Let's hear it!
That's period. Is that fucking
This secret agent
Sam Elliott?
can kill you with boring conversation. Former CIA operative and host of the President's Daily Brief podcast, Mike Baker.
Who is that guy? Who's the not that
He
guy?
once hosted Are You Smarter Than a Fifth
Oh my
Grader, which was
God!
the original
It's
title.
Jeff Foxworthy. I thought that was Sam Elliott. Now you must be a redneck if you watch Gutfeld every day. You might be a redneck. Now, I don't know if y'all are supporting Donald Trump, but if you support Donald Trump on June 2nd, 2026, you might be a chomo. War is peace, freedom is slavery, disagreement is fake, conformity is uniqueness, obedience is virtue, knowledge is poison, ignorance is bliss. D.S. King of Kings, it's Orwellian, it truly is. Up is down, left is right, black is red, black is white, blue is red. Yeah. Yeehaw. You guys saw that Jeff Foxworthy, his whole thing was, now how can you tell if you're going to be a redneck? He used to always tell those jokes. Jeff Foxworthy, that's him. But we don't have time for this shit. We're not going to watch Jeff Foxworthy.
Mike Zarelli's a retired Navy SEAL officer.
Fox
So
News.
the president kind of had a...
Oh, man, I love this. Fucking Jesse Waters is so horny right now. Jesse Waters is so horny. He has a military man in front of him. Look at him. He's like, let's get closer. Look at... Jesse Waters has a little back thing. Look, did Jesse Waters put his back out? He's got a back brace on his chair. The other guy doesn't have a back brace on it. What's going on, Jesse? Does Jesse Waters have back problems? I got to Google this. Does Jesse Waters have back problems? Let's see. Yes, Jesse Waters previously experienced severe back problems. The Fox News host underwent a successful surgical procedure to address the issue. Following a period of recovery, he returned to his regular on-air hosting. How did he break his back? Why Jesse Waters took a break? Inside his back surgery. Oh my gosh. Jesse Waters has been having his back put out every day for years with all the butt sex. Holy crap, I had no idea. A weak lumbar. That's because he's twerking, man. When you're throwing it back all day long, I'm guessing you could get like, with Jesse Waters just constantly throwing it back, you're gonna have lumbar. I don't know what cervical piece is right down there. I don't know how it goes, the numbers. It's like C to L. I don't know. I don't know how they number those little bones in there. Vertebrae, I think they're called vertebrae. I don't know how the vertebrae are numbered, but Jesse Waters does. Gerbils. He's got a prolapsed anus. Oh no. Oh God. Donald Trump is goatsy. Look up goatsy. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Disagreement is fake. Jesse Waters is manly. Jesse Waters is manly. He can take it like a man. Take it like a man, boy. I'm going to make you squeal like a pig. Oh, God. Did Grindr sponsor Jesse's corrective surgery? For sure. Yes, they're a main sponsor of the show, of Jesse Waters' show. Oh, my God. I didn't know. L1 to L5, is that the one? Thank you so much. Can I get some jubilation and emojis in the chat for everyone helping out to support the channel today? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm desperate for money right now because I'm doing a big move. It's freaking me out. All right, thank you so much, Jesse Waters. throwing it back for America. Jesse Waters breaking his back for America. Brought to you by Grindr. When you want a man, just swipe left. I don't know. I don't know. I know that the logo is like a mask for some reason. I don't understand the culture, I guess, anymore. Growing up, I knew a lot of gays, but since Grindr, I just don't have that many gay friends that know. I'm going to call my gay friend in Virginia today and ask him if he's on Grindr and whether or not he's ever seen Jesse Waters on there. Because Jesse Waters, I think, lives in New York. Where does Jesse Waters live? What city? Long Island. He has a $2.8 million mansion located in Bernardsville, New Jersey. He upgraded it to 10,296 square foot estate on Bernardsville Mountain after previously renting a condo in Manhattan. Good for him. Good for him. He still has a pied-à-terre in New York where he can meet his Grindr dates. Nice. Nice. Good for you, Jesse Waters. I love to see a gay man succeed in America. It's really nice. I love it.
A hot call with Netanyahu. What do you make of that?
I think Netanyahu's going to do what Trump says. He put him back in the box in this one.
Donald Trump literally bombed a whole country and went to war because of something that Benjamin Netanyahu told him. I don't think it's going to go the other way. I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu's doing what Trump says.
And, hey, Israel has a right to self-defense, preservation, and I know Iran's not happy about it. Here's the biggest misconception, I think, overall, is that Trump needs a deal like he's watching the clock. Iran needs a deal, and their economy is watching the clock.
Watching
the biggest thing.
Did he just say watching the cock? What the fuck? Look, man. Oh, no. Come on.
Iran needs a deal, and their economy is watching the cock.
I was just joking about Jesse Waters and this military man having a thing. And now I am sincerely, I believe it. Jesus Christ. Watching the cock. I bet you are watching the cock. Jesse Waters gets in front of you. That's what else could be on your mind. He's like, Jesse, ask your questions quickly because it's getting hot in here. Jeez Louise. Watching the cock. Oh, no. Better put that back out. Jesse Waters with his back out.
Clock. But the biggest thing is,
biggest thing he can't. No. Watching the cock, but the biggest thing, he just can't recover. He can't recover, bro. He can't recover.
Economy is watching the cock, the clock. But the biggest thing is, people miss the story about Iran.
But the biggest thing is, this is at 1.5 speed. It's way slower. So let's just keep
internal power struggle going on, and that's evident through Peshkian resigning with the IRGC. And so, he is showing that the internal power struggle amongst elite factions for a post-Khamenei era is what's really going on. So Trump can sit back and watch.
So wait, back up. So tell me what's going on. You're saying that the leader of the IRGC has stepped down?
So whether the story is true or not, and the internal Iranian media is denying it.
Oh, now I'm just now I'm just waiting for this guy to slip up again and say some more gay shit, man. Jesse Waters, got to get that lumbar support, son.
It shows the plausibility of that power struggle going on. We've known about this. The elite factions arguing for what a post-Khamenei era looks like. They want survival. So Trump can sit with the blockade and continue to do damage to a comatose economy and continue to just eradicate it. And he holds all the leverage. And negotiations don't minimize leverage. Leverage happens, or negotiations happen because of leverage. So Trump is in a great position. And let me say this, I'll finish with this, to his comment about the Democrats relaxing. We finally have a president that's actually making decisions, not like a first-term president or a CEO looking at the quarterly reports worried about stockholders. He's making foundational decisions of what's right for Americans a decade from now.
Yeah, Donald Trump's thinking 10 years ahead because he's 80 years old, and that's sure. Donald Trump is thinking 10 years ahead, like every 80-year-old. They're thinking about what's good for you 10 years from now. Always have been.
When you look at some of the attacks across the strait, the drone attacks, some of the missile launches, while these negotiations are going on, do you think these are rogue commanders that are launching these strikes, or is this a coordinated effort with the negotiators to put a little pressure on the United States?
I think it's the IRGC hardliners that are totally just not congruent with the civilian political class. And ultimately, I think if strikes start again, there's a few things I would do. Hit the coastal offensive capabilities immediately and hammer them hard. The other thing I would do is take Carg Island and actually offload the oil into our...
Gotta hammer them hard, Jesse. What are we talking about here, Jesse? We're gonna hammer them hard. The coastal... infrastructure. We're going to hammer them so hard. We're going to take Carg Island. We're just going to take it, baby. Take the Carg. Take that Carg Island. Take it. Yeah, take it. Make it squeal like a pig. You sure got a purty mouth. Jesse Waters, you got a purty mouth. You got a purty mouth, Jesse Waters. I want to hammer it hard.
Take risk, put it in holding for the people of Iran once they take over the country.
Like we did with Venezuela.
Like we did with Venezuela. But let's not cause permanent damage to their wells, knowing that this regime is eventually going to fall.
All right, well, that could come pretty soon. I'm not sure how much patience anybody has at this point anymore when you see...
I don't think these guys, I don't think these guys have any patience, man. These guys have a magnetism. These guys got so much chemistry. Woo, the sexual tension in this room over at the Jesse Waters studio, you could cut it with a knife.
Price is going up, but it looks like the president has a strong grip on things.
I understand.
The president's got a real strong grip on it, does he? He is. He's going to hammer it hard as he gets his strong grip. Donald Trump's got such a strong grip. That's why his hands are always purple, because he's always squeezing. He's got such a hard grip. He's always squeezing. He's always squeezing. He's always squeezing, and we love it. Squeeze it, Donald. Squeeze.
When debits don't meet the deposits coming in, but any great outcome requires sacrifice.
Yeah.
And we miss that as American people. And trust me, I empathize with the gas prices, which affects freight and logistics in the supply chain.
Yeah, trust me, I empathize with the gas, peanuts. They're peanuts.
And the price for it. But think about the next generation. I'm willing to go through pain right now, and I'm willing to follow a leader that's making decisions based not on what's popular, but what's right for our country and the Americans that make it.
He's willing to take it. He's willing to take it in the butt for the team. I love that. He's willing to go through some pain for America. I didn't know Jesse was Trump's plumber. Jesse's Trump's plumber. Jesse's Trump's ash hauler. Jesse does anything for Donald Trump. Jesse goes and kisses the ring. He's like, "You want to kiss something else, Jesse?" "Yes, boss. Yes." "Don't throw my back out this time, Donald. Don't throw my back out this time, Donald." I never noticed Jesse Waters' lumbar support on his seat. Maybe he just had a tough weekend. I mean, this was the Monday night show, so he might have had a tough weekend on Grindr, and he just got his back thrown out. You know how it is, boys. You have a tough weekend on Grindr, and then your back hurts all day on Monday. Monday night, you're going to work. I gotta get that lumbar support.
And that is Trump right now.
And 47 seems zeroed in on getting the dust and getting it destroyed, and that's the bottom line. Mike, good to see you. Thank you so much. Be sure to like and...
Donald Trump definitely wants the dust. And by dust, I mean boner bumps. Boner bumps. That's what he likes. That's the whole thing. Thank you, everybody. Donnie can't afford another back surgery. Donnie, I can't afford another. Donnie, I can't afford another. And I got the money, but I don't think my back's going to take it, Donnie. Can I just lay here? Can I just starfish, Donnie? You can starfish. I don't mind. I don't mind if you starfish. Just starfish. Just starfish. Donald Trump's a power mouth. A power... Maybe that's why Donald Trump's jaw always looks kind of... Because he's always got it all the way open. He's always got his mouth all the way open for it. Whew. I really did not expect the cock thing to happen. I'm sorry. That was a funny reaction. I hope that we can clip that into a funny clip. I'm not sure if it's going to play. But if you know any editors, if you know any comedy editors, I'd love. Who edits Keith Edwards stuff? I want Keith Edwards editor.
Subscribe for all the Fox News.
Longtime, highly respected 60 Minutes correspondent Scott Pelley today blasted efforts by his bosses Barry Weiss and David Ellison to hollow out the iconic, hugely successful, critically and commercially CBS News show 60 Minutes. In this moment that we've been talking about.
I said this was going to happen like over a year ago, and I'm surprised that so many people are surprised about this shit.
It is an extraordinary thing to confront anybody, and it happened earlier today in a meeting with the 60 Minutes staff. Status News reports this, quote, Pelley started grilling Barry Weiss's handpicked new executive producer of the program, Nick Bilton.
Wait a second. You prefer the playground God created for us men? Donald Trump's always talking about dicks, so I don't know. Aren't you, Mark Lewis? I think you're a MAGger, right? Maybe I'm getting the name wrong, but MAGger, Donald Trump's constantly. I love women, but oh my God. Arnold Palmer had the most beautiful schlong I ever saw in my life. He used to go in the shower. We love taking showers, don't we, everybody? With big, strong men, the strongest, very handsome men. And oh my God, I love women, but I swear to God. Over the top.
Black Thursday, referencing the day last week in which Barry Weiss carried out mass firings terminating Tanya Simon as executive producer, ousting Sharon Alfonsi and Cecilia Vega as correspondents. Quote, she's murdering 60 Minutes. She does not love this place. She was brought in to kill it. And she's doing exactly that.
No shit.
In the meeting, Scott Pelley pointed out that
Shocking.
Barry Weiss has, quote, no qualifications for her job, and told Bilton, the new guy, quote, you have slender qualifications for this job. Pelley, the former anchor of CBS Evening News, noted that the changes Barry Weiss has made to that program, quote, have been catastrophic. He went on, quote, so why should we expect any of this is going to be any better, Scott Pelley asked Bilton. Charles Farrell, a top Weiss deputy and managing editor of CBS News, interjected then, telling Scott Pelley that he was being, quote, rude. He said this, quote, this is not actually productive. Quote, this is not an interview. Pelley shot back, quote, it's working for me. Anybody came into our house? This is 60 Minutes, Scott Pelley added. Quote, I guess you wandered in expecting to read a statement off, end quote. The veteran newsman then told Bilton and Farrell that the way management handling the firings was, quote, cruel. Farrell, the guy on the evening news side, interjected again, responded again by calling Scott Pelley, quote, rude. Pelley shot back, quote, I'm not being rude. I have some pretty, you know what was rude? Black Thursday. That was the absolute definition of rudeness, Pelley said, quote, telling Tanya Simon she had to be out of the building at 5 o'clock, sending Dragan Malovich to HR to get fired because nobody could look him in the eye, not talking about Tanya's contract, not talking about Sharon Alfonsi's contract, not talking about Cecilia Vega's contract, just calling them up and telling them they were fired. That is rude. This is a conversation. That is rude, and you were part of that, end quote.
Damn.
Joining us at the table, the journalist who has that extraordinary history in the making moment, exclusively Oliver Darcy.
I don't know. I don't know why people are shocked by this. Like, you knew this was going to happen. Now it's happening. This is how it happened in Putin's Russia. They went and he put his people in charge of newsrooms, and they closed one or two. And it wasn't so big of a deal. They just closed CBS 60 Minutes. Who cares, right? It's just one. So what? They just fired Stephen Colbert. Who cares, right? It's just one guy. Who cares? That's what they said about Putin. And then when the last one closes, everyone's going to be like, how did we let this happen? When the last newsroom closes and is taken over by state TV, by Donald Trump's hand-picked sycophants, you'll be like, oh, I didn't know this was going to happen. I can't believe it. I could barely believe it. I could barely believe this is happening. This is just like Putin's America. This is just like Saddam Hussein's America. And to which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Donald Trump doesn't know the words to the flag salute. Remember when he forgot the words to the flag salute? Like, I don't know. I don't expect every American to know the flag salute, but I expect the president to know the flag salute. I know it. How do I know it? Donald Trump doesn't know Our Father, the Our Father prayer. He doesn't know Hail Mary. He doesn't know that the Declaration of Independence was before the Constitution and not after the Civil War. Laura Ingram's got an angle. Let's hear it.
I thank you, as always, for joining us. It's do or die in California. That's focus of tonight's angle.
Do or die, California!
We have a big choice. And the choice is saving California or allowing California to simply just fall into the sewer.
I love her. I love her scoffing so much. I'm sure that there are old men who watch this show with their dicks so hard, like there's no Viagra needed, right? They're like, oh, I love the way she scoffs. Oh, the scoff. Just let it fall into, just fall in the sewer.
It's tomorrow night. And the California we once knew and loved is dying. But tomorrow is primary day, and we'll see if there are enough voters who think the state is worth saving. Here's where things stand in the governor's race. Former Biden HHS Secretary and Congressman Javier Becerra is in...
Becerra's in the lead, okay. Press secretary, okay. Becerra's still going. Steyer, the billionaire, not happy about that. Hilton, he's a piece of shit from London. And Bianco is a reactionary from Riverside, where, if you don't know, if you ever saw Breaking Bad, it takes place in Albuquerque. But they only made it in Albuquerque because they wanted it to be in Riverside, and it was too expensive to film in Riverside. But it was written about Riverside, and that's where Bianco, that guy with the mustache on the right, is a sheriff. And he wants to be governor of California.
First place at 28%, with lefty billionaire Tom Steyer at 22, then Republican Steve Hilton right behind him at 21.
What do all... So only one brown person. I'm going with the brown guy. You know what? We got brown pride in California.
Bianco, the other Republican, is down at 12. He should have dropped out. Now, we all know that this is a jungle primary format, and it was implemented to help insulate the liberals from accountability. The top two finishers tomorrow night will be on the ballot in November. So having Democrats finish 1 and 2 would be a total travesty. Why?
Why is that a travesty? Maybe it's a tragedy for you, but it's not a travesty of the system. Democrats, the way it works is the primary is open in California, so they try to get the best candidate. So Republicans can try to be, so everybody can run, and the top 2 go on to the general election. It's an interesting system. California is all DIY politics.
Well, it would mean that residents have to get used to headlines
DIY.
like this.
Do it.
Illegal immigrant
DIY.
accused in triple murder was deported 3 times.
This is a tragedy, and there's words cannot express how terrible this incident is.
Lieutenant Eric Schuler with the Modesto Police Department tells us this incident was so severe, officials closed off the entire area.
What? This is the angle for Ingraham, the Laura Ingraham angle is, well, immigrants again.
Circling the perimeter with red caution tape and called for backup. It's worth noting last year the city of Modesto saw 0 homicides.
3 dead. They were butchered to death by a man who never should have been here in the first place and who was shielded from deportation even after his DUI by California sanctuary policies.
What? You're deporting DUIs now?
And yes, Steve Hilton was right to post this statement on X. Gavin Newsom has the blood of these women and this innocent little baby on his hands. Becerra is no better than Tom Steyer. He's even worse. These Democrats lecture us about their values and how compassionate they are, while their sick sanctuary extremism sets monsters like this free to murder and terrorize our communities.
That's what I love. I love when English people come to California and they start talking about how they hate the American way of life. Great. Shut the fuck up. Go back to England, motherfucker.
But look, as I've said many times, liberals do not care about these deaths. They're trying to change the subject to rally the vote. And how is Tom Steyer's exciting, and what's his exciting outreach to young voters? Well, those chairs were moving. Maybe he wasn't moving any votes, but the chairs were. How can that man be in second place, honestly?
What? What a sick burn. He's shaking hands with young voters at a university outdoor eating area in California, and someone moved a sick burn, Laura Ingraham.
Well, paid advertising, millions and millions.
I hate Steyer. Tom Steyer is a billionaire, and you know how I feel about it. If you have over $999,999,000.99, I want your head on a pike. That's it. I want your head on a pike. Get rid of all your money. If you have over $999,999,000.99, hair on the walls. But Tom Steyer talking to young people at a university campus, which looks like UCLA, because I see that brick building. I think that's UCLA. I've been to UCLA a lot. And they moved the chairs. So that sick burn.
He spent tens of millions of dollars on his campaign. But, of course, Mr. Moneybags has no answers for the state's nightmarish fiscal problems. A victory for Becerra or Steyer would only accelerate the exodus of wealth creators and businesses from the state, which was once a national leader in energy and manufacturing. Look at this list of corporate headquarters that have left the state in recent years. Other parts of the corporations hightailed it out of there. Nice job, Dan.
Yeah, but all their workers are still here, so it's okay. Moving their headquarters ain't the end of the world. Fuck them. I don't care.
Well, the numbers just don't lie. States like Texas, South Carolina, they're booming. But
great. Then what are you worried about? Shouldn't that make you happy? Why aren't you happy about that?
For the past 4 years, more than 1 million residents have left California, and now there aren't enough new residents to replace them. So take a bow, Gavin. You definitely should run for president with that track record. So unless the voters are happy with this...
Fourth richest economy in the world. The whole country depends on Californian industry. So, yeah, I think he should run. I hate Gavin Newsom very much, but, I mean, he's better than Trump. I mean, that's not saying much. Shit, I got a squirrel in my garden who just got killed by a hawk. I just saw a squirrel in my garden get killed by a hawk, and that squirrel would be a better president than Donald Trump. So,
sad state of affairs. Hilton is obviously the only sane choice for voters tomorrow. And the same analysis applies in LA's mayoral primary, where incumbent train wreck Karen Bass is up against Republican Spencer Pratt.
I mean, this is a shit show anyway. LA, fuck. These two clowns are going at it. That's even worse.
Is one of the top issues there. And finally, the entertainment industry is waking up. Posting on Instagram, Entourage creator Doug Ellen is fed up.
5 years ago, didn't lock a door here, but you know what happened? 2 animals invaded my house. And no, I'm not racist because they were wearing masks. I'm not paranoid, so I don't believe your about the stats and the crime because everyone in my neighborhood has got the same problem. And this city has collapsed in the last 5 years. There is no denying it. You say, oh, Spencer Pratt has no experience, so how can we possibly think about this? What experience did Karen Bass have? That's where we are in LA, and we want to fix this place.
So it's
I think Karen Bass actually served on council for a long time. What was Karen Bass's job before she was mayor? She served in the U.S. House of Representatives, representing California from 2011. Oh, she was in the House. She got lots of experience, and before that, she was California State Assembly. So it makes sense, man. Honestly, it doesn't surprise me that she sucks so bad. Congress people make good leaders when they represent people, but they make shitty executives. So like a mayor should not be like. I hate when someone from a congressperson becomes a president, like Joe Biden, for example, Barack Obama. But when a governor does it, like Ronald Reagan and Clinton, like you can hate Ronald Reagan and Bill Clinton. I hate Ronald Reagan and Bill Clinton, but they got shit done. They actually did shit. I hate both of them. Don't get me wrong, but they actually did stuff because they were executive branch from the beginning. They were leaders of large organizations. Arkansas is not as big as California. Reagan was governor of California, and Bill Clinton was governor of Arkansas. Both of them had leadership experience about giant bureaucracies. Even though there's like a small population in Arkansas, their bureaucracy is massive. They have to constantly be playing politics and getting different people who disagree with each other to work together. That's what leadership is. Again, I hate both of their policies, and I think that Reagan and Clinton are almost the same person in a lot of ways, but they were able to do stuff. Every time you get a congressman in, like Barack Obama and Joe Biden, they don't do shit. And then you get someone like Donald Trump, who he's used to being a tyrant because that's how CEOs are. Like in business, you're a dictator. That's how businesses are created, right? That's how they're set up. You're a dictator and everyone else follows orders. So a businessman getting into politics is always bad news because they act like a fascist, because that's what CEOs do. They act like fascists. We should not be listening to CEOs. They're fascists. They are dictators. They are not interested in leadership and helping people. They're interested in the bottom line and making money at everyone else's expense. Governors have to get lots of different people to work together, and they care about the bottom line. They care about their likability and all that type of shit, but they really care about getting people to move in one direction, people that normally wouldn't move in one direction. They get them all together and they move them in one direction. That's what leadership looks like. And that's what Bill Clinton and Ronald Reagan had. Even though I hate both of those guys, do you understand? Do you understand the nuance of the shit I'm trying to say? I'm not saying those guys were dudes that I want to hang out with or that I thought they did good for America, but they were able to actually get shit done because of leadership skills and executive leadership skills. And Karen Bass, of course she's a bad mayor because she was a congressperson. She's not good at that. She's good at representation. She's bad. She's good at representation. She's bad at leadership. Is this other guy going to do better? Probably not. Los Angeles seems doomed for another 5 years.
Bye-bye woke nonsense. Hello common sense. Now look at where that race stands today.
6
wow,
years.
Pratt and Bass are neck and neck, and it's fascinating that Pratt is leading among Hispanic voters. Well, after all, they're entrepreneurs. They didn't come here to see LA become like Tijuana.
Hispanics are entrepreneurs? I thought they... I'm not even going to touch that.
Closing campaign swing, Bass continued to insult the voters' intelligence.
To me, that's one of the most important issues in our city is people feeling safe. You can't feel safe if there's an encampment there. It's not safe for the people in the encampment, and it's not safe for the people around. How do you do business?
How do you look yourself in the mirror, sweetheart? No wonder Pratt is...
Fucking Ingram. How do you look at yourself in this mirror? I love her little sides, man. She is the most vile creature on television. Laura Ingram is the most unlikable person on television. More than Sean Hannity. She's the worst, and I love her for it.
Seeing a groundswell of support. The voters are furious.
Nobody voted for that no more. We not voted for that. Karen tricked us. She don't get to do that twice. Now you come in here all the way to Crenshaw from the Palisades, and we all got something in common. Let's do it.
Hey, I want to say thank you. I was hoping you would be here today. Melissa Sweetser, I want to say thank you for helping me out on I want to say thank you because I didn't thank you yesterday for your contribution to the channel and supporting this channel. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I will buy more Melania coin thanks to you. Thank you for donating. If you want to support this channel, independent media, and my quest to own all of the Melania coin and also be caffeinated because I'm a coffee addict, please consider making a donation on Venmo, Skyjack23, or Cash App, Skyjack Morgan. That would be super helpful, and I love you for it. I need to put PayPal on there. I keep on forgetting. I'm sorry, because I'm not good with the whole begging for money thing. I'm trying to get better at it. But thank you so much, because I can't really do this unless I ask for money. I don't have any sponsors, and coffee is very expensive. And I make my own coffee. I'm not like I'm going to Starbucks or something. I make my own coffee. I cut my own hair. I don't buy nice things for myself. I buy discounted beer. I do everything I can. I'm very frugal so that I could put all of my attention into this channel. So thank you so much to Melissa for helping me out. I saw that this morning when I woke up. I checked my my Venmo and Cash App and saw that you made a donation. Thank you so friggin' much. I appreciate all you guys. Also, thank you, Steve, if you're watching. I saw that you made a sizable donation too, and I really, really, really appreciate you guys sticking it out with me and becoming Sky City Rebels. If you're a channel member, I love you. I really appreciate you. We do this every day. I've been doing this for years now. I'm so proud of this community that we built together, and from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. You don't understand, like right now, because I'm moving and I'm very cash poor, every penny right now is like accounted for. So I'm elated. I'm over the moon. Like Melania coin. Melania coin's going over the moon. If you're with me, please donate to Melania coin. Invest in Melania coin. But if you're not going to invest in Melania coin, consider making a donation to Skyjack Morgan at Skyjack23 on Venmo and Skyjack Morgan on Cash App.
That's right.
Forget political parties, California. Believe your own eyes.
I've seen at the bus stops, there's people with needles there, and there's actually a homeless shelter. It used to be a skate land, and now they made it into a homeless shelter. And I think 2 years ago, there was a dumping ground of bodies. They found like one body. Like there was a cave behind the homeless shelter, and I just think it's a negligence from the homeless shelter. And
oh man, that's so great. Thank you. I look like a ketamine addict. A lot of people say that Elon Musk is spending a lot of time and money trying to look like me. So that makes sense, right? He's famous for being a ketamine addict, and he spent millions of dollars trying to look like a real man by putting hair plugs in and getting his teeth done and everything, chin implant, penis implant, you know. So thank you. I appreciate that. I don't mind. WWW for the donors. Thank you so much, everybody, for supporting the channel. Appreciate you.
Thank you, and I really hope that you don't forget about the valley.
Bodies dumped in homeless shelter area. That's lovely. Come to California. What a horror show. So how do Democrats defend Bass's record just on her handling of the fires alone?
I think that there is a...
one more thing that she's fucking pissing me off. LA is not California. You know that, right? LA is just our biggest city. Okay, you get that, right? That California also has Yosemite and untouched wilderness and all sorts of ranches and industry, all sorts of stuff going on in California. Nice California. Yeah, you have homeless people, California. Los Angeles, it's always been a rough city. I grew up there. And I love it because I'm from there, but I also don't ever want to live there again for lots of reasons. Some of them being I don't want to slip in human shit when I'm downtown. And, you know, it's not looking good in L.A. It goes up and down. Some things I love. When I go to L.A., there's some things I love about Los Angeles. And sometimes I want to move back. And then I get my head out of my ass and I realize that's a stupid idea. But, man, I'm kind of homesick for the L.A. that I grew up in. But, you know, I live like 90 minutes away from LA today, and I go there fairly frequently. And it's, you know, but it's always been a rough town. It's never been pristine. This idea that it's never had homeless people, it's a lie. This idea it's never been violent is a lie. It's always been a violent, big, crazy city, and a big, sprawling city with something like 8,000 police. That's not enough. That's not enough. In the greater metropolitan area, it's like 15 million people live there with 8,000 cops. That ain't gonna fucking cut it.
Was a lot of hurt and anger after the fires. My view is that the blame of that really needs to go on Donald Trump. They still owe the state $50 billion. They have not worked with Mayor Bass or our governor to get the resources needed, and they have really punished California.
Yeah, that'll work. People who punish California are the Democrats in charge. So if Californians and only Californians vote, Republicans have a real chance to do well tomorrow. Proving that ballot drop boxes are a stupid idea, though, one of them was damaged by fire over the weekend and some ballots burned. In a separate incident, another voting center vandalized. But nevertheless.
Well, I mean, you maggers are burning those things. That's always been a magger thing. You guys burn ballots. It's always been a thing.
In just a few hours, voters do have the opportunity to have their voices heard. You don't have to live like this anymore. It's nutso to do so. You can actually have a functioning state again, where criminals are punished, not coddled, where businesses are welcome, not punished, and where fraud is rooted out, not ignored.
LA has more manufacturing job than any other place in America. Like, you could take 10% and distribute that to the rest of America, and it will still be the largest manufacturing hub of the United States of America, Los Angeles, and the busiest harbor next to the busiest border crossing. Like, the busiest harbors, border crossings, everything are in California.
Where common sense finally rules again. And that's the angle.
Be sure to like and...
That's not the angle. The angle sucks, man. God, she sucks. But her takes suck, but I love her. I love her delivery, you know. I love her delivery. I love watching the propaganda over on Fox News. I'm glad that you guys watch it with me. Thank you so much. All you maggers, I love you. Thank you for being here. You're wonderful. Please consider making a contribution. Skyjack Morgan, Morning Sky is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. Thank you so much for being here at the Morning Sky Show, the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Next up, we've got some fun stuff. It's the big one. It's the big story that everyone's been wanting to watch. Have you heard this new story that everyone's talking about? Legos?
Welcome to ABC 4 News at 10.
Lego my Egos?
And I'm Sarah Murphy.
And I'm Brian McElhatton. Good to have you with us tonight. Our top story for you. A $200,000 Lego collection was allegedly stolen, and allegations of police misconduct protecting those responsible.
It's a story making rounds on...
Look, you like Los Angeles. I love Los Angeles. Los Angeles is great. There's parts of Los Angeles that are just undeniably beautiful. But it's a big, crazy city. Guess what? There's bad neighborhoods and good neighborhoods. You ever been to New York City? It's like that, except spread out to a much larger area. Like, New York is like LA all crunched together and people living on each other like rats. LA is like that, except spread out with beautiful sunrises and sunsets. But, and mountains on one side, the ocean on the other. It's gorgeous. Los Angeles is beautiful. I love Los Angeles. But I also never want to live there again. I'm torn. I'm conflicted. If I were making like $1 million a year, like Hassan Piker, I might live in Los Angeles. Like $1 million. If I were Hassan Piker and made $1 million a year, I'd move to LA. Totally. Just for the weather, man. But if you're not making $1 million a year, it's rough in LA.
Social media, you've likely seen them. Our Mackenzie Diaz joins us here tonight with this massive story. Mackenzie?
Yeah, guys, well, what started as a dispute over a rare Lego collection has grown into a controversy involving online investigators and American Fork Police. Now questions are being raised about how those investigations intersect with law enforcement.
The center of this dispute is a $200,000 Lego collection. Court documents say an Oregon man had...
Dude, that's amazing. $200,000? How do you collect $200,000? Let's call it $250,000. $250,000 Lego... I mean, I know Lego's expensive. I really wanted to get the, did you see they made a Starship Enterprise Lego set? I wanted it so bad. It cost $400. How do you justify that expense? How do you guys justify a $400 Lego set? How do you do it? Like, I love Star Trek. I like Legos. I mean, I haven't played with them since I was a little boy, but I like Legos. I was like, oh man, I want to get this Lego set with the fucking Starship Enterprise. Hell yes. What? $400 for a toy that's just going to like gather dust? I mean, I'm sure it's going to be fun to put together, but then it just gathers dust. It just gathers dust until it finds its way to the landfill.
Assignment agreement with the Bricks and Minifigs franchise to sell their collection. His family sued the franchise, claiming their agreement was breached and that Bricks and Minifigs stole the Lego collection. When the family couldn't get a resolution, they reached out to YouTuber Ben Schneider, who tried taking those reportedly responsible to court. Schneider traveled to American Fork, Utah, where the franchise executive lives, and started documenting interactions with the executive and posting videos. That executive called police several times. One time, police say a man working with Schneider was dressed as a UPS driver attempting to contact the homeowner. And later, a video confirmed that person was working with the YouTuber.
And also reported that a suspicious package had been left at the residence.
In this police body cam video, you can see Schneider in the backseat of a car.
Ben, how's Utah? It's good. You like it? So here's the thing, right? Is that he called in because people were filming his property. He got a package delivered today, right? And I already spoke to somebody else
He was filming him. I have the footage. I have the text messages, right? Let's let civil problems remain civil.
And in one clip, an officer questions Schneider and his crew if they were on drugs.
I have no idea because I've never done any drugs in my life. I'm literally on 4 hours of sleep in the last 2 days.
In another instance, video shows armed officers showing up to the home where Schneider was staying, executing a search warrant. The warrant, made public by police, says police were looking for evidence described as any stolen merchandise, specifically Legos.
American Fork Police Department, make yourself known.
After the search, an officer grabbed his arm, and Schneider claims the officer dislocated it.
No. Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that.
In March of this year, American Fork Police arrested Schneider twice. They charged him with 2 misdemeanors, stalking and targeted residential picketing. Schneider also hired multiple people to help him with it.
This guy stole a dying man's life savings. If your life savings is in Legos, I don't think you had a good plan. You need to talk to a CPA. I know one. Her name is Smokin' Blondie. You need to talk to Smokin' Blondie. Don't store your money in Legos, folks, because some YouTuber's going to steal it. Some YouTuber's going to come to your house and steal your Legos, $200,000 worth.
This investigation, police questioned them too. After his 2 arrests, Schneider's been posting videos online. He's accusing the American Fork Police of misconduct and claims they're siding with the business executive. Last week, American Fork Police released body camera footage and a statement about this.
Our responsibility was to respond to conduct reported here in our community, evaluate the facts available to our officers at the time, and enforce Utah law as officers established probable cause that a crime had occurred.
Bricks and Minifigs corporate franchisor filed a lawsuit against Schneider last week for trespassing, harassment, defamation, and more because of his online content.
And the dispute over the Lego collection remains unresolved, and we have much more information and details on our website at ABC4.
Everyone's talking about this Lego thing, and I think it's wild. Like, first of all, like, I have a comic book collection. I honestly don't know how much it's worth because, like, I bought a lot of shit when I was a kid, you know, and probably there's some comics in there that are worth money. Maybe it's worth, but I don't know. I don't think, do Legos gain value? Like, why? How could a Lego, let me just Google this really fast. How can a Lego collection be worth $200,000? How did they get to, do they gain value as they get older? How is that possible? Just asking. A Lego collection can reach $200,000 valuation through explosive compounding of rare retired sets, highly sought after exclusive minifigures, and pristine unopened packaging. So it's like a comic book collection. Individual minifigures can skyrocket in value. For example, the 2003 Star Wars Cloud City set featuring an exclusive Boba Fett can command thousands of dollars on its own. Oh my God, bro. Americans have too much money. This is late stage capitalism, dude. This is late stage capitalism. That's all this is. 2007 Ultimate Collector's Millennium Falcon, originally retailed for $500, pristine sealed box, can now command $6,000. Cloud City, the one I just said, from 2003 was $100. An unopened set is $16,000. The 2008 Taj Mahal and Cafe Corner, early creator expert modulars that originally sold for $100 to $300, now each fetch thousands. Okay, that makes sense. It is almost entirely expected this consists of hundreds of sealed, unopened sets and rare promotional items. An assembled loose collection will rarely command these premium secondary market prices. Okay, so basically it's the 40-year-old virgin. The 40-year-old virgin kept everything in boxes, never touched it. Like, it just seems so stupid. It's like a Pokemon market, hundreds for paper. Oh my God, I know. DS King of Kings, it's so funny you say that. One of my friends, he works for the company that grades Pokemon cards, and that's what he does. He sits in a room all day, and he, like, presses them, and he looks at them. He looks at them, makes sure that they're, like, 10s or something, and then he puts them in a thing, and then people can say, I have a number 10, it's graded, and now it's worth $5 more. I spent $50 getting it graded, and now it's worth $5 more. It's insane to me. Like, for example, I have this one comic, right? I have this comic. It's the first appearance of War Machine, okay? It's Iron Man 282. It's kind of a famous comic. I bought it when I was a little kid. I bought it for the face value, which was probably like 75 cents or something. 282. Let me see if I can get an image. Iron Man 282. Here it is. Okay, so let me see. I'm going to share this screen. This is what it's worth. This is what it looks like. It's the first appearance of War Machine. Here it is for $50. Here it is for $6,000 at 9.8 because it's in a little box. Somebody spent $50 or $100 to put it in this little box and get graded, and now he's trying to sell it for $6,000 on Iron Man. But here it is for $50. Here it is for $150. Supposedly, it normally gets about $200 for this comic, okay? It's not the most expensive comic I have. It's just a famous comic that people know and want. It's a pretty cool comic. The cover, I think, looks really badass. I think it's pretty cool. I remember when I was a kid, I thought it was dope. I just thought it was so cool, the Iron Man. Here's two War Machine comics together, 282 and 283. They'll probably get a lot more money. Here it is, 282 with the figurine, you know. They're trying to sell it even more. But you can get these things graded, and then you could charge more for them. So you could see how ungraded they're getting like $100, $50, $100, 18. Oh, this looks like it's, I don't know what this is. But they mostly catch between $100 to $200, and then if you get it graded, you could sell it for $500 or $600. But then you can never read it. Like, these things were meant to be read. This guy has all of them ungraded, the whole run, and he's selling all of them for $150, the entire run. And that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It looks like 10 comics. So anyway, the point that I'm trying to make is this grading system has ruined comic book collecting. I think it's ruined everything. Original Nintendo in the box are worth buying bucks. It's insane to me. G.I. Joe also got big. Yeah, it's so weird. Why do you want them in the case, though? That's what I don't get. Still more valid than Bitcoin. Yeah, right. But the case thing seems stupid to me. Having an object is totally cool. Listen, collecting stuff is fun. Everyone knows that, right? Collecting. There's a reason why I keep hauling my stupid comic books from one place to another. I still buy comics. I still read comics, but I read them. I enjoy them, and then I put them in a little plastic sleeve, and I tape it shut, and I keep it, and I put it in a box. And then, you know, maybe one day, 100 years from now, that one will be worth more money than the $2 that I spent on the comic, right? Comics cost between $2 and $4. Maybe when I'm old, all these comics I can sell again. It's not an investment for me. It's a collection of shit that I like. But now people... Yeah, grading has ruined hobbies. Now it's all more. Yes, exactly. Thank you. Yes, exactly. It's ruined hobbies. And now you can't even get, like, if you're a kid who's into Iron Man and you find out about War Machine, and War Machine was a black character, right? So it's an important character, a certain demographic. And people love War Machine. And so they want to get it, but... If you want a pristine one, if you want a collector's item, you're going to have to spend $16,000 one guy was trying to sell one comic for. The comic is probably worth between $50 and $100. But if you get it graded, it's just so stupid and annoying. I think it ruins. It ruins it all. I collect guitars and houseplants. It's fun. True story. Guitars, man. Guitars are pretty cool. I love guitars. Look, I'm not knocking anyone for collecting. I'm knocking everyone for thinking about their wallet. They're greedy. It's like it's late stage capitalism. It's no longer like a fun hobby. And I blame Disney, man. It's like it used to be fun to collect shit and like I used to have a Star Wars collection. When I was a little kid, I thought it was cool and I kept care of it and I thought it was great. And then it just became this fuck fest. It just became this fucking fire hose to your face of Disney slop. So I gave away all my Star Wars. I didn't even sell it. I gave it away to some kid who I thought would play with it. I gave it all away. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, shit. I've tried. Wrong. She's trying to get an interview. I fucked this up. Hold on a second. Here we go.
Remains unresolved, and we have much more information and details on our website at abc4.com. We just heard back from Schneider's team and are working to get an interview set up as well. We'll keep you.
How are you going to have a fucking Lego set, which are toys made for children, that are worth $200,000 because you kept everything in a box and never played with it? It's just, come on, man. You gotta be joking me now.
To President Trump, who spent most of his Saturday posting on his Truth Social platform.
You got an oil drum an oil drum. You have it in an oil drum? Why is it in an oil drum? That's weird.
Again, the president's first post at 11:50 a.m. was a more than 700-word rant about a federal judge who on Friday ruled that the Kennedy Center must remove Trump's name from the building. Over the next 14 hours, Trump posted more.
Donald Trump posted 150 tweets last night.
More than 60 times.
A 700-word tweet.
Finally ending at just after 1 a.m. Sunday morning. His social media spree included political memes attacking his perceived political rivals, memes about crime under his administration compared to former President Biden, multiple AI-generated pictures, including 2 separate posts of Trump on Mount Rushmore, and at least 3 posts with George Washington, one of which was the 2 men on horses near a Trump-branded NASCAR vehicle with the Washington.
What the fuck is this? Why is he and George Washington riding on a NASCAR track with the space shuttle? Why is this? Why is Donald Trump Could someone please take AI away from Trump? Please. Somebody take Grok away.
Monument and the White House in the background, and for good measure, a space shuttle flying over them. Caddy, this is
kind of sick. Kind of a sick image there, Donnie, but maybe 60 tweets in one night is a little much. Go to bed, Grandpa. It's time to go to bed.
Not going to help the accusations that President Trump is focused solely on himself and his own priorities. We'll have more to say about that Kennedy Center decision.
He's focused on the gas prices, everybody. He's trying to get your gas prices down while he's tweeting 60 fucking times.
Later in the show, but that clearly triggered a lot of anger from
Like, get a job, Donald. Get a job, Donald. 60 times?
Trump. Twin that with what we heard from Kevin Hassett at the top of the show, his sound suggesting that there's really not a lot of recognition from this administration that A, the number one priority for most Americans is the economy and the cost of things. And B, they're not focusing.
Yeah, Leif Erikson, when I left Virginia, I had all these magic cards that I had from when I was like in high school. I had these great some of them were betas, some of them were like expensive. I just gave it to a young guy who he was like a kid of a friend. He was like 16, I think, and I gave him all my magic cards. And he was almost in tears. He was so, and that made my day. You know what? I don't regret giving him the magic cards. Every once in a while, I see people who spend a lot of money on magic cards, like Asmund Gold's got too many magic cards, and he made all this money on magic. But honestly, I'd rather give them to some kid that's just going to play with them.
All on how to address it. Instead, they're simply concerned about other things, mostly things to enhance Trump's legacy in Washington.
Look, I mean, it's pretty clear where the president's head is at the moment. He's had this long-running war with Iran, long by his standards, not long, of course, by international standards, that is not going well. He's deeply frustrated by that. When he hits a roadblock in the pet things that he is really focused on and that he feels a part of his legacy, like the Kennedy Center, and like the reflecting pool, then he gets peeved. And when he gets peeved, he reaches for his phone, and no matter how many people around him say it would be better to take the president's phone away from him during the course of particularly weekend nights, he doesn't want to do that. I mean, Jim, when you saw that over the weekend, I sort of actually had a long conversation on Saturday. I was chatting to an international economist who was saying to me, look, we are about to hit a moment where the Straits of Hormuz could get much, much worse for Americans. They don't understand what could be coming in 2 or 3 weeks' time. But then you see how firmly the president is not wanting to really engage with prices, even with Iran. He's done. I mean, he clearly wants to get out of there, even if he can't find a way out of there, and he wants to focus on things like that. Maybe he feels this serves him well. It clearly doesn't serve Republicans well. They're clearly frustrated. Right. People around him wanting to get back on message. What's his thinking about what this does for him?
I don't know. MAGA's pissed. Even MAGA's pissed at this point. Wait till all your shit gets more expensive, because it's all a ripple effect. You know, like the stuff that's in the grocery store today was all part of the supply chain before they closed the Strait of Hormuz. It's going to get worse. Wait till we get to the aluminum story. Like, aluminum is fucking going through because of the aluminum tariffs that are already fucking me, because my price of beer just went to $13 a 6-pack. What the fuck am I doing here? Is this America? Like, hang me. Like, $13 for a 6-pack of beer? What? Anyway, aluminum prices are about to skyrocket. Aluminum's about to be more expensive than gold. I mean, I'm just joking about that. But it's going to be very, very expensive to buy anything because everything's made out of aluminum.
President Trump sees a light at the end of the tunnel when it comes...
President Trump sees a light at the end of the tunnel because because he's on death's door. President Trump sees a light at the end of the tunnel. Is it a light? Oh my God, is Arnold Palmer there? Arnold Palmer, are you waiting for me at the other side? I love women, but I love Arnold Palmer. Getting out of the shower. Are you getting out of the shower, Arnie? I love Arnold Palmer. He's got the most beautiful schlong. Most beautiful cock in the business. Oh my God. Arnold Palmer is in heaven waiting for Donald Trump to suck his cock. Charlie Kirk is in hell being fucked in all three holes by all of the hell's demons.
To peace talks with Iran. So this coming after the president reportedly had a heated
All of the devil's minions are fucking Charlie Kirk in all three holes.
conversation with Israel Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu.
Trey Hinks is live in Tel Aviv with the details for us. Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. President Trump indicated that a broader deal with Iran could be closed as early as this week, telling a reporter yesterday, quote, I think you're talking about over the next week. I still have to get a few more points as the president works towards a deal with Iran. He was able
2 weeks. 2 weeks. It's going to be over in 2 weeks, everybody. 2 weeks. How long will you be in Mars? 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Look at this guy. This is your guy. I'm Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a mess. A+++. A+++. He's the best president. Arnold Palmer. Hey. Arnold Palmer, most beautiful president in the world. Jesus Christ, this guy. He looks like... Yeah, no wonder he's seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Shit.
to de-escalate the ongoing conflict between Israel.
God damn it. Wait, I saw something come in. No wonder Mitch made Mary J. illegal. Beer companies need more money to offset aluminum tariffs, and these MJ beers are popular. Seriously, man. I mean, honestly, they got to keep the beer companies in business. They're huge. Beer companies are huge job providers. Huge. Think of all the trucks bringing beer around, all the salespeople bringing beer around. Beer in America is big business.
And Hezbollah getting on the phone with both sides. The president said on Truth Social, I had a conversation with Bibi Netanyahu today asking him not to go into a major raid of Beirut, Lebanon. He turned his troops around. Thank you, Bibi. I also had a conversation.
Thank you, Bibi. Thank you, Bibi. Thank you so much. You turned him around. Beirut, Lebanon, you major raid. Major raid.
With representatives of the leaders of Hezbollah, and they agreed to stop shooting at Israel and its soldiers. Likewise, Israel agreed to stop shooting at them. Let's see how long that lasts. Hopefully, it will be for eternity.
Hopefully, it will be for eternity. All caps. President Donald J. Trump.
Axios reports the call between Trump and Netanyahu was tense, saying in a piece posted yesterday, quote, summarizing Trump's remarks to Netanyahu, the U.S.
Look at this fucking orange piece of shit. Like, Bibi Netanyahu is so pale and sickly looking. And Arnold Palmer over here has just his face covered in orange. The Arnold Palmer wannabe.
U.S. official said, you're effing crazy. You'd be in prison. If it weren't for me, I'm saving your A. Everybody hates you now. Everybody.
They always turn on each other, these fucking criminals. This is like Donald Trump turned on Jeffrey Epstein. He's turning on Bibi Netanyahu now.
Hates Israel because of this. A second source briefed on the call said Trump was pissed and at one point yelled at Netanyahu, what the F are you doing? At this moment, Israeli troops remain in southern Lebanon, and overnight there were a few sirens in northern Israel from Hezbollah rocket and drone attacks, as well as a small number of Israeli strikes in Lebanon. The Iranians are watching closely the unfolding exchange of fire and words.
Everyone hates Israel because of this? Is it because of this? Not because of the whole ethnic, hold on, ethnic A lensing K, the whole genocide gay, Ixnay the genocide gay, Ionist Zay.
With Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson saying this.
An obvious reason for the escalation and the atrocities by the Zionist regime over recent days in Lebanon is to destroy even the slightest possibility for the ongoing diplomatic process to lead to improvements in the situation. And again, the U.S. is responsible for this. We can't consider the U.S. and the Zionist regime as two separate agents.
The Iranians have a lot to say. The reality is their economy is suffering due to the
Makes sense. Big Satan, little Satan.
ongoing U.S. naval blockade of Iranian ports. Guys?
It's kind of ironic. How do you view it, Trey? It looks like Hezbollah, when the war started, they're the ones who started launching rockets in Israel. And the only reason Israel's in Lebanon is so they can get into the northern part of their country.
Hezbollah started it. Is that what happened? It's funny because Hezbollah exists because Lebanon wasn't stopping the Israelis from coming into their country. So they decided to, start their own paramilitary group.
country because that's where Hezbollah was lobbing rockets into their country. If there were no rockets coming from Lebanon, Israel would be perfectly happy.
The Iron Dome got rid of all of that. What is this guy talking about?
Happy to let Lebanon live in peace. Don't you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. And look, Hezbollah has been launching rockets and drones into Israel since October 8th of 2023 when they followed Hamas's attack into this country. The reality is that both Israel and Lebanon want to get rid of Hezbollah, but there's a pathway to do so, and the Trump administration has been working on a diplomatic solution. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, behind the scenes, has been trying to get both Israel and Lebanon at the table in Washington multiple times to come up with a framework of a normalization between the two countries that has the same goal, to disarm this Iranian proxy that exists in southern Lebanon. And
I love how they call it an Iranian proxy. Is Israel our proxy or are we an Israeli proxy? Which one is it? Which one are we?
in the southern part of the Lebanese capital of Beirut. President Trump wants a broader framework agreed to across the region that would de-escalate the rising tension that continues to take place. And the reality is the Israelis and the Americans have a common goal, but the way to get there is a bit different. And so the days ahead will be quite tense to see what happens in Lebanon. We understand that Hezbollah wants to continue to de-escalate because they understand they're getting boxed out of these possible peace talks and the possibility of a broader deal. But President Trump has been very clear. He'd like to see Lebanon join the Abraham Accords. He sees the region as having an opportunity for peace and prosperity ahead. And given the fact that he hit the Iranian regime so hard during Operation Epic Fury, there's an understanding that the groundwork may have been laid to do just that.
Yeah, Trey, do you think, and look, the fight happened between...
All right, I've got people texting me, asking me why I'm not doing call-in show today. We are doing call-in show. Here we go. Everybody who wants to call in, here's the link, okay? Here's a link if you want to call in and talk about the news with me. It's a call-in show. Call in. I'd love to hear how much Melania coin you bought and what you think about how many people do you think we're going to murder in Iran. How many children do you think America will murder in Iran? How many children do you think Israel will kill in Lebanon? Do you think Israel will kill more people in Lebanon, more children in Lebanon, or will America kill more children in Iran? I mean, how many people live in Lebanon? Lebanon only has 5.9 million people. And Iran has 90 million people. So if Israel is killing Lebanese, they could still do it. We pay Israel. They are our proxy. Okay, they're our proxy. Are you sure? Because sometimes it feels like it's the other way. It feels like the tail is wagging the dog on that one. Okay, so Israel is our proxy. Buy ammo. Perfect. How many are left? I don't know how many are left. How many children are left in Lebanon? Should I ask the AI how many Lebanese children have been killed by Israel in the last 2 years? Let's see. According to UNICEF, Israeli strikes have killed at least 200 children. That's not enough. Israel, you got to get those numbers up to kill more children. America killed 161 children in the first day of fighting in Iran. Let's ask AI how many Iranian children has America killed in the last year? Over 200. See, man, over 200, says UNICEF. We're going to just take the UNICEF numbers. UNICEF numbers, you guys, Israel's killed about 200 children so it's neck and neck. It's neck and neck. America's killed 200 children in Iran, and Israel has killed 200 children in Lebanon. So it's neck and neck, guys. It's anybody's game at this point. This is the real game because MAGA and Benjamin Netanyahu, they hate America. They hate children. They hate anything that's good in this life. They hate life, man. They're just anti-life. So look, and they're very pro staying out of jail, though. Very pro staying out of jail. And if that means killing children in Lebanon and Iran, man. So it says at least 200. So it looks like it's neck and neck. Who do you think will win? Who do you think will win? America is the biggest gun and drug dealers in the world. That's true, but number 2 is Israel. Aren't you happy about that? I mean, it's, again, neck and neck. Crossbow. We are the puppets. We seem to be, yes. Israel shoots kids at the border. Ooh, I wonder if they count those. Do they count those kids, shooting them at the border? I mean, we kill a lot of kids inside our own country, but I'm thinking just if we just take Israel versus Lebanon, since we're both actively bombing others, you know. I'd love to know what you think. Please let me know. There's a chat in there. Please go ahead. America and Trump's policy are slated to kill at least 15 million children. That's true. They are, yes. But those are African children. Those are a whole different batch of kids, okay? We're just talking about Iranian kids killed by Tomahawk missiles and such. You know, artillery, cannon fodder. You know what I'm talking about.
Turns out Graham Platt.
Ooh, Graham Plattner. Back to Gutfeld. Gutfeld has more to say, guys. Gutfeld has a lot more to say, and I can't wait to hear it. Please, if you have something to call in, let me know whether you think that Graham Plattner's Nazi tattoo is a deal breaker.
Or had something else he'd like to get off his chest. A new report claims that the Democrat who wants to be Maine's next senator sent sexual messages to several women while married to his current wife. But Plattner is trying to run away from his own battle of the bulge.
It's no surprise to me that the establishment media outlets are just going to run gossip instead of wanting to talk about the things that actually matter in this race.
Well, you know, after the Nazi tattoo, after sending shit just last year, after the Reddit posts, those are older, right? The Nazi tattoo and the Reddit posts, they need some new scandal for Graham Plattner. And you sent sexy time talk to people that other than your wife. That's fair game. What did you expect?
Is it true, right, about the text?
No.
Are you confirming that the messages did not exist?
Confirming that what Genevieve McDonald said in the New York Times is not true.
Apparently, it was Plattner's wife who first flagged the sexually explicit text to a Senate campaign, but she's standing by her man.
I just really wanted to make sure that everyone knows that Graham and I have a great marriage. Being married is hard. I think it's shameful behavior to spend time and energy and resources on negative ads and negative stories on Graham when all he's trying to do is improve the lives of people who work for a living.
Again, that's politics. I don't know why these assholes are like, I can't believe this. I can't believe someone would. What do you mean you can't believe? You are basically putting yourself on the cross when you say you want to work in politics in America. Don't act like Donald Trump now. I can't believe people are so mean to me. Yeah. Yes, they're supposed to be mean to you because you are now being scrutinized by all of us. And we expect you to live up to an impossible standard, a standard that's much higher than we set for anyone else because we're paying you and we want you to do our fucking bidding. You want to represent millions of people in Senate. Let me see. How many people live in Maine? Okay, not quite a million. 700. You want to... Well, they don't split how many. He want 1.4 million people. You want to represent 1.4 million people, and what you want to do it without people digging through your garbage? I don't fucking think so. What are you, Donald Trump? Gonna clutch your pearls? Oh, they're so mean. They're so mean to me. Yes, motherfucker. 320 million people have to do what you say. You're gonna affect all of us. Of course. We're going to throw tomatoes at you. Because every fucking time you fart, the price of gas goes up. Fuck it, asshole. Oh, they're so mean. They're so mean to me. I can't believe how mean they're being. Fuck you. You're supposed to be doing your job.
Whatever, Ava. And now some Democrats are questioning if they want to stay in the bunker with him.
Yeah, I have concerns. That guy has questions to answer, and that's what campaigns are for.
So he's a liar, a racist, an anti-Semite. He's a homophobe. Yep. This is a concern, but our country is in grave
There are other paths,
peril.
and they don't.
This is going to be
I think it's a deal breaker. Vote third party. I don't know why people are like Graham Plattner. We have to vote for him because those are the choices, Democrat or Republican. Fuck him. It's Susan Collins. Susan Collins is who he's running against. I mean, she sucks. Too bad. You missed it. You miffed it, Democrats. Looks like 6 more years of Susan Collins.
Pretty clear contrast in Maine between somebody who has spent his life protecting us versus somebody who seems to be protecting Donald Trump's corruption.
He certainly has many good attributes, but like most everybody, there are stumbles along the way.
Just stumbles, right? Okay, so this just isn't about these texts. All men lie about these things, but there's a mosaic of this man. This guy could never get a job as a school teacher, a police officer, any public-facing job. But
if you don't care about their personal, the problem with that, dude, you have to care about their personal lives because their personal lives is what makes them susceptible to blackmail. Just like Donald Trump committed fraud in order to cover up his affair with his prostitute while his wife was raising his child. You know, like he's willing to do illegal shit to hide his embarrassing personal exploits. That's why when you have, remember when Barack Obama was president and they had this big scandal with the Secret Service because they found out a bunch of them were having sex with prostitutes and were having affairs and stuff. That is very bad news because the Secret Service knows the agenda of the president, knows like the schedule, knows where he's going to be when. And if they're susceptible to blackmail, they can do shit to get the president killed. You see what I'm saying? If someone takes a picture of them with an underage girl, they could say, hey, I'm going to tell everybody about your underage girl if you don't tell me where the president's going to be at 2 o'clock tomorrow. You get it? You got to unlock the door, or else all you got to do is unlock the door, or I'm going to tell everyone about that little kid you did. Stuff like that. So you need to care about their personal lives because they'll sell you out. They'll sell you out for those personal lives. They'll do it all. Look at people do that in corporate America all the time. They'll sell their whole company out because of their personal lives. You need people who aren't cheating on their wives, aren't fucking raping kids, aren't murdering people, aren't paying prostitutes on their golf courses. You need people that aren't doing those things so they can concentrate on the job. Yeah, I know. Graham's wife came forward with it before. Okay, it wasn't like it was disclosed. It was leaked. But yeah, Graham's wife came forward with it like over a year ago now. And I get that. And alone, it wouldn't be a big deal. But it's like this, plus all the homophobic rhetoric that he did on Reddit, and the Nazi tattoo. And it's like, okay, well, and you could try to explain every little thing, but after a while, you just sound like a Trump supporter, like explaining every little thing that this guy's done. It's like, dude, it shows a habit. It shows that this guy has not learned his fucking lesson. He's not changed.
To make him a senator. You know what I always said, Greg? Discipline is destiny. It wasn't me. It was...
And I guess like we could say things like, well, he's still better than Susan Collins. He's better than whatever. But it's like, I don't give a shit if he's better than Susan Collins. I don't care.
What else? But this guy has no discipline. He's more of a congressman than a senator. Like when you're a congressman, you can have food in your beard and be in a sexting scandal and have tattoos. Not as a senator, the world's greatest deliberative body. These people vote on treaties and justices. You can't have this guy in the U.S. Senate. You know he.
Yeah, it's a pattern. It's a pattern, and they're gonna make a lot of hay out of it. But look what they're doing. They'll do this about Graham Plattner, and there's always been this double standard that anyone with any kind of scruples will look at Plattner and be like, yeah, you know what, honestly. But going the other way, do you think Jesse Waters would get so incensed about another Donald Trump scandal if he found out tomorrow that Donald Trump was sexting Laura Loomer, that they would have such a, they'd go, oh, this is nothing. I mean, who cares if Donald Trump sexts, if Donald Trump sends sexual messages to Laura Loomer, who cares? It's not like it affects Iran. It does, because it's like, why the fuck are you sexting Laura Loomer instead of doing your job?
Washed out of college? Fetterman has 3 degrees. He's got an MBA. He's got a master's from Harvard and a bachelor's. This guy...
They're so horny for Fetterman. It's so disgusting.
...has nothing. And I'm not a snob about it. He's smart enough to get degrees. He just couldn't do it because he lacks discipline. And he's a mommy's boy. You know, his dad gave him $200,000 for a house. His mom gave him the money for the oyster farm, and she's his...
You want to talk about how Donald Trump made his money? No, he's a self-made millionaire.
Biggest customer. But he doesn't even make enough money to do anything. $60,000 a year is his income. You know where he gets that from? Not from oysters. He gets it from disability, from the Army. And what is he doing? Instead of trying to boost his business or get a diploma, he's on some creepy website that's like for minors. You're looking at a guy.
This guy, look, I love Jesse Waters throwing stones in glass houses. We all know about your Grindr account, Jesse. Everyone knows now about your Grindr account, you weird little pervert. And you're saying that Graham Plattner's on a sexy site?
Chris Hansen might pop out. That's how sketchy this website is. I don't know if he broke any laws or not, but a little advice for guys for their profile pictures. When you're doing a dating website, and I've never been on one, but if you do...
Grindr's not a dating website, right? It's just a hookup website. I've never been on one. I've never been on one, trust me.
Picture where you can see the toilet in the background.
Yes, that's the real sin.
Girls hate that. They hate seeing the toilet. Don't do that. Close the door.
Girls hate seeing toilets on the... What? What the fuck's this guy talking about? Don't take any dating advice from Jesse Waters, please. I don't even know what he's talking about. We know Jesse Waters gets all freaky with around Trump. Yo, I'm sure he sweats like a whore in church. Are you kidding me? Thank you so much, DS King and Kings, for supporting this channel. I love you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, how does he know? I don't know. How does he know Graham Plattner's dating profile? I don't understand this. And again, this guy's been with his wife for over a year. So I don't understand. I was talking to my friend yesterday. He's on all of them. He's on Blumber. I don't know. It's a one where the women text you. And then there's he's on Tinder and he's on some other one. I don't know. Hinge. And he was telling me about it because, I'm single. And I was like, and he goes, man, Sky, you just can go and like talk to girls in public. And I said, yeah, they're not scary. Just go talk to girls. It's okay. Talk to women. It's fine. So you just do it old school? Like you don't do any of the apps? And I'm like, no, I've never done the apps. Well, how'd you meet your last girlfriend? How'd you meet this woman? Like, because he knows, I've known him for over 20 years. So he knows like my ex, he's met all my ex-girlfriends, and my ex-wife and everything. And so he's like, how did you meet her? How'd you meet her? How'd you meet her? And I'm like, I'm telling him. He's like, that's crazy. You didn't meet any of them online? No, I've never met a woman online that turned into anything. When I got divorced, I got on Tinder for a second. And and I went on a couple dates, but nothing ever, I don't know, it just didn't work out. I thought it was a little too early for me because I just got divorced and I really wasn't looking for anything serious. But or I was, and I was in my own head. You know how it is guys, if you've been divorced, you know what I'm talking about. But I don't know. I don't really want to do it. My friend who owns Vegly and Fira, he said that I can get a premium account. And I was like, I don't want to go to the trouble of even taking the pictures. I don't think I'm very photogenic. My mama always said I had a face for radio. You know what I'm saying? I'm not very photogenic. I don't want to go get a bunch of pictures taken and have to get them photoshopped to make me look handsome so that I can go on, make myself some app and then like swipe through pictures. Fuck that. I don't want to do that. Do you guys do that? Let me know in the chat. Are you guys on the apps? Are you guys on the apps? I'm not on the apps. Do you guys do Bumble? That's what it's called. What did I say? Bumbler. I think I said Bumbler. Bumble. Yeah, Bumble. Bumble kind of sounds like a gay site. I thought Bumble kind of cuz like bum, like I think gay, like in England, if you say bum, that's your butt. But like they call it a bum bag. We call it what do we call it? We call it a fanny pack, and they call it a bum bag. Dating apps just commercialize human connection. Yeah, but I guess if people are, you do Craigslist? Dude, I've known people who've done crazy stuff on Craigslist. I've never known any like normies. You're married. No. Nobody does. Melissa doesn't do it. Sky, that's because you're normal. These people are so scared that that's why they have to use a website, but they will eventually have to talk to women. It makes no sense. Yeah, it's weird to me. Any website can be a dating site if you try. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I told him, I said, even if you go, like, if you have yourself a little, like a book club, or I think community, again, I want to be part of communities, and I don't really have much of one where I live today, but I am a part of a couple book clubs, and I go, and the old ladies at the book club, they're always trying to hook me up with like their nieces and their granddaughters and their daughters. They're like, oh, I know somebody. You want to meet my, like, they're pimping. They're like showing you pictures of them in their bikinis and shit. They're like, hey, look at my granddaughter. Isn't she pretty? It's like, what are we doing here? It's like a little uncomfortable, but people meddle. God bless the meddlers. God bless the meddlers. Just chat up cute guy or girl around the coffee shop. Yeah, just say, hey, what's up? Can I sit here? What are you doing? Like, it's pretty easy. I don't know. I'm autistic and have had more in the past success with this nonsense. It's okay. I'm not criticizing, by the way. I just don't really do the, I guess, like, I don't know. I've always had bosses hooking me up with it's always like a niece or their roommate's niece or their roommate's daughter, or somebody is always trying to hook you up with somebody. So, like, just go and meet people, create connections, and the universe will provide. Like, go talk to people, hang out, go meet humans. And you don't even need to you really don't need to go to bars. You don't need to go, but even if you go to the gym, go join one of those gyms that have like a class where there's people interacting, that you get to know people. Don't just work out by yourself. Do like a not a rock climbing class or some shit. Go on a hike with the 15 people, and you're not looking for the person, you're not looking for a mate in that 15 group. Those 15 people know 15 people who know 15 people, and one of them knows somebody, and they're like, oh, you're single? And after you do that for like 3 months, they all of a sudden, they're all trying to push you together. They're all trying to find you. Oh, I met through a friend. It's great. It's wonderful. Build connections.
Exactly. You use a bidet.
I use a bidet. You don't use a bidet? Bidets are rad.
The thing that Democrats keep saying is that, like,
hold on a second. Why did Jesse Waters just sit there?
See the toilet in the background.
Yes.
Why did he just watch him look off to the distance?
That's the real sin.
Girls hate that. They hate seeing the toilet. Don't do that. Close the door. Exactly. You use a bidet. The thing that Democrats
He's thinking about buttholes. He's thinking about buttholes. Jesse Waters, he's got buttholes on the brain.
Keep saying is that, like, you actually asked Jessica the other day, Greg. You said, what is your problem with Trump? And she said, his character. Now, we're talking about a lying, sexting nipple Nazi. This guy has character? You got to be kidding me.
Do you think Donald Trump has character? Let's just talk about that for 1 second. Let's hold the phone. I'll give you Graham Plattner's a shitbird. So you're saying that Donald Trump's also a shitbird, but Plattner's also a shitbird? Okay, cool.
This guy does not belong in the Senate whatsoever, and he put his wife out there. Now, the poor wife says the guy is a genius. Your wife doesn't even call you a genius. A genius this guy is not. And then she says she's in therapy, he's in therapy, and then they're in couples therapy.
I mean, Donald Trump needs therapy. He calls himself I'm a stable genius. I have a big brain.
So between the two of them, that's 3 therapists, Greg. Now, I only have 2 therapists, and I'm not running for Senate, but this guy is too much. He's too unstable.
Jesse Waters at least admits that he has 2 therapists. God, the horror stories those therapists must endure to have Jesse Waters as a client. It's got to be so gross. It's got to be so gross. He said nipple Nazi. Yes, he said nipple Nazi. Yeah, because he has a tattoo. He used to have a tattoo of a Totenkopf. At least it wasn't a swastika, huh?
He's too much of a wild card to be in the Senate. You'd think with all the other politicians getting blackmailed all the time that you wouldn't want a walking honeypot to waltz back in. No bueno.
No bueno. Wow, that was very, very persuasive. So, Rosanna, like the Democrats would say, oh, well, you have Trump. He has all these flaws. But whatever the flaws are, Trump can be among people. He likes to be around people. He can work with people. He has fun with people.
Since when can he work with people? Who has he worked with successfully, ever? If he owns you, he can work with you.
Well, he's an anti-Semite, first of all. He's got a Nazi guard tattoo, the worst tattoo you can get. He's a misogynist. He's a parasitic philanderer. This is not a people person. This is like the antithesis. He got into the...
I don't think that his gay conversion therapists does he count those? He's got way more than 2 of those, Parallelish.
Military to kill people. This is a very, very hateful guy.
Greg, I totally agree with you. And Jesse, I don't always agree with him a lot, but this campaign is about character. First of all, he put his wife out there. Once again, the woman is out there. Stand by your man in 2026. And the poor woman, she's also saying, okay, I know no marriage is perfect. I don't want a perfect marriage. I just want my marriage. So she's out there. She's got to take on this role again. And then the tattoo. He said he didn't know what the tattoo was.
Do you want to talk about how Melania had to watch as Stormy Daniels told everybody all the sick shit that Donald Trump made her do?
It was when he was younger. He thought it was just skull and bones. He didn't know what that meant until he knew what it was meant, and then obviously he was in trouble. He had to get rid of it. The guy is in trouble. I mean, he needs to really step aside because his fellow...
That's such an ugly cover-up tattoo, man. Holy shit. What the fuck is that thing? What is the cover-up? Why do I have to keep watching this guy with his shirt off? I'm sick of this.
Congress people and senators, they don't want to say pull out of the race because they need control of the Senate and Congress. Every vote counts, and they don't want to say this guy does not have my vote. They need him.
What do you think, Jillian? You think more is going to come out? I think there will be more. They have till next Tuesday,
I mean,
right?
it's enough. I personally, I think.
See you next Tuesday.
CEOs aren't used to commenting in every single policy that comes out there, but I do agree with you, and this is a major point to me. We, business, made...
There we go. There's another CEO. He's the CEO of JP Morgan Chase. His name is Jamie Dimon. Jamie Dimon. Jamie Dimon. Jamie Dimon!
A mistake by not getting more involved earlier. I do not believe that the problems of society will be fixed by politicians alone. That's not an insult to politicians. Most of the really good ones, they want help to figure things out. And we, business, kind of step back. That's what happened in Europe, where the political leadership class became a permanent political leadership class. And I think it ended up being a mistake. So I do agree with that point that we should step forward and do things that are good for the country. Like John F. Kennedy said, don't ask what the country can do for you, ask what you can do for the country.
What are you doing for the country, CEO of JP Morgan Chase? What are you doing? I'd love to hear your ideas. What are you doing, billionaire? Listen, billionaire. Yeah, I agree. What should you do? You should do a lot before we chop off your heads. Please. The guillotines are coming, buddy boy. You better start giving away that money. You better start building some bridges, building some libraries, building some public pools, building shit that will help humans with all those billions of dollars. Not fucking rocket ships. Not fucking... I want to see some hydrogen motherfucking... I want to see some electrical grid shit. I want to see you put solar panels in entire neighborhoods because you can afford it, because you have billions of dollars. That's what I want to see. I want to see solar panels going up all over America with your billions of dollars. I want to see a bullet train. I want to see you single-handedly fund the bullet train from, where's it going? Sacramento to Bakersfield, or wherever it goes? Something like that. Fresno to Bakersfield. I want to see you build that shit. Let's see you put billions of dollars into this so that we can get shit done. Do it.
And we've got to have a little bit more of that spirit.
That's JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon weighing in on the responsibility business leaders hold in today's society. Our next guests argue employers do play a big role in helping to fill an urgent leadership void in America. Joining us now, co-founders of Axios, Mike Allen and Jim Van Dyke. Guys, welcome back. I have to tell you, your original piece on this, talking about the theory of the American moment, the rattled generation, was being rocketed all over the place yesterday. I got it from a few different people, sent it to people as well.
Don't say rocket.
So talk a little bit, Jim, first here about how you see CEOs kind of filling this moment, because I think most people think, I don't know, are they part of the problem? They're the rich guys and the rich women, and people are struggling to pay for their gas.
They are
so
part of the problem.
Help to lead us out of the place we're in right now.
Yeah, Willie, you have a lot of viewers who like to email. Well, I got a ton of emails yesterday from that segment. But the segment was about this idea that people are just rattled. They're looking for leadership. They're hungry for leadership. You see it, I'm sure, with your younger employees. We see it when we're speaking at college campuses. And when you look at the polls, nobody trusts anybody. It might be the...
Okay, so this is sort of true. Like, I used to think that real estate needed leadership. I think that food and beverage needs leadership. But the problem is when you get a decent leader, the industry will crush you. The people at the top will destroy you. I talked to a lot of people who used to be in hospitality, and there's so many people in that industry that need leadership, that need good bosses, but instead they're abused constantly by restaurant owners and hotel owners and the CEOs of those companies. It's really disgusting what happens, and we need leadership. But the problem is it doesn't pay enough to be a good leader in those places. Think about how many people work at like an Amazon fulfillment center and work for some asshole manager, and that manager is going to be a dick because his boss is a dick. And it's a dick all the way to the top. Everyone's a dick all the way up to Jeff Bezos.
Biggest problem facing America right now. Nobody trusts anybody in positions of power except for their employer. Almost 80% of people, so they have faith in their leaders, in their CEO.
Fucking suckers. I have faith in my leader at business. I just got laid off because, well, they decided that I was redundant. Damn it, I shouldn't have trusted those guys.
And most CEOs just want to run their business, and usually that's fine. But I think you have a leadership void out there that if it's not filled by someone, and I think CEOs are the ones to fill it right now as employers, we're going to be in trouble. People need to see moral leadership modeled. They need to get guidance through this AI transformation. They need to understand the principles that have made great people great throughout time, which is just working hard, putting a cause above yourself, like doing the right thing even when people aren't looking. And if you're not going to church, if you're not getting that...
Who's talking about taxes? By the way, we should actually tax the gross of businesses. Just tax the gross. Tax the data. tax the data that they're collecting on us, and also tax the billionaires. Tax them 95%. Tax them 99%. Tax them everything they make over $999,999,000.99. Everything they make over that, tax it 100%.
Home, you're sure as hell not getting it on social media, and a lot of people feel like they're not getting it anywhere.
And Willie, what's super important here for your viewers is CEO here is a proxy for any leader. You can be a Little League coach, you can be leading 2 people, or what Jamie Dimon we saw leading 300,000 people. But if you have people in your life, and if you're watching Morning Joe, you are a leader. You're someone that people in your circle, even your friend group, turn to. You have an obligation. People are hungry to lead. And here's something that is true across American life, and that is take the local close to home. We don't like Congress, but we often like our member. We don't like education, but we like our school. Poll after poll shows that people will listen to their employer. So what can...
Paying local taxes is different than paying federal taxes. I mean, the federal government's... We pay a lot of taxes in America, and we don't get much for it because most of it goes to corporations. We give it right back to corporations, like all of the pharmaceutical and healthcare providers. We just pay them our taxes, and then we pay them out of our pockets too. They double dip on us. It's disgusting. So we pay $3 trillion, for example, in healthcare in America, and we get nothing for it. A lot of people aren't even insured at all, and many more just go bankrupt when they get sick. So, you know, what are we really doing? We're funding the military. We're funding the wars.
You do, and Jim, we've got a few here.
No, I think there's a bunch of things that... No, go, please, Jonathan.
No, I was just going to say on this, what would you say to the pushback that would be that CEOs, a lot of Americans watching this might feel like your CEOs are out of touch. They don't care about some of the smaller employees. We see the rising compensation packages as a symbol of the remarkable income stratification we've seen. That's a lot of Americans are really angry at that. The haves, the have-nots. That's only accelerated. So what's the risk then of this class, the CEO class, being looked to lead when already so many people are suspicious of them?
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's no...
Yeah, why the fuck should I trust the Sun Kings, the modern day Sun Kings? Why would I trust Louis XIV to do anything for me? I don't trust Louis XVI either.
No doubt there's a wealth
Cut
gap,
off
and
his
it's
head.
a huge problem. And I think every company, you have a moral responsibility to make sure you take care of your people and that you compensate people fairly. If you do that, people perform a hell of a lot better. And most of the CEOs you see on TV, like, they're not representative of the literally tens or hundreds of thousands of CEOs out there. Most companies are small businesses. And like Mike said, a teacher is a leader. It's what do people in a position of power over anyone? It could be 2 people, it could be the parent, it could be anyone. But if you think about the things that trouble you right now about what's happening in society, it's this lack of of values, this lack of trying to figure out, hey, how do we work together to solve a problem?
And why? Because of who's in charge. That's why.
Lack of putting...
They have no reason to figure out how to work together when they can say my way or the highway. You'll be fired immediately if you disagree with anything I say. I'm a billionaire, by the way. You're all fired. This is how these guys operate, man. They don't care about work. This is why Donald Trump can't work with anybody.
Competence over loudmouths. If you think about the fundamental problem with politics right now, it's like all the people we hear about, it's just this nasty language, it's all this fighting. That's not most people. Most people are like, oh my God, I'm living my life, I'm trying to solve a problem. And by the way, I think most people running businesses do that. To be honest, I think they're scared. They're so scared to speak out now because they worry about revolts internally or externally. I say, get over it. You're blessed to be in a position of power. You have an obligation, and you might as well figure out ways to lead people, especially in the next couple of years. People are scared as hell of artificial intelligence, and it could go good or it could go bad. And if you want to know whether it's going to go in a good direction or a bad direction, the thing that will determine that is good leadership, good governmental leadership, good business leadership, good academic leadership. If you don't have those ingredients, this technology, like the last technology, and like anything, it will go off the rails.
So, Mike, based upon what Jim was just talking about, and based upon the concept of the rattle generation, you could work for the strongest company in the United States of America and feel very comfortable at work, very comfortable with your CEO. What do you do, and what can be done about dealing?
It's a call-in show, everybody. Please call in.
With the thing called anxiety among employers, anxiety about today, anxiety about AI, anxiety about their children's schools. I mean, that's a huge, huge issue, I would think, that's out there.
For sure, Mike, and you have young people in your life. And a point we made in our rattled generation column was it's not their fault. It's very understandable given what the younger generation has lived through. So what can you do? One, the first thing that we suggest here is leveling with the people that you lead. Truth builds trust. And we know that people are hungry to lead. We're reminding you here that if you have a couple people in your life, you have an obligation to lead, and that can be that leveling with them makes a big difference.
I mean, I agree that we need to teach people leadership skills, but we don't even teach people civics. We don't teach people basic shit to like just be good people. Like, what do you mean, man? We're putting people in charge of other people without any leadership training. Do you think people are learning leadership books? You have to have the introspection to actually, it's like, when I started managing people, I read a ton of books about leadership because I realized I wasn't trained on it. I wasn't trained. I was always pretty good at like organizing, but I didn't have the knowledge, and so I had to read a lot of books about management and stuff. It wasn't so easy. Teach communication. Yeah, we could teach communication. Learn to love deeply. Yeah, I mean, lead with why and all the rest. Yes, please tax the 1% so we can live. We pay and we know. We are the working and the richest don't pay any. Yeah, the labor people who pay the labor, the people who sell their labor are the ones who make the least. It's crazy. Learning how to talk to people is nice. It is. Like, that's what we should be teaching people, but we don't. We don't teach even people how to, like, respect each other. I used to have crews doing construction. I imagine there's a labor shortage right now. We're having issues, but they're still building houses, you know.
A number of artists have recently said they will not perform at the multi-day Great American State Fair next month at Washington, D.C.'s National Mall. It's being put on by the group Freedom 250, which our media partners at the BBC say was launched last year by the Trump administration with the president appointing its CEO. He will also kick off the concert. One performer, though, says he will stop, collaborate, and listen. Would you like me to call you Robert? Vanilla?
Stop, collaborate, and listen. Ice is back with the brand new invention. Something grabs a hold of me tightly. Flowed like a hawk both daily and nightly. Will it ever stop? Yo, I don't know. Turn off the lights and I'll glow. To the extreme, I wax a chump like a candle. Light up the stage and I'm a rock like a vandal. Dance. I'm creating that boom. Killing your brain like a poisonous mushroom. Deadly. When you kill it, don't feel it. Anything less than the best is a felony. Love it or leave it. You better gang way. You better hit that bullseye. This kid don't play. If you got a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out this hook or the DJ revolves it. That's in my fucking brain until I die. That's in my brain until I die. It can't go away. Why do I have this in my brain until I die? It's right there next to the Airwolf theme song. Why is that in my brain until I die?
Your Ice, you pick.
That's funny. I prefer Rob, but it's not as cool as Vanilla.
Robert Van Winkle, better known as Vanilla Ice, says he will still light up the stage and wax a chump like a candle at the...
He's gonna wax a chump like a candle! Light up the stage, wax a chump like a candle. Yeah.
Freedom 250's 16-day event that spans from June 25th through July 11th.
It's simple as a pimple for me. There's nothing to it.
Simple as a pimple. Simple as a pimple, nothing to it. He's looking pretty good for... How old is Vanilla Ice? He looks pretty healthy. How old is Vanilla Ice? This guy's 58? This guy's 58 years old? There's hope for all of us. There's hope for all of us. It's hope for all of us. We can do it. Call in, everybody. You can call in. There's a link right there. He's 58. He's almost 60. I think you got to drop that zero. Get with this hero.
Birthday of America, 250 years. It's not anything to do with politics. I don't know why they're turning it into politics.
I don't know why they're turning it into politics either. I mean, it was Donald Trump who decided he wanted to put his fucking face on everything. He kind of made it about him. He kind of put it on his birthday. It's on his birthday. That's why it's about politics, Rob. But Rob, Rob doesn't have to be the smartest guy in the world. Is Rob Van Winkle vegan? Someone just asked. I don't think so. He's not strictly vegan. While he has previously followed a strict vegetarian diet to manage hereditary high cholesterol, he has since been known to consume non-vegetarian foods such as key lime pie on Travel Channel's Man vs. Food Nation. So he is considered a famous vegan celebrity because he is usually identifies as a vegan. Holy shit. I didn't know Rob Van Winkle was vegan-ish. Sort of vegan. This is on Wired Magazine. But he does sometimes eat non-vegan food like key lime pie. Crazy. That's why he looks so good. 58 years old, looking good.
I've never voted in my life. I never do that.
Morris Day in the Time, Young MC, the Commodore.
Never voted in his life. He's stress-free. Never voted in his life. He's rich. He doesn't vote. Doesn't torture animals. For the most part, pretty good.
Martina McBride and Brett Michaels have all announced they will not be participating. In a statement, Young MC said, quote, the artists were never told about any political involvement with the event. And despite the claims by the organizers that the event is nonpartisan, Spin Magazine describes it as Trump-backed. I hope to perform in D.C. in the near future at an event that is not so politically charged.
Young MC. Young MC is like, oh, he's over that shit, man. Young MC, he's like, I'm too old for this shit. Young MC is like, I'm too old for this shit.
McBride said, quote, I have asked a lot of questions and was
I honestly don't know who Martina McBride is. Sorry, everybody. I don't know who she is. I asked lots of questions and was assured that this was nonpartisan. No, sorry.
This was a nonpartisan event that was meant to celebrate all 50 states. Yesterday, things started changing. What we were told is, in fact, not what is happening.
I mean, I can understand why they dropped out if they believe in all this stuff and they're scared or whatever. But, you know, that's their own thing. For me, I'm just here to celebrate the country I was born in.
And so you said you think they're scared. What do you think they're scared of?
Oh, just all the backlash from all these people on whatever their social media stuff. Man, I was born when there was no social media. All this stuff is funny to me.
Flo Rida and Fab More.
I was born when there was no social media. I don't make... So do you think Van Winkle, do you think Vanilla Ice, do you think that he makes AI videos of himself, like doing weird stuff like Donald Trump, riding a horse with Bruce Willis, or riding a horse with George Washington? Abraham Lincoln, George Washington. Those are our mythological characters in America. Oh, look, they've got an AI farm and a covered wagon and a train. Covered wagons, trains, tractors, farms. Wow, this is definitely AI produced, right? No one painted this slop. This is slop, right? I think there's 6 fingers on Abraham Lincoln's hand.
Band of Milli Vanilli currently still plan on performing too.
Oh, look at that. They're projecting 250. Looks nice. I kind of like that. 250 years old. Woo! I actually kind of was looking forward to the 250th anniversary of America. I like the whole like dun, 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 but Donald Trump had to ruin. This is why we can't have nice things. Donald Trump had to ruin it.
President Trump posted on Truth Social Saturday, quote, we should make a giant Make America Great Again rally for 250 instead of having overpriced singers who nobody wants to hear, whose music is boring, and yet who do nothing but complain. Some of these artists say that what they were told about the event isn't what they think the event is turning out to.
Oh, Martina McBride is like Shania Twain. Damn, I feel like a woman. Oh, she's a country music star. Okay, never voted. A never voter is a flex. Kinda, man. He's too cool. He's too cool. He's vanilla fucking ice. He's ice cold. He ain't fucking cool. He's ice cold.
To be. What were you told about this event? And are you in agreement or
This guy knows what it's like having a Roni, okay? This guy knows exactly what it's like having a Roni.
disagreement with those statements?
So when I play events, I never ask about them. I just go, where am I going? I don't even know, and I don't even care because I have fans and they have booked me to play a show like a musician.
And you have performed.
Doesn't care. He's a fucking singer for hire. Go Ninja, go Ninja, go. Go Ninja, go Ninja, go. Man, remember it? Maybe the whole thing with those people coming out of the manhole, they were the Ninja Turtles, and it was just to promote Vanilla Ice, who wrote the ninja rap. Go Ninja, go Ninja, go.
At events related to our current president before, I believe you performed at Mar-a-Lago on New Year's Eve at a presidential event. And do you think that you can separate art from politics?
Heck yeah, man. They should never be in there. Are you kidding me? I think every musician, there's no politics in music. There's no rules. I mean, you know, it's just you should do whatever you feel like doing and express yourself. That's what music is.
Well, there are rules. If you aren't doing something that Donald Trump likes, then off with your head. That's the rule now.
Democratic National Convention or Gavin Newsom or Josh Shapiro, Andy Bashir asked you to perform. What would your answer be?
Let's go, man. You think I don't have fans over at Kamala or Biden's family? I know I do. You think I don't know that?
I know I do.
And families and cousins and nephews, they're Vanilla Ice fans everywhere. Yes, I go play for anybody. Putin, whoever you want. I go to Iraq.
Putin, I go to Iran, Iraq. I don't give a shit. Give me that money, son. Fucking Vanilla Ice, man. You know, I kind of respect the game. I don't give a fuck. I want that money. I don't give a shit. I'll play for Saddam Hussein in his little spider hole. I'll go anywhere. Roll Adolf Hitler's corpse out here. I'll play for that corpse. Give me the money. I'll play anybody. I don't give a shit. Puff Daddy asked me to go to a party and sing. I'm going to Puff Daddy's house to party and sing. That's what I'm doing. Who else is really bad? I can't even think of someone really. I can't even think of someone worse than Puff Daddy right now. That's how bad it is in the world. Do we have anyone in prison? Right? Is there anyone famous in prison that's really, really bad? No. Dang it. I'll do anything. I'll play for Chud the Builder. I'll play for Chud the Builder. I don't care. I'm Vanilla Ice. Damn it.
Man, it don't matter.
Wait, are you going to perform? You would say you would perform for the Supreme Leader? Or for troops in Iran?
I will go to, like Dennis Rodman plays basketball over for anybody. You got to understand, music has you cannot pick your fans. They pick you. So, you know, you're just an entertainer. Don't ever try to think you're anything beyond that.
You know what? I don't hate him for saying that shit. I don't know. Like, if that's your thing, hey, I'm an entertainer. I am a whore, and I'm not going to. I'm going to go to Sun City and perform in South Africa at the height of apartheid. There was this whole thing that happened back then. Does anyone remember the Sun City scandal? Linda Ronstadt went down there. It was bad news. A lot of people went down there when, like, Nelson Mandela was still in jail, and there was like a whole Nazi regime in charge down there in South Africa, and a bunch of American performers went down there. Kind of like now, they all went to, like, a bunch of comedians went to Saudi Arabia, because, you know, they don't care. They just want that money. I just want that money. I just want that money. I mean, I don't like people like that, but Vanilla Ice, what did you expect? I just like Nilla's trying to make that nut to move that butt. Oh, that's CNC Music Factory. They're also gonna perform. CNC Music Factory's gonna perform. Oh my gosh.
This is what you need to know now. President Trump reportedly chews out Israel's leader in an expletive-filled phone call.
We will be deploying drone mitigation and interception teams.
With the World Cup just around the corner, officials are detailing new security measures. A tunnel allegedly used to traffic drugs and guns is found under the U.S.-Mexico border. McDonald's is changing up its restaurants and menus as it attempts to win back customers.
Will AI be used to make life better for working families?
And Bernie Sanders has a plan to give Americans a major piece of the AI revolution. We have much more what you need to know now. I'm Maggie Rulli from ABC News. It's Tuesday, June 2nd. This is what you need to know. Let's get right to the big story.
Go!
Tensions reportedly reached a boiling point.
Pump, let's go!
Between President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu yesterday.
Pumps, faster, faster, faster!
Lionel Louise has details.
Maggie, sources say that on a call between the two leaders, Trump accused Netanyahu of being ungrateful, calling him crazy, and asking Netanyahu, what the expletive are you doing? The phone call came after Israel escalated its bombing campaign against Hezbollah fighters in Lebanon, ordering strikes in the capital Beirut. That prompted Iran's leadership to threaten to call up peace talks with the U.S. President Trump claims to have brokered a de-escalation and says talks with Iran are now resuming at a rapid pace.
Russia has unleashed a wave of attacks across Ukraine, killing at least 13 people and injuring dozens. A barrage of Russian missiles and drones hitting Kyiv and other cities, damaging dozens of apartment buildings. Rescuers are searching for people trapped under the rubble as others sought shelter in subway stations overnight.
I love the damaging apartment buildings, but we're looking for people under the rubble. Damaging apartment buildings. That's a really euphemistic way of saying that Russia just attacked civilians and murdered civilians intentionally. They damaged apartment buildings.
The Department says it will abide by a recent court ruling temporarily blocking the $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. The fund received bipartisan pushback, many calling it
hit that like button, hit that subscribe button,
Trump
baby.
appears to be on board with the move, but some Senate Republicans are demanding assurances that the fund is gone for good. An appeals court is now blocking the Trump administration from removing military service members because they are transgender. A judge says the policy violates the constitutional right to equal protection of the law.
Yeah, 14th Amendment for the win! Constitutional right for equal protection for trans people. You can't kick out trans people out of the military, you weird fucking anti-trans people. What is it with you TDS people, all you Trump deranged fucks, all you weirdos who love Trump so much and you hate trans people? You're trans delusion syndrome. You got the trans delusion syndrome. No, you hate the trans. They can't be in the military. Look out. No.
The decision applies only to current service members who sued and not recruits, meaning the military can still block people who are transgender from joining. The administration.
Ooh, they could block you from joining, but they can't fire you for being trans. Okay, well, I guess you're going to have to bring all those trans people you fired back there, Hegseth.
Is expected to appeal. Sources say Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is blocking the promotion of several senior Navy officers. They include African Americans, women, and white men who
blacks and women, no more promotions in the military.
Reportedly blocked from promotions for various reasons, including participating in DEI, or diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. The Pentagon says the military promotions are earned, and it will not use race or gender as factors in promotions. With the World Cup just over a week away, security measures are tightening nationwide.
DEI, only white people get promotions.
Officials say they plan to deploy cutting-edge tech to track and
drones are going to protect us at FIFA. The millionaires, if you pay this is why it costs you $1 million to see. This is why it costs you $1 million to go see a FIFA World Cup game now, because it's the fucking. Who's gonna pay for these fucking drones? Who's gonna pay for these drones? Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe if you want to be protected by the drones. They're good guy drones, guys. They're not gonna use these against protesters or anything. They're not gonna use these against people exercising their First Amendment right. Don't worry, they're not gonna do that. Trust me, America's never gonna use drones in order to attack American civilians. They're never going to do that. America's never going to do that. We're the good guys. We're the good guys, okay? Drones are never going to be used against civilian populations, okay? Stop saying that. You're putting that into the universe. It's never going to happen. We are never going to use drones to surveil or attack normal human beings in America practicing their civil rights, their First Amendment rights for freedom of speech, assembly, and challenging the government, the press. We're never going to use drones against those people. So shut up. Stop saying that.
Intercept drones. Operators who enter restricted airspace face fines up to $100,000. Officials say immigration agents will aid in security operations, but their focus is strictly on counterterrorism, not immigration enforcement.
It's just counterterrorism, okay? Stop. It's counterterrorism. Aren't you still afraid of don't you remember 9/11? Aren't you still afraid of terrorism? There's going to be some terrorism. And we're going to blame it on the Iranians. That's what's going to happen. There's going to be a little terrorism, and no matter who does it, it'll be blamed on the Iranians.
The games are expected to draw up to...
You know what the thing is? These MAGers just have to realize that common sense exists, and that there are still some of us who just hate concentration camps and think that we should be allowed to do what we want in America because we love freedom and liberty. Someday MAGers will wake up and realize that some of us just want to be living free. Live free or die. Like in New Hampshire. Live free or die. Is it Delaware or New Hampshire, live free or die? I can't remember. Live free or die. MAGers don't understand that. Live free or die. MAGers do not understand that idea.
7 million visitors, raising concerns over the spread.
MAGers are like, hey, do you have a boot you can put on my neck and I can lick it for you? Can you put it on my neck while I lick it? Little ASMR for you. That's my impersonation of a MAGer licking the boot. Oh, Ebola's gonna come too. Facts are coming. We're gonna have Ebola in America because Donald Trump has backed us out of the WHO and has underfunded any kind of scientific or any response whatsoever to Ebola. So get ready to die from Ebola. Are you ready?
Of Ebola from Africa. Confirmed cases in the DR Congo jumped more than 20% in a single day, according to the International Rescue Group. And experts warn delayed detection means the outbreak is likely much larger. Authorities say they found a nearly 900-foot-long drug tunnel leading from Tijuana to San Diego. They discovered a stash of drugs, including meth and marijuana, and believe it...
Damn it, you found my tunnel.
...was used to traffic weapons, explosives, and other items.
Nice.
No arrests have been made. A former North Carolina police officer is due in court today, facing charges after he was seen repeatedly punching a woman. Sherry Moore's family says she suffered a broken nose during Friday's encounter with Officer Carson Hyder. He's been fired. Her family...
What do you know? Another white cop beat the shit out of a black girl.
Says she has mental health issues. Hyder's now charged with assault. He has yet to comment on the incident. Investigators say 3 animals were stabbed during a Las Vegas equestrian event on Saturday. The horses are expected to recover, but the injuries forced them out of competition. A teenage suspect was arrested and is facing felony charges. People involved with the event say she is a fellow rider. We have much more. What do you need to know?
That's intense. That was a lot. That was a lot. Now you know everything you know. ABC has told you everything you need to know. Thank you for being here, everybody. Illegitimately non-carborundum to let the bastards grind you down. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. I know the sky is falling. Oh, the cops are beating black people, and then they're firing black people from the government, and they're also firing trans people, and also Ebola. But you won't care about Ebola because mostly black people are dying. Basically, America's just, I don't know if the sky is falling. It's just like, hey, racism. It's alive and well in America. Welcome. That's basically what I think the news says most days. Misogyny.
Tonight, after what is being, I think, sort of mildly described as backlash to Trump's attempt for this
corruption,
this slush fund, Trump's attempt to back up a truck to the Treasury to take nearly $2 billion to use as a slush fund. The White House tonight is reportedly backing off that plan to try to take that money for Trump. And that is in part because it hasn't just been Democrats in Congress. It has been Republicans in Congress who said no to this thing and who showed themselves to be prepared to vote against it as well. But I think the underappreciated part of all of this, something I feel like I want more clarity on, is that it is really starting to look like they were going to get in trouble for this. There was that one court ruling on Friday that ordered Trump not to start up the fund or make any disbursements from it. But there was also the other court ruling on Friday that essentially indicated that a judge had started an investigation, a court ruling that essentially started an investigation led by a federal judge into whether or not the whole process by which Trump was trying to take this money might have been an act of fraud, might have been a fraud on the court.
Of course it was a fraud on the court. Are you kidding me? Donald Trump, he might actually go to jail. One of these days, he probably won't. You guys will probably vote him to be king of the lungfish before you fucking make him pay for any of his crimes.
The whole idea that this was a settlement of a lawsuit appears to have been false from the beginning. It was designed that way simply as a pretext to give the appearance of legality to what was otherwise just a bank robbery against the American people. And it is one thing politically to try to pull that off for the American people. It's one thing to try to sort of try to scam people and tell people not to believe their lying eyes about what's happened. But to do it to a federal court essentially gives the federal judge overseeing that court the right to look into it to see whether you might have committed fraud against that court.
We're all going to dance. What do you mean, President Reagan? We're all going to dance in the ball. Don't you know I thought that's why they were building it, was for us. They said it's for the American people. They're building it for, what do you mean? Of course I'm going to dance in that ballroom. YMCA. I'm going to dance the YMCA song in the ballroom.
And thereby be subject to sanctions for it. So this is going to be really interesting. Trump may be dropping this slush fund as of tonight. Reportedly, he is considering doing that. But as far as I understand it, him dropping it won't necessarily stop the judge's investigation, the now ongoing investigation into whether all of this was a crime.
It was.
I don't know how all the pushback is going to work out, but the pushback always and ever matters. Joining us now is Joyce Vance, former U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Alabama, co-host of the excellent Sisters-in-Law podcast.
Roll Tide.
Joyce, it's great to see you. Thank you for being here.
It's good to see you.
They call Alabama the Crimson Tide. They call me Deacon Blues.
Yeah.
Joyce, is it, as you know, I'm not a lawyer. I do not play one on TV, but is it fair for me to characterize this as the judge in this case effectively investigating what went on here?
I think that that's a fair characterization because under Article 3 of the Constitution, courts only consider actual cases and controversies. And the potential issue here is that Donald Trump was on both sides of the V in this lawsuit. He was the plaintiff who was suing the IRS, but he also purports to control decisions.
It's like Kramer v. Kramer, except there's only one Kramer. It's like Trump v. Trump.
The IRS makes. And so there's actually video of him saying, isn't this crazy? You know, I have to decide how much money to give myself. So the judge is entitled to figure out whether that was a case she should have been considering in the first place.
In her order on this on Friday, which was a sort of terse, like 4-page order, very sternly worded, the judge in this case, Judge Kathleen Williams, noted that she is entitled to investigate serious misconduct as a collateral issue within the purview of Rule 11. And I talked to a couple of lawyers about this, and all of them were basically just saying like, Rule 11, exclamation point, Rule 11. Can you explain for us non-lawyers what Rule 11 is and whether it is in fact a big deal that that is what was invoked by the judge as she looks into this?
It is a big deal. There's a little bit of law school 101 that has to happen here. This case has been dismissed. And so to get to that Rule 11 consideration, the judge would have to reopen the case. And she can do that. There's actually a group of 35 former federal judges. They've petitioned her and said, please, judge, use Rule 60 to reopen this case and decide whether you should set aside the dismissal because there was a fraud that was perpetrated on the court. And so as part of doing that, the judge then says, you know, there's a rule called Rule 11 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, and it involves filing frivolous motions or frivolous cases. And judges can sanction parties who do that. And so she's almost musing to herself in this 4-page order saying, well, I think I might need to inquire into that. And if she were to use Rule 11, she would be able to ask the government to explain itself. Why did you file this case? Did you understand that it was collusive in some sense? Who was responsible? Who signed off on this? Who didn't, say that this settlement should not have taken place because you can't have the president setting his own settlement up. So lots of legitimate inquiry that she can engage in there if she decides it's appropriate.
Also, I don't think that I think it'd be interesting to see if this, because this isn't in his official capacity as president, so I don't think he'll be immune. I think this is him as a private citizen suing the government and then him awarding himself money. I don't think he's immune because he's perpetrating fraud against the United States government as a citizen, not as a president. So, man, Lucy, you got some explaining to do. Is Kid Rock gonna had a ballroom? Why isn't Kid Rock gonna play at the 250? I wonder. Why are we got to get Vanilla Ice and not Kid Rock? That's what I want to know. We could have all the white rapers. We could get all the white rapists out there on the stage. Who are the most popular white rappers? Not rabbits, rappers. Rapists. The most popular white rappers are Eminem, okay, Post Malone. Is Post Malone? Mac Miller, Jack Harlow, Macklemore. Macklemore's got to go up there. Macklemore, Machine Gun Kelly, he'll be great. G-Eazy, definitely. G-Eazy, everyone hates G-Eazy. Beastie Boys, no, they're not going to do it. Thank God. So the best ones, the GOATs, Eminem, and Beastie Boys are out. But Macklemore, I mean, you could get Macklemore. You definitely could get Machine Gun Kelly. G-Eazy, he's a sexual assaulter. I'm sure that you can get G-Eazy. I think this is great. I don't know Post Malone. I don't know what his politics are. Mac Miller, he's too jazzy. I don't think that maggers are going to like him. But We need to get all the white rappers to play the 250, America 250 for Donald Trump's party. I think that'll make Macklemore is the son of slave owners. Maybe Macklemore will perform the Charlie Kirk Garden with open domed terrarium. Oh, shit. Open dome terrarium. Vanilla Ice is going to be there already. We got Vanilla Ice on lock. We just saw an interview with him. He's on lock. But maybe Macklemore. You think Mac Miller's dead? Is Mac Miller dead? I didn't know Mac Miller's dead. Shit. Is Mac Miller dead? Oh yeah, he died in 2018. Shit. I liked Mac Miller. He's dead though. Okay, Post Malone though. He's still around. Blends hip hop, rock, and pop. He has consistently dominated the Billboard with massive streaming hits. Post Malone, maybe Jack Harlow, mainstream appeal. Macklemore for sure. Macklemore's got to be a Trumper, right? Is Macklemore into Donald Trump? MGK though, we got to get Machine Guns Kelly's got to perform next to Vanilla Ice. Come on, and G-Eazy. Let's just go MGK and G-Eazy and Vanilla Ice. I think that those are the ones that really can. Let's kick off this America party. I think this is going to be great. All right, I've got a new plan for you, Donald. All white rappers. It'll be Vanilla show. Vanilla Ice will be the headliner. I think this is going to work out great for America.
This is a story about trying to have it both ways. Since he first became president, Donald Trump has sought to protect the U.S. aluminum. Donald
Trump likes it both ways. And he likes it in the can. So this is a perfect story for you. I've been talking about aluminum on this show for about a year and a half. And now it's finally in the mainstream news. I saw this. I've had to play it because I've been talking about this aluminum situation in America for a while. And if you're English, I don't know about Australians, but you might hear me say aluminum and you don't know what I'm saying. I get it. We call it aluminum. It's the product of metal that we make from the element aluminium. And I know you guys just call everything aluminium. I don't know why you guys like having that extra syllable in there, aluminium, but we just call it aluminum. It's more fun to say. It's faster. Aluminum. That's what we call it. But when we're talking about the periodic element, we call it aluminium. When we talk about the shit we make from aluminium, we call it aluminum. And it's just fun. It's just fun to say it that way. All right, aluminum, everybody.
Industry through tariffs. But the war in Iran may be taking us in a very different direction. Our colleague Christopher Freeland tells us a story of a key metal that is caught in the middle.
Uh-oh.
Aluminum foil keeps foods from drying out while sealing in all their natural flavor.
Natural flavor.
When you think about aluminum, the first thing that comes to mind might be tinfoil or soda cans. But it's also an essential component of cars, planes, and machinery.
Damn it, I forgot about the cars and planes. I always think about beer cans.
It's the world's most abundant metal, but even that hasn't kept aluminum safe from the fallout of war.
The supply is now depleted by about half of the metal that used to be shipped from the Middle East because there's been some damage and there's been some.
Have you been recycling? I hope you've been recycling because we're going to need you guys to recycle.
Curtailments to avoid further damage.
Jean Simard is the president and CEO of the Aluminum Association of Canada.
It's a very significant situation for the aluminium sector worldwide because the Middle East produces 20% of all the aluminium outside China.
20%? I didn't know that. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Beer's going to go up, boys. We're going to have a lot more beer. Prices are going way up. I hope you like glass bottles. I hope you like glass bottles, folks. Because you're going to be drinking out of a glass bottle. You're not going to get any aluminium.
And it ships to Asia, but mostly to the US and to Europe.
Of the top aluminum producing countries in the world, 2 are in the Middle East. And Simard says the impact of the war in Iran could be long lasting.
What? No. Blackout. What is this? Blackout? No, I have not heard about these blackout licenses. Share it. By the way, if you guys want me to react to something, please put a link in the community tab of this channel. Share it with the community, and we'll react to it on the show.
Starting at the beginning of the crisis, the first curtailment happened in Qatar because of an energy supply situation, and then damage was done in Bahrain, and then to the Altawila smelters in the Emirates.
Oh,
this is very significant because it
The Iranians knew where to hit us, huh? They bombed the aluminium factories.
will take a long time to bring it back. Smelters are very highly impacted by energy.
And he who smelt it, dealt her. Smelter? I hardly know her.
And to restart a smelter, you have to do like...
Smelter?
If there's a supply problem with electricity for your house, you have to unplug everything and then replug one at a time.
I think the hardly know her joke is so much funnier than the D's nuts or the that's what she said joke. Smelter? I hardly know her. Smelter? I just met her.
You can only start back 2 cells a day out of hundreds and hundreds of cells.
Production is just one part of the aluminum supply chain facing disruption. Distribution is another. Like so many of the world's exports, aluminum needs to be shipped, often a long way, and shipments are snarled by the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz.
The problem is what's in front of us. The last ship to leave the Middle East just before the beginning of the crisis has made it to the US. There's no other ship on its way. It took 60 days to get there. So the full shock is ahead of us. I'm not too sure that all downstream transformers, processors, mom and pop shops that use aluminum are fully aware of what's ahead of them.
In the first 2 weeks of the war, the price of aluminum on the London Metal Exchange saw double-digit gains, shooting to record highs. But while the war added to rising prices around the world, some of the fall...
All right, next time we bomb the Middle East, remember, everybody... Somebody remind me, next time we get into an endless war in the Middle East, because it's going to happen at least a few more times in my life. Next time we do this, remind me to invest in aluminum futures, okay? Just remind me. I didn't know that 20% of the world's aluminum came from the Arab Gulf states. Did you know that? I didn't know that. Damn it. You always hear about gasoline this, oil that, but aluminium, you never hear about aluminium. God damn it. This shows you what ignorance gets you. God damn it, I thought ignorance was bliss. And here I've been ignorant. Now I'm not blissful. I'm very angry about this aluminum thing because I know my price of beer is about to skyrocket. How am I supposed to live without it?
In the U.S. is self-inflicted. Last year, President Trump hiked tariffs on imports of aluminum to 50%, with the intention of stimulating domestic production. As of 2025, the U.S. was dependent on imports to meet some 60% of internal aluminum consumption. And that was something that the Trump administration didn't like.
The U.S. is a short market on primary aluminum, so the U.S. need to import a lot of primary aluminum to fill demand. So to attract that metal, then U.S. consumers or manufacturers using aluminum.
Consumers got aluminum. I think this guy's probably Swiss or Swedish.
In effect, have to pay the duty on aluminum into the U.S. market.
Trond Olaf Christoffersen is the CFO of Norsk Hydro, a publicly traded...
Olaf Mortensen from Norway. I am from Norway. I will talk like this about aluminium. I like to always end my sentences like this. After I kill a whale, we kill lots of whales in Norway. We love to kill lots of whales.
...aluminum producer based in Norway. The company is also in the unique position of having a production facility in Qatar.
Our joint venture in Qatar, Qatalum, has been impacted by the war and is currently operating around 60% production capacity because of the situation. And we continue to operate around that level. It is a challenging situation with the raw material access and also to get metal out from the region. But we are continuing to operate at that production level.
And so is the U.S. now facing more of an aluminum crisis than other parts of the world?
Well, the supply situation, I think, or the situation in the Middle East impacts the supply situation in all markets. Physically, when it comes to supply, I think the Asian market is worse impacted because quite a lot of the metal from the Middle East is normally sold in Asia, around 2.5 million tons. But the price impact is global.
This isn't the first time the United States has imposed tariffs on Canadian aluminum.
Also, hops mostly come from other countries. And so when all those tariffs things happen, all those tariffs, hops mostly, we have hops grown in America, but they're very, very labor intensive and they don't grow. The hop belt isn't really in it. It takes a lot to grow hops. You could grow them in England, but most of them come from Europe. And yeah, hops and barley, a lot of it comes. I'm not going to be able to buy beer. It used to be beer was the poor man's drink. It looks like Chardonnay, folks. God damn it, I'm leaving California. How am I going to drink? What am I going to drink? What am I going to drink? Just turpentine. I'm switching to turpentine, folks. I'm switching to turpentine because that's the only thing I'll be able to afford. It comes in a plastic bottle. I'll just drink the turpentine. You know that song, you know that children's rhyme, like, I've been thinking, what have you been drinking? It looks like water, it tastes like wine. Oh my God, it's turpentine. Huey Lewis in the News kind of covered it. I've been thinking, what you've been drinking looks like water and tastes like wine. Don't get it fucked.
In 2018, when I was foreign minister, the trade spat between our two countries ended with the U.S. backing down. And although the U.S. is facing higher aluminum prices today, Samard says that's not a direct effect of the war in Iran. That's because the vast majority of aluminum the United States imports comes from Canada.
When the tariffs, the 50% tax.
Put beer in 2-liter bottles. There you go. The Anacle, good idea. Well, they kind of do that with big glass bottles. You can buy 40s. The aluminum's what's really driving up the cost of beer. Beer's not that expensive to make. I mean, it's 98% water, you know what I mean? But the aluminum that you're putting the beer in is very expensive.
If were implemented, it created a price shock in the market for exporters into the U.S., as Canada is one of them. And basically the reaction was to divert shipments to another market, which covered
That's cool. What are you doing with your hops, though? What do you do with your hops?
the full logistical costs and the whole netback that would differentiate this destination from the U.S. One thing is sure, if you want to get all the available supply from Canada, you have as a policymaker in the U.S. to do a carve-out for Canada within the global tariff situation.
I'm not wearing a tinfoil hat. I can't afford tinfoil. I mean, aluminum foil I can't afford either, apparently.
Right now, if that doesn't happen, Canada will go where the market is.
Among the industries that are most affected by higher aluminum prices are packaging and transportation, from trains and trucks to mopeds and bikes. And that's where Brendan Moore comes in.
Fundamentally, aluminum is one of the primary materials used on a bicycle. The reason is it's very light, very strong, reasonably priced. It's not a super exotic metal.
Moore's company, Wolf Tooth Components, makes premium bike parts that are shipped all over the world. His manufacturing plant in the suburbs of Minneapolis is about 7,000 miles from the Strait of Hormuz, but he's still feeling the consequences of the war in Iran.
We're a small company like us. We're not Boeing, so we don't get to say, Kaiser, send us 10 truckloads of aluminum. We buy our aluminum through suppliers locally, and those suppliers will source that from various suppliers around the world. We don't get a lot of choice in where our aluminum comes from, but I can tell you that it's shifted, and we do have a preference for U.S. aluminum.
Eventually, the only solution for a manufacturer like Moore might be to raise prices. But he says it's not so simple.
In consumer goods, I would say it's not like when you go to the restaurant and there's like lobster pricing and it's like market rate. That's not how consumer goods work. And when prices of aluminum or raw material go in, we can't necessarily just like raise our prices right away. Raising prices, remember, does 3 really bad things. 1, it upsets your customers. 2, it puts you at a disadvantage to your competition. And 3, it's actually a lot of work. And so when the aluminum goes up effectively initially, we just eat it. It just comes right out of our bottom line.
Moore has...
Yeah, hops are cousins to weed and grow weirdly and weak compared to weed. Well, that's mostly because of climate and the fact that we've bred these noble hops and shit, and so we bred them for different stuff and for different climates, and then we try to grow their shit in our places. Hops are weird, but we could grow hops in America. They're very hard to harvest. I don't know how you're harvesting enough to make beer. I've harvested hops. It's backbreaking labor. In fact, when Jack London wrote the book Children of the Underground, he posed as a poor person to go pick hops in Kent, England, and it was so backbreaking. It was the only time that he had to say, I can't do this. It was so bad that Jack London's like, he couldn't stay undercover. She's like, nope, it's too much. He gave up.
Seen peaks and valleys in the price of aluminum before, but he says this time is different.
If you look, there was COVID, which aluminum prices started going up, but then actually the biggest peak was right when the...
You think I should get gender affirming care? I like my hairline. You don't like my hairline? I mean, I'm almost 50, bro. I think my hairline pretty good. I don't know. I like my hairline. How do you guys feel about my hairline? Should I go to Turkey and pay somebody to redo my hair? I like my hair. I never put product in it. It's funny. I have a friend of mine. He's 6 years younger than me. He was over at the house yesterday, and he couldn't believe that he has more gray hair than me. Like, I don't dye it, don't put product in it. And he's Asian, and he's like, I can't believe my hair is grayer than yours. So I don't know. I like my hair. No, you say no, don't do it. Stop it, Sky. It's fly. Thank you. I think it's okay. I don't like the idea of like trying to fake it. I'm just gonna let it go. I'm just gonna let my hair. I'm just gonna live my life. I like how I look as I get older. If I start, I'm not gonna pay someone to do stuff to my body. And if you do, that's okay. That's not judgment. If you do, go for it, man. It's your body. You do you. But to me, I just like, I don't know. I just like the authentic. I like being the authentic article. You know, I don't like all this like Elon Musk not looking like the way he is. Like, that's not how he looks. He faked it. He got so much cosmetic surgery. It's just so much. It's up to him. Like, I'm flattered that he keeps on trying to look like me, you know, but I don't know, man. How do you feel about it?
the Russian war started, just went crazy high, and then tariffs came in, and then the Strait of Hormuz was closed. But the biggest thing people aren't talking about, and you're seeing this broadly across commodities, is the AI build-out is actually one of the big impacts for aluminum prices going up right now. Those data centers that we all hear so much about, they use a ton of raw material, and a lot of it's aluminum. And so kind of we're seeing like a triple whammy now, if you will.
Smaller manufacturers, like Wolf-Tooth Components, not only have to contend with higher prices for the metal they need, but also have to compete against bigger, more powerful players that also use aluminum. The squeeze could eventually raise prices across the board for consumers, triggering another bout of inflation.
There's really no viable alternative to aluminum in our case. And you'd hear the same thing if you asked Boeing. Like, they're still going to use tons of aluminum in airplanes, no matter what the price is. And the price of those airplanes will just go up. Same with our bicycle parts.
As the war drags on, so does the timeline for prices to stabilize. Back in Norway, Christoffersen says the outlook is far from certain.
So in the aluminum market, I think we see a bit the same situation as you see in the energy markets.
Thanks, Jackie. Jackie thinks I'm handsome, and she supports my channel, so I don't give a shit what anybody else said. I think I look okay. I think I'm okay. My grandmother was a model before the Great Depression. That's pretty cool, I think.
You have quite high prices in the front end, meaning metals to be delivered in the coming month. But then you have a declining price, a backwardation situation in the market with lower prices falling down to $3,000 per ton a couple of years out in time.
So it will take anywhere between 12 to 18 months for the Middle East supply that's been affected to come back into the market. And then you need 60 days to ship to North America that you add to this. So we're heading for a supply shock.
2 years almost? That's like what he just said was... I think he just said 19 months of shitty aluminum prices. Everything's going to get fucked.
As we move through the summer period. And this will last most likely for about a year and a half, until this supply starts to make its way back into the market.
For business owners like Brendan Moore, the effects of domestic and foreign policy have become an unavoidable hazard of the job.
We control the processing, we control our efficiency, we control our yields. So we have to just focus on those. I think near term, we're going to be able to mitigate most of the aluminum prices. Longer term, if it stays this high, there has to be some sort of increase. But a consumer, if aluminum goes up 20% again this year, our prices of our products aren't going to go up 20%. They're going to go up like 3 or 5%. And I like Boeing. I'm not trying to poo-poo them at all, but like we don't have the negotiating power that say they have or an automaker has. And when these prices change or tariffs change, I see that almost the same day. I mean, not joking sometimes. Well, I didn't start this small business because I wanted to learn about tariffs or deal with massive supply chain issues or deal with geopolitics. Those are, in fact, some of my least favorite things. Bicycles are way more fun than that stuff.
I want to just make bicycles. I just want to follow my passion and make bicycles. But Donald Trump is making me learn about global politics and tariffs because he's a piece of shit doing bullshit, not helping anybody.
All back and forth of tariffs and wars, it's hard to see how U.S. policy, at the moment, is helping American manufacturers or American consumers. And this is one problem that the marketplace can't fix on its own.
On Friday, Donald Trump's now fired Attorney General Pamela Bondi participated in what the Republican chairman of the House Oversight Committee called a committee interview. So she was not formally put under oath. Chairman James Comer was challenged on that before the hearing by a group of women who survived the abuse of sex trafficker and rapist Jeffrey Epstein, who was Donald Trump's closest friend for 10 years.
Oh, closest friend for 10 years. How do you guys stomach that Donald Trump was closest friends with Jeffrey Epstein for 10 years. How do you deal with it? How do you look at Donald Trump and you think he's your friend?
Can you ensure that they would please be brought in under oath?
Well, if you lie to Congress, it's a felony. So it's we're bringing them in. We're bringing people in that have never been brought in before.
The transcript of the committee's interview with Bondi has not yet been released, but her written statement is public, and her key line, really the only thing she wanted to say about the Epstein files, could not be more clear. Quote, I delegated oversight over this process to Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. So there's Donald Trump's first Attorney General putting all the blame for every delay, every mistake, and every attempt to block the release of the Epstein files on Donald Trump's current Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche.
I love that for her. I love that for her. I love that for her, Pam Bondi. Throw Todd Blanche. That's great. I delegated everything to Todd Blanche. I did nothing. I had nothing to do with the Epstein. I got nothing to do with it. Everything went through Todd Blanche. Ask him. Goodbye, everybody. Oh, I love that. I did not know that until right now. I think that's so wonderful for her. Good for you, Pam Bondi. You finally woke up and you realized you were getting ass-fucked by this piece of shit regime, and you're going to throw them all under the bus. Good for you. Good for you. I don't know nothing. Ask Todd Blanche. He did it all. I had nothing to do with it. Nothing. That's great.
And she was Donald Trump's criminal defense lawyer. Todd Blanche is also the author of the most insane document ever issued by the Justice Department, saying on one piece of paper on May 19th, signed only by Todd Blanche, that the Department of Justice, quote, is hereby forever barred and precluded from prosecuting or pursuing any cases against Donald Trump and his family that might be pending as of May 19th, quote, including tax returns filed before the effective date of May 19th. Todd Blanche's depraved use of his position in the Justice Department has done more to expose presidential corruption than even Richard Nixon's 2 indicted attorneys general did during the Nixon presidency. And now Todd Blanche is being publicly blamed for everything Donald Trump's Justice Department has done with the Epstein files. Joining us now is Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna.
Pretty sick. What a you know what? I bet she's been planning that for a long time. She's like, when would these assholes, you know what? Because Pam Bondi's, she's been dealing with assholes like this for a long time. I bet the whole time she's like, these guys are they're going to try to fuck me over. I've been fucked over by douches like this before, and I am not going to let it happen again. Oh, it's happening again? No problem. I planned for this.
California. He is a member of the Oversight Committee. Congressman Khanna, to Chairman Comer's point there about, he seemed to be saying it doesn't matter if Bondi was under oath because lying to Congress is a crime. What's your reaction to that?
Well, it was so sad that the survivors said they felt that they didn't matter. And this was, of course, the cardinal sin of Epstein, treating the survivors as dispensable. And now they're making them feel that way again. But look, Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, they were videotaped. They were under oath. Comer made a whole spectacle of this. And now Pam Bondi, who's responsible for the whole investigation, you're not putting her under oath. You're not having her videotaped. I mean, it is totally covering up.
She wasn't taped?
We know that she had a meeting in the White House about the Epstein files with Donald Trump. What did she say about that?
She refused to answer a single question about her interaction with Donald Trump. Harmeet Dillon, the Assistant Attorney General, instructed her not to answer anything with Donald Trump. It's obvious at this point it's a total cover-up with Trump. And Lawrence, look, Orban fell in Hungary because of a sex abuse scandal, covering up a sex abuse scandal. And you see Trump now being exposed for the same kind of cover-up, and he's going to have the same fate.
So Donald Trump is now discovering...
It's too bad you weren't here earlier. I actually thanked you publicly. Thank you so much, Steve. Thank you for everything.
That not only did... Todd Blanche not come up with a genius plan for this Trump slush fund and for Trump's so-called immunity with the IRS. But he's actually caused Donald Trump a tremendous amount of political problems with this slush fund, and he's causing Donald Trump what could be serious legal problems in the future with these federal judges because of their investigations of this settlement. And now here's Bondi saying the Epstein files, 100% Todd Blanche's fault.
Well, she basically came in, she blamed Todd Blanche for everything. She blamed Kash Patel because she said that she already got redacted documents.
Yeah, all of a sudden, MAGA's not talking anymore.
And then she had the audacity to blame Jay Clayton, the U.S. attorney, saying that's why we don't have any investigations and prosecutions. She knows it's a sinking ship. The slush fund basically exposed that this is a mafia-like government. It's totally corrupt. Senator Ossoff called it out in his brilliant speech. And the reality is the cards are folding. Senators are rebelling now, and Trump is seeing that. And they want to make Todd Blanche.
Trump is... I love this shit. Wait till Trump throws Todd Blanche under the bus, because now the stakes are higher. If Pamela Bondi, eventually she'll talk to the press. Eventually she'll write a book, and she'll talk about the shit she saw. And she'll say, I had nothing to do with it. Every time I tried to do something, they said, fuck you. So I quit. I wasn't fired. I quit because I couldn't stomach this. I quit because of my conscience. And Todd Blanche was the real villain all along.
The fall guy. That's what Pam Bondi was trying to do.
Congressman Ro Khanna, thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Appreciate it.
Man. Well, that's the news reaction. Nobody called in today. Thank you all for being here. I'm going to go play guitar for a little while. I'm going to play... Deacon Blues. I'm going to play that song Deacon Blues. I thought that was good, the Rolling Tide, because I said Bama Roll Tide. Yeah, she has thyroid cancer. Yeah. Everyone's got cancer all of a sudden. All these people who are close to Donald Trump got cancer all of a sudden. They're all retiring. Amazing. Tulsi Gabbard, her husband's got cancer. Everyone's got cancer now all of a sudden. I just came on here to bitch and whine because I'm not happy. But what God is the real? Well, yeah. Could have happened to a nicer person, for sure. Yeah. Pam Bondi got cancer, folks. She got the thyroid cancer. Is that even true? Does Pam Bondi have thyroid? Does Pam Bondi have thyroid cancer? No. She was diagnosed 6 days ago. Okay. 6 days ago, she was diagnosed. That wasn't before she got fired. So I don't know. Maybe she got thyroid cancer and now she's finding Jesus. She's like, oh Jesus, I gotta make good before I die. I gotta make good before I go. Pam Bondi was diagnosed with cancer after leaving the Justice Department in April. After leaving it. Okay. There you go. Well, she's got thyroid cancer. Oh well, poor lady. Poor lady. You're trying to call? What do you mean? Call right here. Call. It's right there. It's in the chat. I put it in the chat many times. It's right there. There it is in the chat. You see it? Do you see it? You could call in right now. She prays more. It's in the chat. It's in the chat. Bam. It's in the chat. Call in. It's in the chat. Call in if you want to talk about anything. Well, tell me why you bought so much Melania coin. Speaking of Melania coin, I'm starting up a collection for all the Melania coin I can get. Here it is. Buy Melania coin today, everybody. Please buy Melania coin. It's the greatest thing you'll ever buy. You could send me money at Skyjack23 if you're on Venmo, or Skyjack Morgan if you're on Cash App. Please consider buying Melania coin for me. Or just give me money and I'll buy the Melania coin because it's the most important financial tool for the future prosperity of America, said Donald Trump. It's endorsed by the First Lady, and everything they do is on the up and up. Everything they do is on the up and up. Stop saying it's a rug pull. It's not. Watching Humans is here, and he's eating an apple. Okay, here we go. Welcome.
Yeah, the link is not in the chat until you finally put it in there. I've been scrolling and scrolling and scrolling.
Well, I put it in there multiple times.
I don't know why it's so hard to see. I mean, it's in yellow. I should be able to see it.
I don't know, man. Sometimes user error, perhaps. What's on your mind? What's the deal, and how you feeling?
So is any of this going to mean anything? Because I feel like this administration gets caught red-handed constantly, and like you talked about a book coming out. So what? I mean, a lot of books have come out after administrations have gone, and nothing's happened to any of those people.
They don't happen to the guys at the top, but they happen to the guys in the middle. Those guys go to jail all the time. Like Todd Blanche being in jail, completely reasonable thing to expect. Donald Trump, probably not, right? But maybe. I mean, can a boy dream?
Miller, Hegseth?
Yeah, they could go to jail. Those guys, I mean, Rumsfeld never went to jail, right? But I mean, those guys often have to get pardoned. I mean, didn't Spiro Agnew and Henry Kissinger, those are guys they all get pardoned eventually, right? But they could, maybe they won't. Donald Trump's crazy. He could die now, and then you could see all sorts of crazy shit happen. If the old man dies and all the roaches scatter, they'll start turning on each other.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I think it matters. Will anything happen? I mean, I was just joking about Melania coin. The guy totally did a pump and dump scam on his own followers. And no one seems to care that he just ripped everybody off with Melania coin.
There we go.
So the guy's clearly a criminal. But this thing, sometimes some things catch on, like the $1.776 billion slush fund thing that he's now dropping because but now he's being investigated for fraud, for bringing a fraudulent case against the United States. So, could be.
You know, I wanted to, I was listening to you earlier, and you were talking about LA, and I couldn't help but think, like, news actually supposed to care about LA? Like, I thought they considered this to be Satan's playground,
Yeah.
and we should all just go to. I mean, the only thing they want is more votes, right? They don't give a shit about the well-being of people in LA.
No, I think that the whole reason with the LA thing is because she kept on saying it's California.
Right.
She kept saying, right, and they know that their base loves shitting on California, and so they'll
Yeah.
say all these things. And even though California is the one that funds everything, California is where all the money comes from. Like, they all rely so heavily on California. Like, it makes sense that they're
People need to
shitting on
know that
California.
the vast majority of California is rural, and what
Yeah.
is this, the second or third beef producer,
Yeah.
which means it's full of Republican ranchers, and now it's full of Republican techies.
It's also the largest dairy producer, the largest egg producer is still California, even with
Oh,
all
God.
the regulations. More manufacturing in California than any other state, more agriculture generally than any other state. So, I mean, yeah, it's a little ludicrous. The only thing that they're behind, like California imports 97% of its pig product. It's pork. Pig products are highly regulated in California, so most people, they don't raise pigs because it's a very brutal and disgusting industry, you know, and plus it stinks. Pigs.
That's all true.
Yeah.
So I have a specific story I wanted to share with you regarding it being terrible place.
Lay it on me.
So I saw something from I guess it was Fox News showing the state of San Francisco, and like just Market Street is full of zombie crackheads, and
Yeah,
it's
they're
like,
the lean. They're like,
yeah,
the fentanyl lean. Yeah.
So you know what I did? I got on my bicycle and rode my bike to look for it. It's not there.
Where did you go? Did you go to the Tenderloin?
Yeah, I did all of it. I went to all the creepy places. But to your point earlier, I mean, I don't know if that was AI enhanced or if it was one really bad day, but I'm like, you can't clean that up that fast if it's a legitimate problem. It's and, like there's some wackos, there's some less than model citizens, but you know, what city doesn't have that? Like I've been in Republican urban sprawl that has fucking homeless people.
100%. Yeah, I mean, you get off a highway in any town in America, there's a guy standing there with like a sign, you know. I was in Houston. They got homeless people in Houston. There's people struggling everywhere, you know.
Right.
I think that happens like because in Tenderloin, I think they have a couple like needle exchange places and stuff. And when there's like a big, because at some point there's like a lot of people and they're waiting in line, and then they all get that stuff at once, and then it all happens at once. And if you're there with a camera, you can get some pretty damning footage. But you're right, it's not normally like that. Like I used to kind of hang out. Yeah.
Even if it was, I bicycled through like 30 minutes of one of the most incredible cities to bicycle through before I finally found this target of bad stuff that they're promoting.
Mm-hmm.
It just like you said, people think that all of California is LA, and now people think that all of San Francisco is the Tenderloin.
That's right, which is insane because then why does it cost so much to live in both of those places? Right? Why does it cost so much money to live in LA and San Francisco if it's filled with like there's
those
parts
are millionaire meth heads that are in the zombie state.
Exactly. Everyone wants to live there, and it costs $1 million a month to live there and shit. But yeah, it's the worst place in America. It's a shithole. Okay, and
good, just don't come here.
Yeah, then then don't come. It's so funny when they say stuff like that because it's like I was looking at places in LA because when I thought about leaving Orange County, I was thinking about LA. You know, I always think about moving back to LA because I'm from there, and I found some places that I could afford, but they were in seedier neighborhoods with lots of traffic, and I was thinking, oh man, all the LA problems, I just don't want to do it anymore. Even though I love LA, I always feel like you're in LA, you're so far away from everything, you know?
Yeah. LA's very spread.
It's too big. Yeah. Like if you live in Burbank, like you're as far away from Burbank, like Burbank is as far away from downtown LA, you know, as Long Beach is. So, but people don't get that. Inner cities are shitholes, says, yeah, inner cities usually are a little rougher, man. But I swear to God, inner city in Los Angeles, like I've been, like if you go downtown LA, where like Angels Flight is and shit like that, it ain't so bad. Hollywood Boulevard's rough. You got lots of tourists, lots of crime, but it's not all.
Are there high density human population areas that don't just naturally come with more human problems?
I don't think so. I think that we have those problems. I think. Okay, so there are places like Barcelona and stuff where but you know what they do? They build rat-proof trash cans. They build, like the city does that. The government provides rat-proof trash cans so that you don't have, like in New York City, trash in the fucking streets all the time because the rats pull hole. You know how it works in New York, right? Like there's trash in the streets in New York because they haven't done anything about it. And like they could do something about it, but they don't do shit. And because it costs money and effort. Who knows? Maybe Mom Donnie will get on that next. But like there's places like Barcelona where you have high density, or places like Paris where, yeah, they have homelessness and crime and shit, but they also have civic infrastructure that's helping people, you know? Like they also have healthcare in those countries, so they don't have people who are crazy roaming the streets.
I also wonder about I know those are big cities, but I also wonder about use of the word density, because Europe still has a belief in open space and not packing everything with a luxury condo. You've got these big, beautiful courtyards and walking areas, and it's a more pleasant atmosphere. It's going to reduce, in my mind, the likelihood of humans being assholes if you're not in an asshole situation.
Yeah, if like in LA, for example, rich neighborhoods have shade and the poor neighborhoods don't. And they're saying that this is a massive problem because it's sunny and it's hot, and people and so you have people like building shitty structures to try to get shade on the streets because the city's not doing it.
Interesting.
Right. But if you live in a rich neighborhood, they're planting trees, they're building structures so that you can look at it on a map and look at how the shade, even from the buildings, where the more expensive property is in LA. It's a very important, there's a politics of shade in Los Angeles. And you're right. When you're getting cooked by the sun all day and you're poor and you can't get out of it, it causes all this stress and mental illness. And then you can't go to a hospital because none of them exist. So what happens, right?
Absolutely. Heat is absolutely an agitator. I love it when it's cold here in San Francisco because people just seem to calm the fuck
Chill
down.
out. Yeah, totally. It's just like, all the riots always happen in summer, right? They usually happen in summer when we're pulling out of a war and there's nothing to do. People start, no one's in school. They start fighting in the streets. Like the thing is, listen, there are definitely homeless people in Massachusetts. I didn't know where they went, but a lot are gone. I don't know where the homeless people went in Massachusetts either, but there's a homeless population problem in America because we don't have health care. If people have a place to go when they're feeling down and they don't have to lose their jobs, then they'll keep working. People will self-regulate. They'll go. Like most people who are homeless, the reason they've always been like hobos and street people, but most people who are in the street at this point have had some major emergency, like a catastrophic thing has happened in their lives, or they're mentally disabled. They have a mental illness.
I'll add a category. I was ranting about this the other day. The people who've been driven out of homes here in the Bay Area make more money than people in the Midwest who want to brag about having a roof over their heads.
Yeah, it's true.
They've made it very hard to afford to have a roof here.
I mean, that's what Mom Donnie's saying in New York, right? You can't. People are living in their cars in LA. That's another thing, man. In San Francisco, last time I was up there, they have this whole community now of people living in RVs and parking in like Daly City and shit. And they're working. They just live in RVs because they can't afford to live in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
Like, that makes perfect sense if you think about it. Live in your RV and work at a Starbucks or wherever the hell you're working. You can't afford to live there, but...
I mean, I understand that there's a, negative side to that, but you're also looking at people who are adapting and surviving.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like Rick James says, the homeless problem is a drug problem. The drug problem is a mental illness problem. It's a healthcare issue. The drug problem is a healthcare issue. Drug addiction is unchecked in America because we don't have healthcare. If most people who are on drugs are begging for help, and they can't get it. They can't get it safely anyway. Yeah. 85% are addicted. Sorry, that's just a fact. There are some people down on luck, but also most have had a problem with drugs. Yeah, everyone has by the way, everyone has a problem with drugs and alcohol. That's the other thing I don't get. People are like, they're drinking. Yeah, everyone's drinking. Everyone's on drugs.
Yeah, they should all be up in a penthouse doing lines off of hookers, and that's more respectable.
Exactly, right? Exactly. They should be doing boner bumps with Donald Trump at Studio 54. Like, what do you mean everyone's doing drugs and is on alcohol in America?
You have to do it in your luxury condo, not on the street.
Oh, yeah, right. Exactly. Geen says, I live out of an SUV. My friend next to me lives out of an RV with a family of 4. We live in SoCal. I'm homeless from medical bills and disability. That's what I'm talking. There you go. Directly related. It's all related to our lack of healthcare in this country. The fact that we're not managing addiction seriously in America. I mean, I'm totally okay with you saying, oh, it's the fentanyl or it's all everyone with their drug. Sure. Okay. What are we doing about it? Well, nothing. Okay. So I guess we'll still have homeless people. I guess you'll still have shit on the street, human shit. You'll still have to clean up human shit from the street. Yeah, it definitely comes down to healthcare and money. I know you know that, Positrack. I'm not talking. Yeah, I know. It's Kafka-esque. It is Kafka-esque. Oh man, you don't hear that word enough. Except Kafka-esque would make you think that there's actually a chance of getting out with the labyrinthine bureaucaucy, and there isn't. You're fucked. Yeah, government-funded methadone, Suboxone. There you go. Methadone. That'll do it. Just give them methadone. Send them on their way. Perfect. Great idea.
I thought the wall was going to stop all the drugs coming into the country.
Oh yeah, I thought bombing innocent Venezuela children was going to help that.
You're right.
Wait a second. I thought running Afghanistan for 20 years was going to fix the problem.
Okay.
Somehow the problem persists. Maybe it's because the question has to then come back to why aren't other countries having that problem? We have this epidemic of homelessness in America. We have a shooting problem in America. Other countries have guns. We're not the only country who has a Second Amendment type style of relationship with guns. Canada, they love their guns. And yet we are the only ones with tons of school shootings. You tell me there's no guns in Mexico? They got shitloads of guns in Mexico.
True.
No one's shooting up schools in Mexico.
The countries with free healthcare, they haven't gone under. The countries that offer free college tuition, they haven't gone under. If anything, they're doing well.
Yeah, exactly. Well, at least even in places like Cuba, they don't have these problems. Like none of these other countries, you could take it from their economic point of view, from every point of view you want to look at it. None of them have the problems that we got. So the smoking gun is healthcare. That's the only thing that sets us apart from all of the other countries. Iran has a constitutional right for its citizens to seek healthcare, to get healthcare.
Oh, geez, I would move there if we weren't currently bombing it.
That's okay. You can move to Israel. They also have a constitutional right to. You can move to Iraq. They have a constitutional right to healthcare. I mean, and we paid for that. We set up their healthcare system. American taxpayers did. Up until recently, in Afghanistan, they had universal healthcare that we paid for. So, for some reason, we can always pay for it in other countries, just not in this country.
Well, speaking of being healthy, I'm going to go for another run, but I wanted to pop in and give you some love. Great show.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Everyone should subscribe to Watching Humans if you want to get nasty with Skylar Thomas.
And the two of us got a two-week hiatus from doing it, but I hope that you'll come back and join me for this 2-week hiatus.
What sports activity is it coinciding with?
Don't want to talk about it.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Don't want to talk about sports. Okay. Everyone have a wonderful day. Thank you, Watching Humans.
Thank you.
Check it out. See you later. All right. Well, that is the conclusion of the political component of the show. I'm going to go play guitar for a little while downstairs. I want to put you on hold, and we're going to go downstairs. Gen 1 Bill, Day and Missiles. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I'm going to go play guitar. The U.S. has lost 800% in foreign investment since the inception of the HMO. Thank the Republicans for that one. I mean, we spend $3 trillion on healthcare and we get shit for it because we're just taking that money and we're giving it to very rich existing corporations. We subsidize them. You can go on, Chinese people can't own land, neither can we. What the fuck are you talking about? We don't own the land. We pay taxes on that land. Try to go take some land in America and don't tell anybody. Just take it. See what happens. Chinese can't own land. Neither can we. Neither can we. Ban Narcan, save a catalytic converter. Funny. Funny. The USA taxes the disabled. That's how shit this country is. That's exactly right. This country hates children, women, disabled people. Anyone who isn't an able-bodied white man, this country hates them. I'll be all right. I'll be all right. But the rest of you, I don't know if you're going to make it. I don't know if you're going to make it. My mouth might get me in trouble, but my mouth will probably get me out of trouble. I'll probably be all right. White guys like me, we're always okay. We always make it. Banks own land, which they never owned. Insane. Yeah, pretty crazy, right? But don't worry, the government owns it all. You don't really own it. You rent it from the government. That's what the tax is, why they pay property tax. Thank the Republican for the downfall of the country. It's not just their fault. It's not just the Republicans' fault. I mean, Barack Obama, he didn't do us any favors. He paved the way for Donald Trump. He made Donald Trump inevitable. So, you know, Clinton wasn't great either. I mean, he kept taking our money and took away government services in order to balance a budget that fucked us all. But hey, you know, the Republicans are worse, but I mean, they're not that much worse than the Democrats on anything that matters. Banks create something from nothing every single day. Pretty incredible, right? Pretty incredible. I opened up a new bank account yesterday, folks. I did. I opened up a new bank account yesterday because I'm going to open up another one tomorrow. Pretty exciting. I'm opening up bank accounts because they're making me open new bank accounts so that I can sell my house. I got to open another bank account for that. I'm going to have, by the time this is all over, I'll have 3 new bank accounts that I have to have just to do business. My normal bank accounts, no, those weren't good enough. I've got to have many more bank accounts now. I don't know how many bank accounts I'll have by the time this is all over, but I'm sure I'll pay for all of them. I'm sure they'll all take a piece of the action at the end of the day. They're not doing it for free after all, but I'm required to open up all this other shit. It's fucking unbelievable. Well, whatever. Hey, you know what? This is it. You're closing your bank account next week? Damn, Ben from Berlin. Ben from Barcelona. Are you going to Barcelona or what? I saw Ben from Barcelona. Are you changing shit? All right. Thank you, everybody. Jack is pampered by the... Jack is a pampered rich biatch. Am I? No, I've been pretty fucking working class my whole life. It feels like I might have a windfall here pretty soon. Pretty soon, it might finally all work out for me, folks. Look out. I grew so fucking working class. I got so working class, I got them taking money out of my ass. I'm forced to change shit. Yeah, wow. Am I streaming my guitar player? Yes, I'm going right now. Sell now. I'm trying. How can you sell the home if it's owned by the government? Same way the Chinese sell their homes. You own the home, but you don't own the land. You understand? You understand how that works? You get it? Do you get it? They own the land. You own the house that the land is on. It's a great way to get you to stay put. But thanks. In China, for example, 90% of them own the home. But just like here, they don't own the land it's on. Not really. They own, like, rights to the land, rights, as long as the government allows them to stay. And by the way, when the government says, no, you got to go, they do shit just like we do here with the eminent domain. We pay them. The government pays you for your house, pays for you to move. Just like we do it all the time to people. We make people move because we want to build shit. The government wants to build shit. You're out. You're out. But they'll pay you for it. They'll help you move. They'll do all sorts of shit. But the government's going to make you move. and you do not have a choice. They will take you away at gunpoint. They do it all the time in America. How the fuck do you think they build shit in America? How do the fuck? I don't really want to get into it. Anyway, I'm going to go set up my guitar stuff, and I'll see you in a second. Thank you all for being here. We are going to continue playing music right now. It's Tuesday. Don't forget. I'm going to play Goodbye Ruby Tuesday and Deacon Blues. Thanks, everybody. I hope that you will. I'll see you in just a second. And thank you all for joining. Don't forget to like and subscribe and all that fun stuff. I really appreciate you guys being here. And thank you to everyone who supported the stream. Thank you. 1, 2, 3.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three.
Ba 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 boom 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 ba ba boom 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 boom. All right. Let me do a quick sound check. How we doing, everybody? How we feeling, everybody? You feeling good?
think that's pretty rad. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for being here at the show. Hopefully you all can hear me just fine. Let me do a quick sound. How's this sound, everybody? How's this sound? I hope you all feel great today, because today is the day. It's Tuesday. See you next Tuesday. Hold on, I forgot my water. All right, sounds good. Thank you. All right, let's play Ruby Tuesday because it's Tuesday, huh? Let's piss off the Goodbye, Ruby Tuesday. Who could? I kind of want to play. Let me change the banner. And now it's Busker Sky, a Busker Sky. Sound is okay. Goodbye, Ruby Tuesday. I kind of want to play it differently though. I always try to play songs a little bit differently so I can hopefully trick. Last time I played it too close to the original and I got a copyright violation. I had to erase it. So let's try to do it a little bit differently, huh? Let's try to do it a little bit differently. And she would never say where she came from. Yesterday don't matter if she's gone. While the sun is bright in the darkest night, nobody knows. She comes and she goes. Goodbye. No, I gotta change it, man. I'm trying to do it differently. Goodbye, Ruby Tuesday. Who could hang a name on you when you change with every new day? Still I'm gonna miss you. Don't question why. She needs to be so free. She'll tell you it's the only way to be. She just can't be chained to a life where nothing is gained and nothing's lost at such a cost. Goodbye, Ruby Tuesday. Who could hang a name on you when you change it every new day? Still I'm gonna miss you. Still I'm gonna miss you. Still I'm gonna miss you. There's no time to lose. I heard her say, catch your dreams before they slip away. Dying all the time. Lose your dreams and you just may lose your mind. A life unkind. Goodbye, Ruby Tuesday. Who could hang a name on you when you change with every That's Ruby Tuesday for It's Tuesday today. It's Tuesday today, everybody. Steffelson, thank you so much for the positive reinforcement. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for that. I thank you so much. Thank you, Jackie Boyle, for saying the sounds good. Thank you. But the GOP are criminal conman traitors. That's true. They are criminal conman traitors and bigots. It's hard to see past that. I don't like the Democrats, but you're totally right. We know Jesse Waters gets all freaky around Trump. I just saw that again. Sorry, I think I noticed that before. Thank you all for joining. I want to see if I can play Deacon Blues. I always love that song, Deacon Blues. Deacon Blue. Yeah, by Steely Dan, am I right? You guys love Steely Dan, right? Oof. Let me see if I can. I'm pretty sure I played this song before, but they call it Deacon Blues. I don't know if I think I played this song before. Ugh, there's like a million chords in this song. I think I played Deacon Blues before. I thought for sure I had Steely Dan's. Steely Dan, man. Steely Dan. Come on, man. Steely Dan. I know I have Steely Dan in here somewhere. Steely Dan, where are you, Steely Dan? QRST. Steely Dan. Steely Dan. Oh, damn it. I only have dirty work in here. Deacon Blues. Let's see if I can do it. Try this way. Let's see if I can do this properly. Okay, here's what we're going to try to do. We're going to try to play that song. Never played this song before. This is the day of the expanded man, shape that is my shade where I used to stand. Seems like I'm only yesterday. I gaze through the glass at ramblers, wild gamblers, and it's all in the past. Call me a fool, you say it's a crazy scheme. This one's for real, I thought I bought the dream. So useless to ask me why I throw a kiss and say goodbye. I'll make it this time, all ready to cross that fine line. I'll learn to work the saxophone out and play just what I feel. Drink whiskey all night long, and it's how's it go? It goes like, I'm ready to cross that fine line. I'll learn to work the saxophone. I'll play just what I feel. I'll drink such whiskey all night long and die behind the wheel. They got a name for the winners of the world. I want a name when I lose. I want a name when I lose. They call Alabama the Crimson Tide. Call me Deacon Blues. My back to the wall, a victim is for me the essence of true romance. Sharing the things we know and love, those of my kind. Libation, sensations, stagger in the mind. I crawl like a viper through these suburban streets. Make love to these women, languid and bittersweet. Rise when the sun goes down and cover every game in town. World of my own, I make it my home, sweet home. I learned to work the saxophone. I play just what I feel. Drink scotch whiskey all night long. Die behind the wheel. They got a name for winners in the world, and I don't want a name when I lose. They call Alabama the Crimson Tide. Call me Deacon Blues. Something like that. I don't know. Never played that song before, but I thought it was kind of fun to play. Thank you so much. Sit where you want to. Prick much. Yeah, sit where you want to. Sit where you want to. Sit where you want to sit. There's a Glasgow band called Deacon Blue. Really? They call Alabama the Crimson Tide. I think that song would be kind of fun to play if I could actually... like the way they play it is so... like their shit's so jazzy. I'm trying to play it like more folksy, but I think you could do it if you did like... This is the day of the expanding man. Shape is my shade, and that's where I used to stand. It's where I used to stand. It seems like only yesterday I gazed through the glass at ramblers, wild gamblers, and all in the past. Call me a fool, you say it's a crazy scheme. This one's for real, and I've already brought the dream. So useless to ask me why. Throw a kiss and say goodbye. Throw a kiss and say goodbye. I'll make it this time. I'm going. I'm ready to cross that fine line. I work the saxophone. I'll play just what I feel. And I'll drink scotch whiskey all night long. And I'll die behind the wheel. They got a name for those winners in the world. I want a name when I lose. They call Alabama the Crimson Tide. Call me Deacon Blues. It'd be kind of fun to play it all real sad like that. That'd be kind of fun. I saw something come in. Crazy Jackdaw, thank you so much. Sorry about not being able to play this song, but I've never played it before, you know. They call Alabama the Crimson Tide. Call me Deacon Blue. Thank you, Jackie Boyle. You don't have a song you want to hear? You don't have a song you want to hear? Sky, what's your shirt? It's a rabbit that says vegans are cuter. Do you want one? Do you want one, Frankie Berry? I'll send you one if you want one. It says vegans are cuter. It's a rabbit that I drew. If you want one, I'll send it to you. They call Alabama the Crimson Tide. Now you can call me Deacon Blues. You can call me Deacon Blues. Wild Horses? Sure, I'll play Wild Horses. For you, Jackie, I will play Wild Horses. Wild horses couldn't take me away. I want to try to make it mine, though. How do we do it? How do we do it? Make it mine. We'll try to play it. Childhood living is easy to do. Things that you wanted, I brought them for you. Graceless lady, you know who I am. You know I can't let you slide through my hands. Wild horses couldn't drag me away. You suffer a dull ache and pain. Now you decided to show me the same. No sweeping exit. Stage lines. You can make me feel bitter or treat you unkind. Wild horses couldn't drag me away. Couldn't drag me away. Don't have much time. Faith has been broken. Tears must be cried. Let's do some living. After after we die. Wild horses couldn't drive me away. Wild, wild horses, I'll ride them someday. Wild horses couldn't drive me away. Wild horses couldn't drive me away. Wild horses, I don't want to ride them any day. Thanks, Jackie. Thanks. I tried. I was trying to like rewrite it, you know. Kazoo Wild Horses, yeah. I was trying to make it a little differently. Yeah, in my shop I have a Bartleby shirt. I do. Dana Point, California. Is that where you live? You live in Dana Point? I used to live in Dana Point. What part of Dana Point do you live in? Gein? I used to live in Dana Point. I loved it there. I lived there for a while. And I really liked it. I want to play this song. I lived right on the beach at the right by the library, Dana Point, right by Salt Creek. I lived there for a few years. I loved it. Loved it. You're in Doheny? That's pretty cool. Your name is G. Like G-Eazy? I love Doheny. I kind of learned to surf there. I mostly learned to surf in Salt Creek, believe it or not, which is fucking crazy. But these days, like, I'm too old to go surfing there.
I can sure understand. Cause a month down the road, I'll be eating your ass. Oh, sweet emotion, sweet emotion, sweet y'all should visit Dana Point. It's a slow-paced boat community. It's too conservative, though. We need diversity. It used to be more diverse. They're kicking out all the Mexicans, man. Dana Point used to be pretty diverse, but it's rape out. It's rough out there. Thank you so much, Crazy Jacked Out. Thank you. I was in Dana Point a couple days ago. Miranda. I'm more of a siren. I get motion sick looking at water, luring the sailors out to the into the rocks, luring the sailors into the rocks. Man, I miss living. When I lived in Dana Point, it was pretty cool, man. I had a good time. I liked it. I would go to the beach every day. Every day I went to the beach. It was pretty great. Ugh. I hate this chord. H, it's F major, what is it? F6. One three oh. Oh, maybe it's because I'm playing it wrong. Let me see. 1302. 1302 is F6. 1302. Is that right? No, 1302. That's it. That's the chord. All right, we're going with that. Should've known better. See what I could see. My black shroud holding down my feelings for my enemy. I should've wrote a letter, grieve what happened to grieve. My black shroud, never trust my feelings, waited for the remedy. Left us at that video store. Be my rest, be my fantasy.
light as a feather, bright as an Oregon breeze. My black shroud, I'm frightened by my feelings. I only want it to be a relief. I'm not a go-getter, a demon had a spell on me. My black shroud, captain of my feelings, the only one I wanna believe. When I was three to explore, saw her face back of the door. Be my rest, be my fantasy. Be my rest, be my fantasy. Nothing that can be changed. Past still the past, the bridge to nowhere. Should've wrote a letter. Explaining that I feel that empty feeling. Don't back down. Concentrate on seeing breakers in the bar, friend neighbors greeting. My brother had a daughter, the beauty that she brings, illumination. Don't back down. Nothing left, the breakers in the bar. No reason to live. I'm a fool in the fetter, Rose of Aaron's beard, but you can't reach me. Don't back down, nothing can be changed. Can I leave a bridge? Drunken sailor. Brother had a daughter, beauty that she brings, illumination. Illumination. Something like that. Something like that. I thought that's a fun song. I like to play this song. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. I appreciate you for being here. Steffelson, you didn't request a song, Steffelson. Why don't you request a song, Steffelson? Sufjan Stevens, I really like playing that song. Oh yeah, you had a shark encounter? Sharks are pretty chill in California. They're so cold. The water's so cold down here. The sharks are pretty damn chill. Alanis Morissette? I'll play Alanis Morissette. I tremble, gonna eat me alive. miss the faces on a runaway train. Come on, I'm alive, my heart keeps beating like a hammer. Beating like a hammer. Beating like a hammer. Gonna still alive. My regrets of you. My life is mine. Then what shouldn't I do? I get wherever I'm going. I have whatever I need. My blood's still flowing, and my heart's still beating like a hammer. Beating like a hammer. Beating like a hammer. Beating like a hammer. Help me, I'm alive. My heart keeps beating like a hammer. Hard to be soft, too tough to be tender. Come and take my pulse that paces on a runaway train. Help me, I'm alive. My heart keeps beating like a hammer. Beating like a hammer. Beating like a hammer. Beating like a hammer. You're still alive. My regrets of you. My life is mine. Then what shouldn't I do? Get wherever I'm going. I get whatever I need. And while my blood's still flowing, and my heart's still I can't stop beating my hammer. My life is beating like a hammer. I tremble. Eat me alive. I stumble. They're gonna eat me alive. Can you hear my heart beating like a hammer? There you go. Thank you so much for being here. I keep singing Cigarette Daydream since Jack played it. I'll play that, but I gotta play a oh, thank you, Jackie Boyle. Thank you, Jackie Boyle. Thank you. Steffelson. Mega don't have no guitars, man. Mega don't got. I'll do some Alanis Morissette. I have a Alanis Morissette song that I like to play. And then I'll play the cigarette song and I'll be out of here, I think. Alanis. That Canadian, that good old Canadian. I played this song. Let me try to find the song that I like from her. Alanis. There she is. I like this song. Maybe you won't like it. I'll play this song. Maybe you'll like it. Rage Against the Machine? I played a little Rage Against the Machine last time. It was hard. How about getting off these antibiotics? How about stopping eating when I'm full? How about them transparent dangling carrots? How about the ever-elusive kudo? Thank you, India. Thank you, terror. Thank you, disillusionment. Thank you, frailty. Thank you, consequence. Thank you, silence. How about not blaming you for everything? How about me enjoying the moment for once? How about how good it feels to finally forgive you? How about grieving it all at one time? Thank you, India. Thank you, terror. Thank you, disillusionment. Thank you, frailty. Thank you, consequence. Thank you, silence. The moment I let go of it was the moment that more than I could handle. The moment I jumped off of it was the moment I touched down. How about no longer being so masochistic? How about remembering my own divinity? How about unabashedly bawling my eyes out? How about not equating death with stopping? Thank you, India. Thank you, Providence. Thank you, disillusionment. Thank you, nothingness. Thank you, clarity. Thank you, silence. That was a song by Alanis Morissette that I covered. I hope that you enjoyed it. Somebody asked for Alanis Morissette, and I thought that was fun to play. I like that song by her. I kind of wish that she didn't say "Thank you, India." I wish it was literally anything else, but whatever, it's fine. I think it's a pretty good song. I think it's a pretty damn good song. Thank you so much, guys, for being here. I appreciate you. I think you're all amazing. Thank you so much. Oh, Crazy Jackdaw, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Did I already thank you twice? Is that twice? I don't know. All right, we're going to try to play the song. It's been a while since I played this one. Stand there all alone, oh why, and explain what's going down. You see you standing next to me, in and out, look away, and I can see it clear as day. Close your eyes, be afraid, and hide behind that baby face. You can drive all night, looking for the answers in the pouring rain. You wanna find peace of mind, looking for the answer. Funny how it seems like yesterday, as you were looking out of place, gathered up your things and slipped away. No time at all, I followed you into the hall. Cigarette, daydream. You were only 17, so sweet with the mean streak. You nearly brought me to my knees. You cried all night, looking for the answers in the pouring rain. If you wanna find peace of mind, looking for the answer. If we could find a reason to change, looking for the answer. If you can find a reason to stay, then I was standing in the pouring rain. Do-do. You can drive all night, looking for the answers in the pouring rain. You wanna find peace of mind, looking for the answer. If we could find a reason to change, looking for the answer. If you can find a reason to stay, standing in the pouring rain, standing in the pouring rain. I always liked that song. I hope that you guys liked it too. All right, thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you. I don't really have any new songs that I've been working on, but show me how you want it to be. must confess I still believe, and I'm not with you. I lose my mind. Give me some. Me, baby, one more time. Baby, the reason I breathe is you. But girl, you got me blinded. Baby, there's nothing that I wouldn't do. It's not the way I planned it. Show me how you want it to be. Tell me, baby, 'cause I need to know now, because the loneliness is killing me. I must confess I still believe, when I'm not with you I lose my fucking mind. Hit me, baby, one more. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Baby, how was I supposed to know? Oh, pretty baby, I couldn't have let you go. I must confess that my loneliness is killing me out. No, I still believe that you will be here and give me a sign. Hit me, baby, one more. My loneliness is killing me, and I must confess I still believe, when I'm not with you I lose my mind. Give me a sign. Hit me, baby, one more time. I must confess that my loneliness is killing me now. Don't you know I still believe that you will be here and will give me a sign. Hit me, baby, one more. Okay, that was Britney Spears. Hit me, baby, one more time. Thank you so much for me. It was right after my baby died, and I just didn't care about my sugars. And oh shit, went too tight. Sorry to hear that. Jesus, that sounds intense. All right. How was it? Did you like it? Did you like the Grogu movie? Yeah, the Britney Spears song, whoever wrote it, because, you know, it's all, those songs were all written by like 40-year-old men, you know, like Britney Spears didn't write that song. Like Britney Spears didn't write that shit.
Yes, you really like it. Good. I think you like the Grogu movie. Awesome. I like the Grogu movie. I want to go see it. Maybe I should see it. You like the Britney Spears song. Great. I'm glad, Frankie Berry. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you liked it. Thank you, everyone, for supporting the channel, for being here, especially to all the people like DS King of Kings and Crazy Jackdaw and everybody else. Geez, Chris and all you guys who submitted, and Cephalson. Thank you all for supporting the channel and supporting me and doing this. I really appreciate you guys. I appreciate you more than you'll ever know. I appreciate you. I actually like a hut, LOL. Can you write a song called Ding Dang Doo Kazoo? I can. I should write a song. Ding Dang Doo Kazoo. No, Ding Dang Doo Kazoo. Ding a ding dang ding dang doo kazoo. I could do something like that. That'd be kind of fun. Ding Dang Doo Kazoo. I should write a song like that. All right, we're going to switch over to members only. If you're a member, please, we're going to do Poetry Club really fast, and we'll hang out for a little while longer, but then I got to call it quits for the day. Thank you so much for being here. Thank Frankie for Cash App. Thank you, Frankie. I appreciate you so much. Let me see. I think I saw you on there, Frankie, because I know that your name is not actually Frankie. So yes, I definitely thank you so much for doing that. Yeah, Miranda, thank you so much for the coffee. I appreciate you. You're amazing. And I did respond on there. I can't respond with words. I can respond with emojis, but I can't respond with words. But I did thank you on the thank you. And Sweet Sir as well. Sweet Sir, thank you. And Malcolm. You guys are amazing. Thank you. I appreciate you very, very, very much. You did see the emoji. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. I'm like, it really, trust me, it's like little things like that like help me with my stress. My eyeballs are like stressing out. I don't have anything from my everything cool. I want to make sure that my realtor's still alive. All right, thank you, everybody. I'm going to end this stream and start the next one right away, which is the Afterglow. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I appreciate you very, 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 very much. Bartleby's going to say goodbye, too. Bye.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.